Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do, Mangekyō hurriedly shouted. Captain, it's moving. Brother Haishing's massive, abnormal body was shifting. It seemed slow, but it was actually moving thousands of meters in one step, and with it, a huge current burst forth. The yellow-robed priest looked slightly pleased. See that? It looks like it's leaving. This is a good opportunity to get away from it. Turn the helm quickly. Mangekyō. Who the hell are you? They all looked towards Tsuchi silently. Full speed ahead. Keep following with the current. Tsuchi gestured grandly. Yes, Captain. Damn. The yellow-robed priest cursed loudly. For fuck's sake, be a normal person. In all my years in the world, this is the first time I've seen someone insist on forcing themselves down such a dangerous path. Even if you don't consider yourself, think of me for once, I'm getting on in years too. Tsuchi smiled and bent down, using the method required by the ceremony with the feather soaked to make a simple pen. The rainwater from the sky dome also fell from the clouds heavy with black fog. Stay calm, its direction is consistent with the compass needle. Since we're heading there, of course we should hitch a free ride. He held the feather pen and began constructing the ceremonial pattern on the deck. Each stroke was imbued with spiritual energy and wouldn't be washed away by seawater. However, he still had to pay attention to the gentle rhythm without disturbing the sequence, otherwise, the spiritual energy would disperse and spell failure. The yellow-robed priest watched Tsuchi's actions, his heart skipping a beat. He sensed the subtle spiritual energy within and said in surprise. Are you constructing a ceremony? Why so surprised? Tsuchi did two things at once. Bullshit. The yellow-robed priest said. You were clearly asking me about ceremonial matters before, looking like a complete newbie. Now you're already hands-on. This must be the ceremony you got from that tentacle monster, right? Close enough. I plan to use it on the sea demon to lower its sand value and purge the pollution in its spirit. The yellow-robed priest looked towards Tsuchi solemnly. You're daydreaming in broad daylight. I've already said that those ceremonies in the final home are trash. At most they can only be effective on low sequence, ordinary people. How could it be effective on this creature? Moreover, the yellow-robed priest sighed. Do you know why I said that Tentacle Man had potential? It's because the arrangement of a ceremony requires a very high talent along with a high threshold for entry. He said earnestly. Many people can't even control the finesse of their spiritual energy, and you, a newcomer, even if you mimic others, creating the pattern will just make it collapse like a program. He suddenly stopped speaking and his eyes widened as he watched Tsuchi's actions. Tsuchi carved the pattern swiftly, each stroke of spiritual energy subtly persistent, maintaining balance with the prior one. It seems different from what you said, not that hard. You. The yellow-robed priest was lost for words, slightly surprised at Tsuchi's proficiency. Damn. This guy must have practiced. Mortal. He watched as Tsuchi exhaled lightly, calmly saying, of course, it's not difficult. After all, it's just a first-order ceremony, many newcomers can achieve this level. Ceremonial patterns were categorized by order, analogous to a Rubik's Cube. The higher the order of the cube, the higher its complexity and the more difficult it is to construct. The higher the order, the more advanced the ceremony, and the requirements for changes in spiritual energy and the mental commitment needed were terrifying. Tsuchi still casually gave a thumbs up. Brother Huang, you've seen big scenes, it's just me, Tsuchi, being conceited. Chapter 271 The Chosen of the Eye of Destiny are not without substance. How does it feel like this guy is fooling himself? It's not the first time we've met. He had gained quite some understanding of this guy. He would not admit his mistakes, nor would he change his undisciplined ways and bad behavior. Still doing whatever he pleases. Boom. The sea demon moved extremely fast, swirling the currents that had carried the black pearl an unknown distance. The yellow-robed priest looked around the surrounding sea area. Something's wrong, there's a strong scent of blood. Bodies and broken planks are floating on the sea. There was a battle here before. It seems to be other ships. Tsuchi's movements became even more fluid. He seemed to have an exceptional control over various intricate matters, this ancient ritual. Although he had reached the 6th rank, Various traces still appeared in his vision. And thus, he still had time to observe the surrounding sea. Other ships have come together to kill one of the 9 demons, and the direction of the compass clearly points to the same place. That must be the entrance to the 6th layer. However, the other 8 demons seem to be heading towards the many ships. This momentum certainly isn't for a friendly visit. Tsuchi withdrew his gaze. It should be almost finished. At this very moment, the crowds on the many ships were still heading in the direction indicated by the compass. Since everyone had gathered together, the progress was quite smooth. Fang Li softly said, "It seems that only we exist in this part of the world now. If other ships haven't arrived by now, they must have sunk to the bottom of the sea. And now, the destination indicated by the compass should also be the entrance to the 6th layer." Fang Li looked at the compass. He came to the same conclusion as Tsuchi. Yi Shao nodded. "We should be getting close now. The clouds and currents around us are clearly converging towards that central location. I just hope those 8 terrifying creatures don't arrive too soon." Unfortunately, Yi Shao cursed his own bad luck. Someone exclaimed, "There's something in the distance." Everyone looked over, and Yi Shao's expression changed slightly. Amidst flashes of lightning, several vague silhouettes appeared behind them. Some demons wore dull masks, with deep red graffiti like fresh blood. Some stood on rafts, their hands dragging chains attached to corpses. And there was a massive creature, like a large ship, spewing sea demons. Waves of terrifying aura and eerie scenes made everyone's scalp tingle. "Increase the speed. Run." They gritted their teeth and frantically increased their speed. They knew they would be chased down, but didn't expect it to be so quick. Wait, there seemed to be only 7 figures. Fang Li focused and said, "The most terrifying sea demon hasn't appeared yet." He had read the descriptions in the voyage diary. The other demons were briefly mentioned, but only the sea demon was emphasized, resembling a pyramid's pinnacle. If it hasn't appeared yet, the danger of the sea demon is even greater. Yi Shao, drawing from his experience in paradise, said, "Since this is a trial from the temple, there should be a pattern to it. After all, the big boss would appear last, otherwise, it would mean instant annihilation. Anyway, run with all your might." Over 10 ships hurriedly sped up, the 50 people controlling the ship wishing they could work miracles. And those terrifying creatures coldly watched them, deep-sea monsters carrying them closer. The next moment, the 7 demons unleashed their mystifying powers. Countless sea creatures roared below. A large number of sea demons swarmed across the sea surface. Fuck. This number, it's dozens of times more than before. Being surrounded and delayed means only a dead end. Quickly. Faster. Fortunately, as Yi Shao had said, they weren't far from the endpoint indicated by the compass. In the distance, a terrifying black whirlpool formed a massive wave connecting to the sky dome, like a dragon sucking water but insanely turbulent. Hurricane force winds, towering waves, and incredible destructive power seemed to devour everything. The lightning and thunder further bombarded everyone's ears. Everyone looked ahead with trembling eyes. "Is this the entrance to the 6th layer? Are you sure we won't die? Damn it. It's better than dying at the hands of those monsters behind us. Charge." Each ship strained every muscle to furiously cut through the rising waves. And the 7 demonic creatures, with cold gazes, watched this scene, a muffled voice filtering through the dull masks. "Thinking of escaping? No one can escape from the Devil's Sea. Everyone will stay here. With us. Savoring the curse. Make a move? That terrifying guy hasn't arrived yet." The person speaking had conflicting emotions in his eyes. And with apprehension, as well as some mockery. "I'm afraid it's been distracted by something else. Don't worry about it, let's go." Shoo, shoo, shoo. Countless chains burst out from a sinister creature, dragging more than 10 boats in their grip. All the boats felt a huge jolt. The speed also slowed down a lot. Damn it. Nightwatch looked back. Every chain was grasped and pulled by numerous sea demons, and deep-sea monsters roared as they bore the chains. "Destroy them immediately." Everyone quickly exhausted their strength to dismantle the chains. But this lightning-fast delay had already cost them dearly. A multitude of sea demons approached the boats and surged onto the decks. They were like wild beasts, their eyes blood-red as they screamed and pounced. Fight. Battle. Numerous people unleashed their strength. Waves crashed fiercely. "There's a chance. We're getting close. The entrance to the 6th layer is right in front of us." But the 7 sinister creatures weren't so simple. Black fog circulated within their bodies, the power of pollution seeming to crawl out of them. "I'm saying. Stop." A doll-headed sinister creature growled lowly. The other sinister creatures also emitted the same hoarse, cold sounds. "Stop. Stop." Their powers suddenly converged, ripples emanating from them. In an instant, all the boats felt a huge resistance. Fang Li's eyes showed alarm. "The boat isn't moving. This is the power of that sinister mermaid from before. Nightwatch's expression changed slightly. They have the same abilities. Just like the previous sinister mermaid, they seem to be trapped in a sinister domain. What do we do? Someone exclaimed. Just like before, only by attacking them directly can we break free. That's too difficult. Everyone looked around at the dense masses of sea demons and a multitude of deep-sea monsters. And the 7 sinister creatures exuded an unsettling aura, seemingly about to unleash dangerous abilities just like the sinister mermaid. Damn it. No matter how hard. Let's fight them all. Kill. Kill. Everyone was roaring. Having been chosen by the Eye of Destiny, they all had extraordinary abilities, which might not show in normal times, but when it came to life and death, everyone could unleash their potential. They actually managed to force back many sea demons. Bursts of fighting power far exceeded before. Even more people were already rushing along the chains yet to be dismantled. Nightwatch and Fang Li were among them. They knew. The key point lay in those 7 sinister creatures. They must be just like the sinister mermaid with dangerous and tricky abilities, but if they could get close, they'd have a great chance to kill them. After all, they also saw many sea demons gathered around, seemingly protecting them. This is our chance to leave. The passage to survive the trial. Those with trump cards were throwing out their last bets, and Danwu in the fight suddenly developed a new ability from the sequence, instantly burst seed. Nightwatch and Fang Li were at the forefront, along with the others, threatening and attacking the 7 sinister creatures. Boom, boom, boom. Massive amounts of flesh and blood burst in the battle. Waves clashed with distant thunder. The people inside the cabin also joined the battle. No one backed down. Nightwatch and Fang Li, among others, got blasted away but didn't hesitate to cut down the sea demons that lunged at them, their eyes fixed on the 7 sinister creatures. Their bodies, though battered, were like sharp swords. Even in such desperate straits, they showed no fear. Their potentials and energies burst forth. This was truly the new era chosen by the Eye of Destiny. Gentlemen, are you okay? Nightwatch gasped, chuckling. Of course. Then. Keep going. Watching many brave souls continue to attack. The 7 sinister creatures licked their lips, watching this scene. Look. They haven't given up yet. They still think there's a chance to escape. Unfortunately. They looked at a faint black shadow in the distance, sneered eerily. The sea demon is about to arrive. Chapter 272, God of Anxiety. The sea demon is coming. The eerie laughter of the 7 strange creatures reached everyone's ears. Sea demon. Upon hearing these 2 words, Fang Li and the others felt a sudden sinking feeling in their hearts. They looked up. In the distance, the sky dome was like the terrifying vortex at the level 6 entrance, with ripples seemingly rolling across it. Among the 9 strange creatures of the Devil Sea, the most powerful existence, completely different from the others. The strange sea breeze chilled everyone to the bone. The booming thunder couldn't cover the raging fury like a tsunami. Is that what they referred to as the sea demon? Vague and immense silhouettes, in a terrifying posture, were crossing over from the clouds on the horizon. The current became noticeably more turbulent. Dozens of meters high waves kept rolling up. The sky dome instantly became gloomy and dark. Countless tentacles, accompanying the terrifying body, pounced directly at everyone with a crushing presence. What kind of monster is this? Murmured Fang Li and the others. Even though everyone had already shown their mettle and burst forth their potential and bloodlust in battle, the sight of this scene made everyone inevitably feel fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, the pressure too intense. Quick! We must seize the last chance. Night Guard, regardless of his shock, roared loudly, jolting everyone awake, as they all bit down hard, bursting forth all their strength instantaneously. If the 7 strange creatures were very dangerous and troublesome, there was always a chance of survival to be seen. But such a terrifying creature. Once it fully closed in, they simply couldn't withstand it. They roared and furiously attacked the 7 strange creatures. The strength that surged from their bodies arrived almost instantaneously. The 7 strange creatures clearly weren't going to give them that chance either. They were strange, but not stupid. They couldn't underestimate those who fought back in desperation. They retreated backward. At the same time, a vast number of sea demons suddenly turned back. They all surged toward them. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes bloodshot, making their final stand. And at that moment, all of you, lend us your strength. Night Guard bellowed. He clasped his hands together, leaving a void between his palms once again. He wanted to launch the annihilation ability he used before. During this time, he had no protection, invoking an ultimate move by forsaking everything. And Fang Li also thrust his knife into his chest. A mass of blood burst forth, but at the same time, an even more powerful ability erupted, his hair wildly fluttering. This is our final strike. Come on. Night Guard shouted. The terrifying annihilation dust cannon burst forth with an unstoppable momentum. Fang Li also roared, his body ablaze with blood, every inch of his veins and blood vessels on the verge of exploding as he charged fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The air vibrated. Waves were lifted by two visible ripples of impact in the space. The faces of the 7 strange creatures darkened. Stop them. They naturally felt the deadly danger. They didn't expect their prey to be so threatening. They began to use their abilities to gather other sea demons to defend. Even the deep-sea monsters cleared the water to block their way. Boom. The air suddenly burst with a bang. The deep-sea monsters were torn open with bloody holes by the annihilating air cannon. And Fang Li, without hesitation, turned into afterimages, sprinting forward in cooperation. 2 deadly auras swept over. Then, with a bang, a thick black fog also burst forth from the 7 strange creatures. They sneered, "Stay here and keep us company. Go to hell." Fang Li was bloodied and ferocious as he slashed down with his knife, colliding with Night Guard's air wave against the black fog barrier at the same time. Instantly, waves vibrated like boiling water, with ripples continuously rolling out. The next moment, bang! Strength suddenly exploded. Waves splashed up. On looking back, the 7 strange creatures stood in place. With scrapes on their bodies, but no fatal wounds, their eyes shimmering with a hint of coldness. Whereas Night Guard had a pale face and was vomiting blood, and Fang Li was smashed onto the sea surface. A large number of sea demons were celebrating with joyous roars, while everyone else had ashen faces. At the same time, boom, boom, boom. The sound of massive tentacles moving finally arrived in front of them, and the fierce current washed over each ship. The terrifying body blocked out the sun, with a huge black shadow directly covering the entire area. The sea demon has finally arrived. A strange creature scraped its nails across its shredded flesh, then licked it, clearly very excited. Everything should end now. Next. Annihilate them all. Sea demon. Another strange creature rasped, "Let them soak in this icy seawater, then turn them into sea demons. Share the curse of this place. In the Devil's Sea, no one can have a second outcome." Everyone looked at the vast and terrifying sea demon with pale faces. It was clearly such a powerful entity, yet it seemed provoked, slowly withdrawing its tentacles. Merely this one action. Everyone already felt the air being compressed, and a mass of fierce winds surged. Then, the tentacles slapped down. That sense of death nearly enveloped everyone, including the 7 strange creatures and countless sea demons. Their eyelids twitched. Wait. Why is the tentacle heading our way? Sea demon, wait a second. Damn. Run. Bang. Like a meteor falling, a mass of sea demon flesh and blood dyed a stretch of sea red. The 7 strange creatures were panting heavily, leaning on several deep-sea monsters, barely dodging the blow. What's happening? Chapter 273 God of Anxiety. Why is it attacking us? You sea demon, are you insane? A strange creature roared lowly. Although you're a terrifying monster, you too are cursed. How dare you behave against the will of the Devil's Sea? There's only death for you. They endured the Devil's Sea, constantly fighting, making numerous ships and living beings that mistakenly entered this place sink and be buried here, and that's how they gained strength. Even if it meant they would be trapped here forever. Even if they became part of the devil. They were all willing to do it. The sea demon before them was the same. It had previously fallen here, causing a great commotion, but ultimately it couldn't resist the curse of the Devil's Sea and completely turned into a crazed monster under its suppressive will. And at this very moment, a hoarse yet furious voice resounded from the Sky Dome's mouthpiece, "Patrick doesn't like it here." The tentacle swung again, this time the force bursting from the air's mouthpiece as well. The path it took exploded a huge amount of seawater. Sea demons shattered instantly. The 7 strange creatures' faces turned pale. What the heck is going on? The sea demons of the past were just like wild beast monsters, they never spoke, controlled by madness. But now, to erupt angrily and even speak? The crowd was also stunned in place. What exactly happened? Why are the most terrifying sea demons attacking them? At that time, the distant currents moved slowly, bringing a pitch-black large ship leisurely from beyond the sea surface into everyone's sight. Despite the fierce waves, the ship was unaffected and steadily moved toward them. Is there still a living ship? Night Guard and Fang Li, supported by others, watched this scene with pale faces. But it seems there's no one on the deck. No, wait. There are people, but not human. They looked terrified as they watched dark shadows standing at the edge of the ship. Fang Li's expression changed. Is this a ghost ship? The black shadows on the ship stood silently, hauntingly observing their surroundings, while the ship also neared. At this moment, none of the crowd could leave, still trapped under some peculiar force. They could only watch the ship approach. But everyone had already drawn their weapons again. Those black shadows made their scalps tingle, and on the high platform stood 3 figures, who also seemed to calmly watch this place. Dark eyes with faint deep red hues. Everyone felt a sense of oppression. They didn't dare to breathe. One of the black shadows slowly took out a megaphone, and a hoarse voice transmitted, "This is the Black Pearl liner?" The crowd was slightly stunned. "Now, any ship that wants to escape this place must follow our arrangements. The curse is about to erupt, and the only way to survive requires the strength of all of you." Some people couldn't care less that there was actually someone on the ghost ship speaking through a megaphone, only astonished. "Wait. What curse? What eruption?" "Black Shadow, you ask too much. There's no time to explain, but this is your only chance." He calmly looked towards the sky dome. "The will of the Devil Sea is about to descend." The crowd looked uncertainly in the direction he pointed. The entire sky dome had darkened several shades, as if a massive amount of black fog was surging. Fang Li and others exchanged glances. They finally made a decision, saying solemnly, "What should we do?" At this moment, Suchi was not on the Black Pearl. He stood on the top of Brother Hai Xing's head, surrounded by ceaseless strong winds. The yellow-robed priest's voice faintly rose. "Unexpectedly. It knows you, but even after breaking the spiritual pollution, it's still cursed by the will of the Devil's Sea. What that being is, I dare not say, but it's probably related to the Anxious Land. After all, this place itself suppresses various demons and ghosts. Are you sure you want to take it with you?" "Nonsense. Suchi, do you think the connections I, Suboxian, have are based on deception? It's all because I value loyalty and set new standards." "Coming from someone else, I would believe," the yellow-robed priest replied. "But from your mouth, I need to think it over." Suchi shook his head. This brother Huang had lived quite a while, but his vision was lacking. Couldn't he save a friend himself? Couldn't he be loyal himself? Of course, on this premise, there was another inconspicuous reason, and that was when the exclamatory mark was triggered and the spiritual pollution expelled, Suchi saw the source of the curse get provoked, directly targeting him. At that time, Suchi knew something bad was about to happen, thinking he must rely on Brother Hai Xing, the ritual, and everyone's strength. Comforted, Suchi patted its head. "Brother Hai Xing, hold on, let's leave this place together." "Understood, squeeze." Patrick in his complete form let out a hoarse voice. Its mental state was unstable in this form, now fully relying on the ritual's power to communicate. It still retained its original simplicity and silliness. Only the terrifying killing intent could be felt by the many sea demons and eerie creatures below. 7 eerie creatures had already died, with numerous sea demon corpses floating on the sea surface. The other surviving eerie creatures were pale with terror, gnashing their teeth and barking angrily at the sky dome. "Sea demon, you've gone mad. You're seeking death. The will of the Devil's Sea will never forgive you. You will be utterly cursed. Devoured." Yet, Patrick paid no heed to their threats, intent on wiping out the detestable beings in this area. His massive tentacles violently swung. But at that moment, Patrick shuddered. His voice tinged with unease. It's come." The black fog spreading across the sky dome suddenly intensified. The seawater began to change. The area stained with the massive amount of sea demon corpses began to spread, turning the entire ocean area a dark red. The eerie creatures were excited, reverent, laughing hoarsely. The Great Will has descended. Everyone else looked terrified, trembling all over. And there Suchi was, staring ahead, seeing the vast dark red seawater crazily converging, a shadowy figure slowly emerging. He looked towards the shadow. A question mark above his head displayed, "God of Anxiety." Suchi's eyelids twitched slightly. "Wait. Another god?" Another message leisurely popped up, "Deep red fragments, God of Anxiety?" Suchi naturally connected it to the entire Anxious Land. "Old Huang, you said before that the entire Anxious Land seemed to be suppressing some dangerous entity. Who was it again?" The yellow-robed priest's voice suddenly trembled slightly, strangling. "You lad, why ask about this?" "Don't ask, I don't know. This guy claims his own words are unreliable. How true could his words be?" However, Suchi felt he shouldn't give him the chance to feign ignorance anymore. After entering the next layer, he would make old Huang spill everything. 9 layers. Suppress. These deep red fragments. Could they possibly indicate its blood pressure? Suchi looked at the vast seawater. The deep red shadow emerging from the dark red convergence, the eyes of countless people appearing as covered by red. Emotions like anxiety and despair were amplified countless times. Everyone was reeling. Each person appeared to have lost the hope for survival, their eyes dimmed as if they were about to jump into the deep red sea to commit suicide. Even Patrick began to waver, his body trembling slightly. This was the existence that even terrified him, the curse seeming to pull him down again. And at this moment, Tsuchi gently pressed on him, reciting the sacred ritual language. Patrick gradually calmed down. Have you calmed down? Patrick has calmed down. Afterward, Tsuchi slowly stood up. Underneath the sky dome, his figure atop the full-bodied Patrick didn't seem very notable. Yet he stared directly at that deep red shadow, then next. Just follow my command. Even in dire situations, there's still a path to life, just a bit riskier, a bit more lethal, involving more considerations. Gan Wenqi. Understood, Captain. Gan Wenqi stood around the ritual, which had subtle fluctuations that remained unaffected. Numerous dark shadows slowly stood. They recited the sacred language. The ritual's fluctuation suddenly expanded. It made many affected personnel shudder. Their eyes became somewhat clearer. They realized what was happening and immediately joined the chanting, the fluctuation expanding even further. A large number of people also became more lucid. Now, Patrick, just do as I just said, I'll leave the rest to you. Patrick earnestly and solemnly said. Understood. He was about to act but suddenly paused again. Wait, what was I supposed to do again? Tsuchi. Forgot. This is a fool. Chapter 274, Follow the Ghost Ship. Fall into Hell. Terrifying deep red phantoms loomed between the sea's surface and the sky dome. They seemed to possess neither the motion nor the ability to attack, standing motionless, with only a terrifying aura whipping up fierce winds. At the same time, waves surged like natural disasters, with numerous sea demons and the remaining strange creatures letting out crazy roars with blood-red eyes. Yet, the horrific tide was blocked by the ritual centered on the Black Pearl. Boom. Patrick's enormous body, carried with astonishing demonic power, broke through the sea's boundaries. It was a terrifying existence itself, the most fearsome creature in the Devil Sea if it weren't for its curse. Quick, start the ship. At this moment, everyone was on board the Black Pearl, abandoning the ships they initially rode on to maximize convergence, triggering the ritual's power, and also saving a number of people who would have started the other ships. Bloody waves surged with a multitude of monsters charging at them, frantically and densely. Tsuchi stared at the deep red phantom. It just stood there, seemingly motionless, but maintaining a consistent distance from the ship. Natural disaster like hurricanes and gathering tsunamis rose hundreds of meters, attacking from all directions. Brother High crossing Ha. Patrick's entire tentacles grandiosely whipped out, piercing the sky. Is the sea demon providing us with an escort? Why? The crowd below was shocked. Someone growled, stop worrying about what's above, focus. Half of us maintain the ritual, the rest fight. Now everyone was on one ship, and all the sea demons and monsters were attacking one spot. The terrifying roars were very close, with a large number of sea demons charging onto the ship more vigorously than before. The burst of battle grew more intense, the deep red phantom's eerie aura pressed down heavily, and several remaining strange creatures released a large amount of black fog. But the Black Pearl had the ritual paving the way. Any airy blasts entering this place were blocked by the ritual's holy light. People were also approaching the sixth layer portal. And at this moment, the crowd froze, only truly understanding what this place was when they reached the terrifying black giant tornado. They discovered what it truly was. In the middle of the sea, a huge hole appeared. There was no visible slope. Like a cliff, only the fractured cross-section. The surrounding giant waves, like natural disasters, now seemed like mere ripples. And the Black Pearl seemed like a grain of sand in these ripples. That black vortex was a continuous majestic black fog, fiercely sweeping everything, as if it could easily shred anyone who stepped into it. Someone picked up a compass in their hand and murmured. Is this the final destination pointed by the compass? The location of the entrance to the sixth layer? This. It's clearly an abyss. Where's the entrance? Someone's eyes shifted slightly. Down there. That down there is the entrance. Below the sea abyss, in the raging black fog hurricane, there was a channel emitting ripples. Having gone through several layers, they naturally recognized it at a glance. But the question is, how do we get there? Someone still growled in battle, as the deep red phantom silently watched them, the terrifying oppression making everyone always on edge. Fang Li's face was pale as he fiercely stared at the horrific storm, the eye of the storm. We must enter the eye. Those present were also the elite who had been at the forefront before, gathering information rapidly. A young man said gravely. There are currents below being drawn into it, forming a path, but it looks very unstable. Another person's gaze flickered. One method is to detour to the other side, where the path is closest and the risk smallest. Yi Shao shook his head, gravely saying. There's no time, they won't give us that opportunity, we should immediately choose the stable current. Tsuchi gently said beside them, wait, I don't think that works, Your methods are too risky. Right now, the most secure method is to disregard all currents and just charge in with an unstoppable force? Are you joking, just charging in? The crowd was stunned, suddenly turning to look at this young man who had suddenly appeared among them. Wait, who the heck are you? The people here were all elite who had been at the forefront before, everyone familiar with each other's faces. Suddenly a strange young man speaking unsettling words naturally attracted attention instantly. And at this moment, Yi Shao and Fang Li suddenly widened their eyes. Su. Yi Shao hadn't even begun speaking. You. Fang Li's eyelids twitched. You're also in this world. Yi Shao paused, looking at Fang Li. Fang Li pointed at Su Qi. Brother Yi, this is the guy I told you about before. Shrouded in all sorts of strangeness, ended the previous layer without explanation. Are you introducing me? Yi Shao coughed awkwardly, embarrassedly saying, Brother Fang, this is Suboxian. Fang Li's expression paused. That name sounds so familiar. Wait. Fang Li sharply looked at Yi Shao. Is this the friend you mentioned, Brother Yi? Yi Shao helplessly smiled and nodded. He roughly knew what experiences Fang Li had gone through. Well, Brother Su. While it's surprising to see you here, now is not the time for reunions. What does charging down mean? He felt Su Qi's idea must have its reason, although it wasn't necessarily. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the strange power burst forth again, hitting the Black Pearl, and a multitude of monsters had already charged onto the ship. The crowd growled, Stop joking, just make a decision now. Chapter 275, Follow the Ghost Ship. Fall into hell. They could hardly pay attention to the words of a suddenly appearing person. They were in a moment of critical life and death. Your Highness Black Shadow, trouble you. To take down the sails and ride the white current in the direction of 3 o'clock. This is our only chance. The entire Black Pearl was steered by the Black Shadows, led by the three of them all the way, with many requests being answered. They held these three mysterious entities in awe, for they had clearly brought them hope in their direst moments. But now, the three Black Shadows did not respond to their pleas. Instead, they slowly cleared space. A multitude of Black Shadows emerged from every shadowy nook within the ship's cabin, standing mightily on deck. The crowd watched this scene in shock. What's going on? The Black Shadows responsible for the entire ship came out from inside. Your Highness Black Shadow, at this critical juncture. Fang Li's brows furrowed as he said. Why stop? The navigation of the Black Pearl itself was the responsibility of the Black Shadows. The crew only needed to chant and perform ceremonies to ensure the ship would not be overtaken by sea demons. But now, with the ship completely motionless, everyone felt an immense pressure. Su Qi pondered. Maybe it's because they think your idea is too insane, unwilling to take the risk. Fang Li. Isn't your method even more insane? No, that's outright suicidal. Su Qi said. Not necessarily. He looked at the Black Shadows. Now, set sail. Brother Yi suddenly sensed something and looked towards the Black Shadows. Incredibly, the three Black Shadows started moving. They hoisted the large sails that hadn't been used during their previous escape. Fang Li and the others? Wait, what are they doing? The crowd wanted to escape, to rush into the eye of the storm along the current, a feat that would certainly require great speed. Raising the sails at this moment would only increase resistance and become their burden. And most importantly, why would His Highness Black Shadow listen to the commands of this young man? Turn the rudder, aim for the eye of the storm, Su Qi said gently. Black Shadows quickly took the helm in unison. Countless sea demons roared. The crew, witnessing this, couldn't free their hands to do anything else but fight anxiously. Brother Yi watched this with a foreboding feeling. Fools were still puzzled why the Black Shadows listened to Suboxian, while the wise already trembled, grabbing onto nearby masts with forced chuckles. Brother Su, are you really planning to rush through it? What else? It's impossible. Brother Yi exclaimed in fear. Even if I score 12 points in high school physics, I can see that it's impossible to get through unless the ship can fly. Just need to have an initial acceleration, Su Qi stated lightly. Brother Yi shivered. It's not easy to meet once, Brother Su, I want to return in one piece. Then be careful. Su Qi also glanced at the time. Almost there. Gan Wen Qi, you may withdraw for now. The surrounding Black Shadows respectfully responded to the gloomy voice. Yes, Captain. Around them, the mass of Black Shadows melded into the darkness, slowly vanishing from sight. At this moment, Su Qi had already taken the position at the helm and said. Next, gentlemen, follow the Great Black Pearl. Into hell together. A terrifying wind screamed suddenly. Everyone looked back in horror. The colossal sea demon, like a black hole's maw, drew a deep breath, its body rapidly and hugely expanding to 5 times its original size, like a balloon. And Brother Yi finally understood the source of that so-called acceleration. He was stunned for a moment, then roared suddenly. Everyone, forget the sea demons, grab onto anything you can find around you. Here it comes. Like a sweeping tempest, a terrifying gale burst forth in an unstoppable, forceful flood. Patrick, though simple-minded, remembered the exact time to burst. His essential reliability in clutch moments proved to be incredibly imposing. In an instant, the sails of the Black Pearl underwent a severe deformation. Thankfully the ships of Devil's Sea were no ordinary vessels and could withstand such forces. The rear of the whole ship split open, as if blasted by a cannon. Hold on. The crowd looked in dismay at this spectacle. Fang Li's face turned pale as he looked at Brother Yi. Brother Yi, could he be right? Can we truly fly into the eye of the storm, or are we going to die in there? Brother Yi. Who are you asking? Who should I ask? He held his face in frustration. Anyway, do your best, don't let go. The Black Pearl suddenly picked up speed again. The entire ship roared and flew out. Beneath the violent tossing, numerous sea demons fell into the abyss, and everyone's faces turned pale as they tightly grasped everything around them. And Tsuchi slowly took control of the ship's rudder, intending to cross thousands of kilometers with precision under the massive wind funnel and land on the ripples of the sixth layer's passage. This required fine-tuning, and the slightest mistake would cause a direct crash, tearing everything apart. Everyone clearly knew this, and many looked towards the sail with anxious and uneasy expressions. But they discovered. The sail was rotating in an orderly way, and the ship was indeed flying steadily. Fang Li muttered. How extraordinary must the computational power and situational responsiveness be? Suddenly, he looked at Tsuchi and exclaimed in terror. What the hell, you're still looking back. At this moment, Tsuchi's attention wasn't on the direction of flight. He still had an important thing to do. Tsuchi looked at the deep red apparition, a seemingly unconscious wandering spirit that was staring at him. Right then and there, instead of erupting to impede them, it actually extended its hands, and a massive amount of deep red currents slowly surged towards Patrick. So, that's how it is. Its goal didn't appear to be to stop them from escaping but Patrick. The reason it had fixated on him, to actively approach. It was all because of Patrick. Was this god so deeply in love with Brother Haishing? At this moment, Patrick's eyes were filled with rage. Back off. Back off, you stinking thing. Don't think about controlling me again. I, Patrick, am not afraid of you. Its struggle to break free was immensely powerful. The deep red apparition even slightly fluctuated, with a question mark above its head displaying two characters. Greed. Brother Haishing's constitution seemed incredibly special. After all, sometimes he appears clumsy but always manages to act contrary to what's expected. Just like. Tsuchi was calculating the distance and slowly pulled out an item from his waist, a crystal-clear conch that was something unique to Brother Haishing, usually kept in his trousers. At this very moment, it was displaying information. Patrick's favorite magical conch, quality, legend, consumption, none, equipment introduction. One day, Patrick's hometown turned to ruins, all his good friends vanished, he felt abandoned and stored all his memories inside the conch, hoping to one day find his hometown and friends again. Effect, when you use it, it can open a passage. Note, congratulations on earning Haishing's friendship, for only a trusted friend can use it, but also please be cautious, and do not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. It's highly unstable, possessing a power that's dreadfully taboo. Be careful not to awaken it completely, Brother Haishing. Tsuchi looked at Patrick and said. It's time to go with me. The conch suddenly started to flicker and emit a melodious conch sound. Patrick, who was still struggling fiercely, suddenly stiffened and looked over in a daze. It gradually shrank, and its colossal tentacles swiftly shrank. Pop. In an instant, Patrick sprung back to its small starfish form and fell into the water. Everyone watched this scene in bewilderment, including the deep red apparition, which also stirred slightly as if it wanted to envelop the surrounding eerie power and once again turn Patrick into a cursed breeding ground. But the next moment, Patrick stuck its head out directly from a bucket on the ship. I feel like something inside the conch was calling me. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. What the fuck? How did it get over here? Tsuchi tossed the conch to him. You play with this. I'm guessing someone's going to freak out soon. Everyone suddenly felt their hair stand on end, and as they turned around, they were drenched in cold sweat. Because the deep red apparition was almost touching the Black Pearl, close enough to grasp, its huge hollow eyes staring fixedly at Patrick and Tsuchi like two meteorites. I won't stay for dinner then. Tsuchi also let go of the rudder and waved his hand. No need to see me out, just to the door is fine. See you next time. The next moment, the whole Black Pearl disappeared into the storm, pierced through everything, and rushed into the ripples of the sixth layer's passage. Chapter 276 Supplies Before the Battle. The Black Pearl was engulfed by ripples. But this time, the crew did not lose consciousness. The whole ship was wrapped in the aurora, traversing through vast swathes of dark tides. Although there was some bumpiness, it was not violent enough to be thrown off. Everyone clung tightly to the vessel, seeking sanctuary, and looking around at the boundless darkness, they let out a small sigh of relief. They had finally escaped the accursed Devil's Sea. Even as the Red Phantom stood motionless, the sense of oppression was too terrifying. Had it not been for the ceremony countering the twisted pressure, they might have all perished long ago. And in the last moment, the Red Phantom was close at hand, as if endless rage was hitting them in the face. This emotion made everyone's hearts tremble involuntarily, they almost suffocated. Just now, I don't know if it was an illusion, but I always felt that the moment we left, it seemed to do something, Feng Li said with a focused expression. Yes, someone hesitated and nodded. So you all felt that too? This was not an unfounded suspicion, as in that instant, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. More importantly, the sacred light from the ship's ritual nearly extinguished at that moment. Could it be a curse? Nightwatch looked around cautiously. The boss of this world shouldn't follow us down, right? Everyone's opinions were mixed, and they all felt uneasy, sensing that the Red Phantom was extraordinary and quite frightening. At this moment, Suchi was also watching the scene, not participating. The yellow-robed priest within the ring sighed softly. Sigh. What are you sighing about? Suchi asked calmly. The yellow-robed priest spoke somberly. Others may not discover it, but I saw it. That Red Phantom has placed a certain curse or lock on you. Normal, it's in a hurry. Suchi looked at the deep red mark on his arm. He could see that the Red Phantom was very angry. Patrick was really important to it because that was the body it intended to possess in order to escape its confinement. A body capable of housing its great strength. The result was hijacked by himself. And the mark on the arm was also a curse. Since you have broken its residing curse, then you should bear all this. The mark on his arm displayed a message. Mark left by the god of anxiety. When someone shows hostility towards you, your blood fury value will increase. Current blood fury value, 0. When the blood fury value reaches 10 million, it will descend upon you. It will control your mind, taking away everything you have, it seemed. The curse originally meant for Patrick had now been transferred to himself. The yellow-robed priest said. I don't know if it's in a hurry, but I do know you should be. I have observed. That Red Phantom can affect one's sanity, driving people to despair and suicide. Be cautious of this strange power. However, the yellow-robed priest did not have much reaction, it merely wanted to give a reminder, as Suchi was too prone to getting into trouble. It had no idea that the being was divine, and just considered it a sinister life form. Suchi covered the mark on his arm with his sleeve. No big problem, my will has always been very strong, even seeing the message with a little red dot, I won't click on it. That's hardly a sign of a strong will. The yellow-robed priest did not bother to argue further, its tone slightly weary. There's another extremely important thing, I need to sleep for a while, my soul fire is nearly out and I'm struggling to hold on, so I can't help you for a short time. Anyway, hope you don't kick the bucket halfway through. Excuse me for saying so. Suchi. Your concern is quite redundant, besides. This doesn't seem that important. The yellow-robed priest did not speak. Whether it passed out from anger or had already fallen silent was unknown. At this moment, the Black Pearl suddenly burst out from the endless dark tides. Streaks of light caused the people, who had been in darkness for so long, to involuntarily close their eyes. When they opened them again, the crew only then began to adjust. Wait. The ship's moving so fast, are we still sailing? Sailing my ass, where's the water? Fuck. Hold on tight, we're about to crash. The Black Pearl, with its incredibly rapid speed, charged towards the front with an unstoppable momentum. Although the crew's hearts quaked with fear, thankfully the Black Pearl was no ordinary object and it smashed into the ground, sinking in without sustaining any damage. However, the impact still brought misery to the crew, and many were thrown off. Luckily, they were no ordinary individuals and their injuries healed quickly under the protection of the Aurora, their bodies now rugged and tough. As the crew felt dazed, a voice slowly rose. Here comes another batch of people. Pity, no familiar faces. Feng Li raised his head slightly, his expression showing a trace of surprise. So many people? There were many people around, calmly looking in all directions, along with various wrecked large vehicles. And their surroundings were an enclosed space, full of walls, with the previous ripples having disappeared. But there were many wide pillars made of unknown metal, reflecting cold light. Although it was unclear their purpose. On closer inspection, one could find many red alarms and mechanical ports. Wait, why does everyone's vehicle look intact and properly parked? Nightwatch murmured, gazing at the black pearl standing upright. Only ours. Directly broke through the ground, nearly destroying the ship and killing us. To notice that first. But then again, nobody was injured. Tsuchi said. Don't pretend you don't see that many have lost their teeth, Brother Su. When you reach a certain age, it's normal to undergo a change of teeth. Chapter 277 Supplies Before the Battle. Yishao sighed helplessly. Tsuchi was actually the first one to leap off the Black Pearl. Let's check out the situation here first. Gan Wen Qi and the Black Shadow Core had already returned upon stepping into the ripples. The new level seemed a bit different. Brother Fang, let's go, we'll do it together, Yishao waved to Fang Li. Fang Li ultimately joined them, feeling that Brother Yishao was someone he regretted not meeting sooner, while Subuxian beside him felt like someone he would regret meeting. But now, they had no choice but to stick together. Fang Li looked around, everyone present had fallen from the level above. And it appeared everyone was waiting for something. Fang Li looked at the pillar in the center. Look, over there. There's a countdown on the pillar. There was an electronic clock on the pillar, its deep red digits slowly counting down. There are now 50 seconds left, Yishao slightly raised his eyebrows and said. It seems we can only wait for the countdown to end to find out what will happen. The 50 seconds were short, and for the newcomers, they had just gathered the necessary information when the countdown reached 0. And at the moment the countdown ended, the entire space flashed wildly with warning red lights. A ear-piercing alarm blared. A voice was spreading throughout the enclosed space. Warning. Please pay attention now, all handlers, you have descended into the basement level. All zones will soon automatically lower for a period of time. The points you have accumulated can be exchanged for a tool at any pillar. Please note that you can exchange for only one tool, and any remaining points will be void after the exchange. Simultaneously, you may leave, and the tools can be taken with you. This voice was not mechanical, it had a very magnetic tone, and the slight chuckle implied the presence of a living being. But a reminder. You can only exchange for tools and choose to leave while the zones are lowering. At other times there's only one thing you need to do. It chuckled lightly. That is to survive. Without any hesitation, everyone immediately approached a pillar to check their points. Each column was immense, large enough to surround 1,000 people without issue. Mechanical windows were opening, revealing palm scanners to input spiritual energy. I have 213,000 points. I have 301,329 points. I only have 131,333 points. These were the light points that everyone had absorbed in the previous world. At this moment, Yishao stood at the window, looking at the points displayed above with some surprise, and turned to Tsuchi. Brother Su. I saw it. Who knew? That points and points would be stacked together, murmured Yishao. So this is the effect of points that Paradise mentioned before? Then aren't we at a great advantage? Tsuchi had yet to speak. At that very moment, the voice spoke again. By the way, I forgot to remind you not to rush the exchange because... The voice chuckled lightly. The lower the level, the better the rewards. The very last layer may even yield the most precious relics left by the gods. Of course, it is also filled with even more terrifying dangers. So weigh your options, as such an opportunity only comes once. Tsuchi calmly looked at the more than 100 million points displayed on the window. See, the condition has arrived. Having more points doesn't necessarily mean better items, and with the decline of levels, it's easy to die while holding a bunch of points and leave empty-handed. It doesn't stop me from drooling on the sidelines, Yishao said enviously at Tsuchi's points. That's almost reaching 200 million, right? Tsuchi's points had been growing, he had killed too many pollution monsters during the previous elimination round, and after entering the Anxious Land, the several worlds played a crucial decisive role. Stop looking, it's just like money, the more you have, the more troubles you get, Tsuchi said calmly as he closed the window. It seems that the last level is the ultimate destination of these points. Meanwhile, Fang Li is also cautiously poking his head out. What are you guys talking about? Nothing much. Night Guard sighed softly. I just feel that sometimes the gap between people can be even greater than the gap between people and pigs. Damn the wealth disparity. For someone like you who is a second-generation rich kid to say something like that, it's pretty shameless. At this moment, the whole area was still descending. Everyone was looking at the dazzling array of items with bright eyes, many of which could immediately enhance one's combat strength. But no one was making an exchange. After all, there were better things later on. Compared to the decent-looking tools in front of them, they cared more about the power of the temple. That was everyone's true objective. It's still not clear how many areas there are, or if we will encounter others, but clearly there are far fewer people than when we first entered the temple. Night Guard paused. Speaking in a low voice, Fang Li said. It's not just fewer people. I also saw a familiar face. He cautiously pointed to someone. Do you see that guy over there? In the distance, there was an enormous abnormality with a muscular body and a pattern on his shoulder blade. Someone from Chaos Commerce. And over there, people from the Dark Organization. The middle-aged woman in the black robe is from the Wanling Conference. Fang Li had an understanding of the various forces in the present world, and his voice trembled slightly as he whispered. These are all extremely large forces, even if only getting in through connections. They are core potential members who have been screened. He himself had paid a huge price to get his entry slot from Chaos Commerce. So he was deeply aware of how powerful these forces could be. Each of these incredibly powerful forces could rival the Spirit King. Suchi looked over. No worries, Night Guard and I also come from a superpower. Known as the Hustlers Sect. Night Guard? Don't talk nonsense. The key thing was Fang Li believed it. Given that both of them indeed had extraordinary abilities and possessed many tools, he was really reflecting on all the forces he knew, but after thinking for a while, Fang Li shook his head apologetically. Sorry, my knowledge isn't that vast. This name, I don't seem to have heard of it. It must be a very mysterious organization. Of course, if you want to join, I could recommend you. Once you join, you won't have to worry about food or drink. Ah no. Food and drink won't be a problem. Fang Li looked both surprised and excited. Really? Brother Su Boxian. His family had always dreamt of joining a major organization that could stand its ground in the future, to have a secure place amidst the upcoming chaos. He didn't expect the opportunity to present itself now. Of course, but while I can recommend you, wanting to join requires a lot of preparation and could be very difficult. Are you sure? Suchi looked at Fang Li with a profound gaze. Fang Li was now seriously nodding his head. I'm sure. I want to try no matter what. Okay, I see your determination. I'll inform you about some aspects of joining later, but it's secretive, you must keep it confidential. Understood. Fang Li said with some excited emotion. Brother Su. I admit I was too loud earlier, you're so righteous. From now on, you're my brother. No worries, we'll be from the same sect soon, no need for such formality. Night Guard sank into a deep silence. He wanted to speak up several times to remind that this was an organization created by Brother Su himself, and the club didn't even have many people. But seeing Fang Li's hopeful eyes and the amiable atmosphere between him and Suchi, he couldn't bear to speak up. Brother Su, you're getting less and less decent. So freaking sinful. At this moment, the area was descending rapidly, and with a loud bang. There was clearly a sound of heavy latches locking into place. The entire area had stopped. Everyone's expressions tensed up, all ready for battle. But no monsters charged out. Just a huge lucky cat falling from the sky dome, tens of meters tall, wrapped in various bandages, with a bell hanging around its neck. Suchi looked at it oddly. Cat. Brother? Chapter 278 The Wooden Man Game. Is that Brother Cat? Suchi looked at the cat in front of him, wrapped in bandages and sprinkled with some huge cat. It was sprinkled with a bit of gold dust, and glittering diamond crystals on its body, slightly stiff, and the expression on its face was fiercely stretched by the bandages. Someone had painted a cat face on it. So it clearly looked like a lucky cat. The reason Suchi found it strange was that it somewhat resembled his former teammate from Love, Death, Super Gamer, the elemental devouring beast. Brother Cat. After all, Brother Haixing had already appeared. At the time, according to the production team, they were all sent to their desired places at the same time. As to why it would appear here, Brother Haixing said he couldn't remember anything. Suchi looked at this gigantic lucky cat. Whether it's Brother Cat or not, the answer will come soon. At this moment, the gigantic lucky cat slowly stretched out its paw, the bell on its chest slightly jingling. A faintly flickering handprint appeared on it. Ding ding ding. That voice's chuckle came again from inside the pillar. Let me explain the rules. We are about to enter the Death Woodman game. Survive for 20 minutes, and you can start descending. If no one manages to do that when the time is up, everyone will be eaten. Boom. A ripping sound followed by the lucky cat's head rumblingly turned away, its back to the people, but the bell on its chest still remained in everyone's line of sight. Then, with emotionless mechanical eerie music, when the woodman turns its back, you can move. Once it turns its head back, you must remain still. It sounds easy to survive, but I always feel it's not that simple, Fang Li said in a grave voice. The others were also calm and solemn at this moment. They weren't fools. To have come from the 9th layer until now, the dangers they faced became more and more lethal. How could it be so easy to survive? Then that voice continued. Of course, there's another little surprise. On top of survival, if someone can ring the bell on its chest, I can double your points. However, there's only one slot available, first come first served. It echoed slowly with a light chuckle throughout the entire area, then disappeared. At this moment, many hesitated for an instant, then started to charge forward. They knew that if their points could be doubled, they became somewhat eager. The tool exchange window showed that only one item could be exchanged, but a grayed out section hadn't opened up yet. The points must have some other use. In any case, increasing one's points was the unanimous judgment of many. With insufficient information for judgment, they just charged forward. But many people calmly watched the scene. Not rational enough. But it's good, at least it can help us get more information. Yi Shao looked at Suchi. What do you say, Brother Su? Suchi looked at the gigantic lucky cat. There's nothing to say, haven't you noticed that the walls around us have already changed? Fang Li and Yi Shao both turned their eyes toward the distant walls. The enclosed area was huge, and since the pillars were all off to one side, the lucky cat's back was against the furthest wall. Now, they could vaguely make out ghostly faces appearing in the tall walls and dark red blood flowing out. The next moment, snap! The lucky cat suddenly turned its head, its eyes shining red, and the entire area's alarm sounded vigorously. Everyone quickly froze. Those in the forefront, greedy yet extremely cautious, always watched the movements. But there's always someone who couldn't react in time, considering the lucky cat's speed of turning its head was too swift and abrupt. 5 people stumbled and couldn't stabilize their stance. The lucky cat's body didn't move, but it slowly opened its mouth. The darkness inside sent a chill down everyone's spine, especially those 5, with their hair standing on end. And in an instant, a multitude of tentacles burst forth. A dense mass directly grabbed the 5 and swallowed them in a blink, not even giving them a chance to scream or beg for mercy. That was it. The crowd was startled, sweat-soaked. However, Suchi paused for a moment. It seems it's Brother Cat indeed. Even if it isn't, it belongs to the same species as Brother Cat. At this time, the lucky cat didn't turn its head back, its deadpan eyes as if watching each individual, every silent and not daring to move. But things were indeed not that simple. The walls burst forth with a great surge of blood, and the ghostly faces with roaring screams, violently attacked. Is that it? It wasn't enough to startle the crowd or make them tremble. After all, they were not ordinary people. Knowing that they absolutely must not move, they would naturally do everything possible to prevent any and all means. The torrent of blood and ghost face rushed toward them. But it caused no harm. The crowd suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Just an illusion indeed. And the very next second, someone screamed in agony. Ah! A knife suddenly penetrated his stomach, cutting open a huge gash, with blood and entrails spilling out. The sound didn't make the lucky cat move. As long as the body's movement wasn't too big, it wouldn't be a problem. But it didn't relax the crowd one bit. More screams followed, bloody and bone scraping. Intense pain caused many to collapse, their pale faces any movement. Chapter 279, The Wooden Man Game. The next moment, Lucky Cat seemed to instantly detect the movement, its numerous tentacles suddenly stretching out for kilometers. Directly grabbing everyone who moved. Brother Yi. Brother Su. And at this moment, Fang Li's voice was also trembling, hoarse, as if he was in extreme pain. It hurts so much. Something was trying to burst out of his throat. Suddenly, he spewed out a large worm, along with his trachea and a great deal of blood. What's going on? Brother Yi's complexion trembled slightly. Why? Did it become? But he suddenly shuddered. The words he wanted to say abruptly stopped, and with a look of terror, he moved his eyes to his belly where rust-covered bellows had pierced him, and then his stomach visibly swelled. The horrific sensation turned Brother Yi's face bright red. He was experiencing tremendous pain. His body also trembled slightly. Even so, they all maintained an incredible willpower and didn't move a muscle. Brother Yi's trembling voice came, Brother Su. Don't move at all. He looked painfully towards Suchi. The latter. His body bore a glowing red iron brand that sizzled against his skin, surrounded by wisps of smoke. Yet, Brother Su didn't make a sound. What, did this guy not even have candy when he got shots as a kid? Screams of agony were non-stop. Various gruesome scenes were as if undergoing brutal torture, and Lucky Cat was like entering a buffet, indiscriminately swallowing with its many tentacles. While Suchi just silently watched the scene, his left eye was an ordinary eye, capable of seeing the miserable state of everyone including the glowing red iron brand on his own body. But his right eye was the spiritual eyes, modified by the evil god's eye. Everyone shuddered as if with Parkinson's, wailing in pain, but in reality their bodies were all unharmed. Their skins all bore a ghost face that was weirdly laughing. This was the real deadly trap of the statue game. Everything was indeed as complicated as everyone had anticipated, but despite being on guard against everything, they still had to face it all head-on. except Tsuchi. He looked towards the ghost face, which was weirdly smiling and was using the glowing iron brand to sizzle and leave blackened traces inch by inch in his flesh. But it wasn't over yet. Next, it was going to take that iron brand and run it over this pretty boy's face again. It was savoring it all, and couldn't wait to hear this guy scream. But half a day passed with no sound, which made it and the other ghost faces feel somewhat out of place. Could it be that he had fainted? But not even a shiver. The ghost face slightly lifted its head, then suddenly stared in shock. Because Tsuchi was smiling at it. Could this guy see me? Or is he looking at the iron brand? Moreover, why is he still smiling? That smile seemed somewhat irritating, as if telling it, "Didn't you have your meal? Alright. Erasing its might, they thought it was foolish. The temperature of the iron brand did not rise further. Too high of a temperature would, in fact, result in a loss of pain. However, the iron brand visibly grew bigger, and sharp red spikes emerged. They could directly penetrate flesh, bone, deep into the vital organs. The ghost face's smile grew more ferocious. Terrifying hallucinations bring about real pain that's undiminished, and everyone would feel as if their insides were being gouged out, terror reaching deep into their souls. But the iron brand was almost piercing his chest, and yet the person in question remained unfazed. It even drew the attention of the other ghost faces, which looked over it with strange glances. The ghost face prostrated in front of Tsuchi gritted its teeth in shame, unable to lift its head among its peers. "Don't lose heart," Tsuchi softly consoled. "You've been working very hard. Ghost face. Who the hell are you comforting?" It wanted to block off its ghostly creature, but it still wanted this guy to witness real horror. And in this very moment, Lucky Cat slowly turned its head again. All ghost faces halted their movements, and everyone gasped for air, drenched in sweat, and collapsed on the ground, pale-faced. Someone touched their belly in terror. Where are my intestines that fell out? Where is the steel nail that was stirring my eyeball? What about the thing stuffed in my behind? Those who could stand in this place were beings of great willpower. Brother Yi and Fang Li were among those standing, especially Brother Yi. Despite being an obvious uninformed rich second generation, it seems he underwent rigorous training before the ranking battles, and he had transformed. But even so, both of them were now breathlessly gasping, so it was indeed an illusion. But when the pain is at 100%, even if it's an illusion, it's not something a normal person can handle. There are very few who can endure the extreme punishment of 1,000 cuts and carvings. You'd better be mentally prepared. The second statue game will be even more terrifying. Tsuchi spoke lightly at this moment. He had noticed that the ghost faces on everyone had closed their eyes, seemingly just having absorbed everyone's pain and despair, digesting it, the power of the ghost face also becoming stronger, more solid than before. More terrifying. Fang Li clenched his teeth, his body slightly trembling. I will definitely get through this. The weight of what he carries is more important than his own suffering. Brother Yi also clenched his fists tightly. I'll give it my all too. Full force ahead. Tsuchi looked at the two cheering each other on. Are you guys preparing for a graduate school exam? However, this indeed was a big problem. Ghostface would absorb the emotions of many people, turning them into its own strength, watching as they gradually solidified. Tsuchi had reason to suspect that if things continued in this trend, Ghostface might cause real harm. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying explosion suddenly came from where Lucky Cat was. Brother Yi Fang Li looked over. It turned out someone couldn't hold back any longer, and even though they were pale and not yet recovered, in the blink of an eye, they ran to press the bell imprint on the Lucky Cat. Only, this path was definitely not that simple. Anyone who drew near had their ghost face explode with power once more, and this time, one could clearly see the bell on the Lucky Cat's neck glowing brightly. At the same time, those who rushed near the Lucky Cat were fiercely knocked back by some kind of hallucination. This time, they were injured, with slash wounds from claws on their bodies. What happened? Why do they have wounds? What did you guys see? The crowd looked at these few in surprise and uncertainty, as some trembled and touched their own wounds. I saw many terrifying monsters pounce at me. I saw a dense, dangerous array of iron hooks flying towards me. I saw. The phantoms they saw were all different, yet they truly happened. Hallucinations came to life? Everyone instantly felt a chill all over. No. It only happens when you get close to the Lucky Cat, someone said gravely. If you want to touch that bell, you must overcome all obstacles. Many who had learned this information calmed their expressions and even seemed eager to try. Those with strong willpower are, of course, fearless in the face of danger. However, as the crowd considered trying, the Lucky Cat's head moved once again, twisting instantly. The bloody tide once again descended terribly, and the ghost face opened its eyes once again. Tsuchi watched all this without haste. His spiritual eyes saw through deception, such hallucinations only tickled him. It was like giving himself a scratchy bath. And most importantly, Tsuchi had discovered. This ghost face had a high resemblance to the Black Shadow, as if they were of the same black fog. Derivative power. Just like Mangekyō. And the Black Shadow core. And while people continued to scream, Tsuchi suddenly noticed a second ghost face. He glanced over slightly. Calling for help? The ghost face snickered. Call then, call. If I can't do it alone, then let's bring another. Normally, this kind of thing is grab first, serve first. The ghost faces wouldn't share with each other. But now, there's no choice, having worked so hard on this guy and breaking a sweat, and not even a peep of effort. I'm definitely not up to it. Anyway, there are many ghost faces wandering around. Those without a host could only feed on a despair drifting through the dark red tide. I'm willing to let them, and they are certainly eager. And there it was, the chainsaw in the second ghost face's hand started up again. However, as it anticipated, the other party not only didn't frown but also revealed a slight smile. Damn. Still not enough. Then continue to call for help. I refuse to believe this. Chapter 280, Bell and Cat. Pain. Too painful. Yi Shao and Fang Li clenched their teeth tightly, their eyes bloodshot. The pain was like thousands of needles piercing directly into the soul, and it also carried a completely different trembling sensation, as if numerous hands were dragging them into hell. They struggled to lift their gaze, everyone else was experiencing the same plight. Yi Shao's eyelids suddenly twitched, his heart trembled. Su. Brother. In his line of sight. Surrounding Tsuchi were terrifying objects, electric saws, butcher knives, beetle worms, and so on, densely packed around him. Just one glance was enough to make one's hair stand on end. And Tsuchi's appearance was even grimmer, flesh and blood flying everywhere, bones cracking noisily, piece by piece. There were also numerous extreme punishment items, floating around in layers both near and far, each one adorned with a ghost face that seemed to be screaming. It seemed like all the ghost faces wandering on the outside had gathered here. The cruel methods of pain and the prey that refused to submit even in the face of death excited them even more. They couldn't even squeeze into the periphery. At this moment, Fang Li's body was trembling slightly as he lifted his gaze. What grudge, what animosity? Has Brother Su violated the heavenly rules? Brother Su. Yi Shao's voice trembled. Are you still there? Tsuchi's voice came through the noise of the electric saw. I'm fine, I feel good right now. Fang Li was stunned for a moment, he suddenly felt ashamed. He couldn't even bear this pain. But the ghost faces were even more shocked. Damn it. We've all ramped up the intensity. And you still feel good. In the anxious land, the special ghost faces were now exuding their own strength. While they were desperately trying, Tsuchi was observing them, his spiritual eyes faintly flickering. These so-called illusions ultimately attacked the spirit, and the feedback to the body. His spiritual power was already outstanding, and his spiritual eyes could completely see through any illusion. After observing for a while, he thought, having the ability to create illusions, feeding on emotions, possessing the potential for growth and collectiveness, this seems to be quite good indeed. He owned a vast expanse of black mist pool, which contained unique strength. Mangekyō had drawn strength from it to form entities that were of the same origin as him. Namely the 70 Black Shadows, forming the Shadow Army. But in reality, it was still in its infancy, the abilities of the Black Shadows had not been fully developed, and their troop type was single and lacked diversity. If the power of the ghost faces could be integrated, perhaps this situation could be broken. As the chaos of the present world approached, everyone was frantically seeking future sanctuary, hoping to find a major power that could offer a place to reside, so as not to be reduced to the struggling lowest forms of life. Yet, Tsuchi had chosen the most dangerous path, to lead a team from obscurity to prominence, one that had no foundation and was even currently unformed. Since that's the case, that's about it. Tsuchi, having understood the information about the ghost faces, decided to get them into his grasp. At present, it seemed that the power formed along the way by the Hustlers sect was not insignificant, but apart from the official the Hustlers Chamber of Commerce, the abnormal organization, Final Home, and the Black Shadow Corps, there was also a frail priest. The rest were still in a state of uncertainty. Take it slow, after all, we need to embark on a journey of starfire spreading wildly, a small world surrounding the large present world with advancing zeal. On this premise, it wouldn't hurt to cultivate some corporate culture, reflecting the inclusiveness and uniqueness of the Hustlers sect. Snap. At this moment, the lucky cat turned its head again. People returned from the depths of hell, gasping for air with pale faces. But Tsuchi didn't hesitate to launch into a rapid assault. For a moment, Yi Shao and Fang Li couldn't even react in time. Brother Su? And the others also turned their gaze, looking at Suchi in astonishment. Surrounded by a host of screaming ghost faces, Suchi moved with incredible speed. He had remained still because he had his eye on the ghost face's strength that originated from the abyss, and he had been thinking about how to acquire it. Now, he probably knew how. Boom. The blood sea, with its pungent odor, was bursting forth fiercely. There were countless monsters roaring as they appeared in Suchi's line of sight. Simultaneously appearing were blood fury value +1, blood fury value +3, blood fury value +2. A surge of hostility emerged wildly. Suchi also noticed the lucky cat spell necklace shimmering. The closer he got, the more intense the terrifying illusions became. And the power of the bell made these illusions seem to have a real lethal force. But in reality, illusions are still illusions. No matter how realistic they appear, they could never become real. The so-called manifestation of illusions into reality is but a strength within the bell, which harbors anxiety and despair, just like the power brought by the deep red phantom. The closer one gets, the more they would be affected by the ghost face's illusions, supposedly being struck by various monsters. In truth, it was the cuts inflicted by their own weapons in the instant they were attacked by the illusions. The god of anxiety spreads the emotion of self-harm and death. Suchi did not yet understand the relationship between the other party and the evil god, but judging by the strength that came from the abyss and the ghost faces originating from the same source as the evil god totem, it could be almost certain that the opponent might come from the abyss camp. The abyss camp and the current world camp. It seemed that only a small part had been seen so far, and this grand ancient war involved far more than imagined. The bell shone ever more brightly. The red light was incredibly unsettling. And Suchi felt the effect of the deep red eerie strength. A high spiritual power doesn't mean complete immunity, but with the 20% resistance that comes with spiritual eyes. Chapter 281, Bell and Cat. His problem wasn't big. The worst case scenario would be to simulate the evil god's aura again to see if he could deceive it. Of course, this was based on the premise that the evil god was the big boss who could be suppressed. Suchi's figure didn't stop. Like everyone else, he was blasted away. Many who were also approaching narrowed their eyes slightly. There was only one chance for the bell seal. How could they possibly give up? Frantically avoiding illusions. As long as they weren't struck by the fatal attacks formed by the illusions, the anxious power brought by the deep red bell wouldn't make them self-harm. But Suchi, after all, was brute-forcing his way through. He quickly ran in front of Lucky Cat, without any hesitation jumped forward. That guy. Why is he just rushing up like that? He seems different from the others. He might actually succeed. No way. Someone's eyes turned cold, and they suddenly burst forth with tremendous power, slamming towards Suchi's direction. At the current level, there were beings of varying strengths mixed together. After all, under the rules restriction, strength was not the decisive factor, at least in front of Lucky Cat. Ranks like 9th, 8th and even 7th were all the same. But once there was a conflict of interest, it was different. It wasn't just that one person. At this moment, many of those rushing at the front all simultaneously made their move. They were the ones who previously stood still, but it seemed not because they had strong wills, but because protective artifacts on them were shining brightly, countering the weird forces. Clearly they had come prepared. The killing move came extremely suddenly. Those at the back, who only wanted to survive, watched this scene with eyes full of doubt and suspicion. The atmosphere that was peaceful and non-interfering, why did it suddenly become tense with murderous intent? Nightwatch and Fang Li's faces changed slightly. They instantly recognized those who made the moves, the members who had come from various powers. Their purpose for being here was naturally very specific, as they weren't chosen by the Eye of Destiny. Everyone was a tough player, with interests supreme. Their previous stillness was just observation. Collecting information. After all, they could see the clues and the fatal danger. They just didn't expect that it was only the third round, and someone was charging forward like this. Moreover, it seemed vaguely like they might succeed. Suchi naturally noticed the attack from behind. After all, his blood fury value was constantly rising. Of course, this hostility would target anyone in that position, and they wouldn't hesitate to attack. However, it wasn't a big problem. Suchi was standing on the Lucky Cat. The huge cat was dozens of meters tall, like a building, with various golden lights gleaming, actually golden studs protruding from bandages. This was indeed a large mechanical body, but inside was certainly hiding something else. Boom. The attacks from the crowd were dodged by Suchi. The terrifying force erupted on the exterior of Lucky Cat. Bandages shattered, exposing part of the metal shell inside. To actually go for the kill. Nightwatch's eyelids twitched violently, and without hesitation, he rushed forth. I'll go help. After giving those people a glance, Fang Li hesitated for a moment but ultimately clenched his teeth and followed suit. Even though those people were members of a powerful organization, they appeared to not have high status within it. Probably so-called protectors. In other words, the convoy, using all their strength to help the boss notch up the score. The two of them made their move, intercepting a part of the force for Tsuchi. But that was all. Go. Tsuchi's thunder hammer erupted, tied with a black and red table tennis racket, the latter a spiritual weapon that could absorb attacks. While some of the energy was absorbed, some still scattered over Tsuchi, causing his body to tremble slightly. He saw his physical strength decrease. Striking really hard there, but luckily I'm not bad myself. And in the next moment, Tsuchi slammed down with a hammer. The power of thunder combined with the energy just absorbed. It burst forth violently. The faces of the crowd turned grim. Their own attacks were somehow returned to sender intact. Bang! The thunder exploded on the ground. The affected area was not small. Whoosh! Nightwatch suddenly widened his eyes as he saw the thunder that just whizzed by. Fuck, Brother Su, you're hitting your own guys, right? Tsuchi smiled harmlessly. Don't worry, I calculated it. There won't be friendly fire. You. Cough cough cough. Fang Li was choked by the black smoke, his body flickered with electricity, his hair frizzed out, and he roared angrily with a darkened face. You. Dare to repeat that? After this wave of attack, the crowd couldn't help but look a bit gloomy. Wanting to continue the obstruction. But Tsuchi didn't care about them. Already he leaped fiercely, quickly closing in on the bell. Many people spoke with murderous intent, seeking death. And just at that moment, the bell suddenly shook violently, and the surrounding ghost masks let out crazed roars, as if they were influenced, furiously lunging at Tsuchi to tear him to pieces. At the same time, the head of the Lucky Cat also instantly turned around. Damn it! Dummy! Fang Li and Yishao, who were still helping Tsuchi share the pressure, felt their scalps tingle and immediately stopped in their tracks. Everyone else also ceased all activity at once, their eyes fixed intently ahead. They were looking at the deep red bell flashing madly, slightly relaxed. Their gaze grew calmer. In such a situation, Tsuchi, who was just about to receive the only unique reward, suddenly flipped. To become the most dangerous person. Large quantities of ghost masks, under the glare of the unsettling deep red light, revealed sharp fangs. The Lucky Cat's eyes were fixated on Tsuchi with a faint glimmer. The bell marked with handprints even formed various sharp blood spikes. They circled around like teeth, seemingly prepared to devour him. But Tsuchi didn't stop moving. I think you've got one thing wrong. My first goal was never to place a handprint. Instead, Tsuchi suddenly swung the 100-man slaughter blade at the metal ring next to him. Bell. This bell was the root of everything, possessing the power of the god of anxiety, and it was also connected to the entire outer shell of the Lucky Cat. Whoosh! Although the 100-man slaughter blade was sharp, it was still far from enough. The Lucky Cat was all metal shell, incredibly hard. There was but a faint mark left on the bell collar with a bang. But a majestic incomplete phantom suddenly appeared on Tsuchi's body, a fragment of an angel's broken wing. Name, Angel. Falling Grace, Type, Ancient Relic, Quality, Legend, Spiritual Power Consumption, 1000, Function. Using this skill will grant the traits of the angel race. Traits, Bladeless Feather. The weapons you use will carry an indomitable effect. Existing traits will be retained, so they can be used directly next time. Current level, Single-Winged Angel. Effect duration is 1 minute. Note that if the weapon is below perfect level, it will be damaged after use, and currently the indomitable effect cannot damage legendary items. This skill was a super special spiritual power technique awarded to Tsuchi after his points reached hundreds of millions. He had barely used it himself. After all, this indomitable effect was targeted, facing any kind of hard, protective items. It had a bug-level breaking defense terrible power. But there was no need to use against flesh and blood bodies like pollution monsters. At this moment, however, it was more than enough. Terrifying tentacles burst out, aiming to devour Tsuchi with the speed of lightning. But the wings behind him gathered light on the 100-man slaughter blade in Tsuchi's hands. Indomitable. Boom. The weight of the blade directly sliced through the bell collar. Not only that, the blade's bright light swept against the heavy metal shell. The massive outer shell of the Lucky Cat was cleaved open by an ordinary slaughter blade, leaving a sharp gash. One could hear the various red lights flickering and sparking. The bell fell out. But Tsuchi reached out to catch it steadily as the ghost faces roared in frenzy as if they had seen something terrifying. Alert! Alert! Large groups of deep red light were flickering. The entire colossal Lucky Cat collapsed with a bang. And those tentacles, as if they had frozen, violently retracted back. Under everyone's astonished gaze, a ginger cat slowly climbed out from within, its eyes somewhat calm as it gazed upon Tsuchi. So this is the real brother cat. The residual wings on Tsuchi's body dissipated along with the 100-man slaughter blade in his hands. Now, along with Brother Haishing, It seems like the once trio is fully alive again. At the same time, Tsuchi looked around at the intense alarm sound. The area was plummeting rapidly. Seems like I've stirred up some trouble. Chapter 282, Fall. The last layer of anxious land. The entire area was descending with a rumble. The speed was very fast, accompanied by the shrill sound of the alarm bells. Brother Cat leaped onto Tsuchi's shoulder, seemingly very weak. Noticing Tsuchi was about to ask something, it sent a weak, fluctuating wave from its body. Tsuchi tensed slightly, and the next moment, he knew what Brother Cat was thinking. So the bell is the core energy output of the area? I just destroyed the confinement and released it from the imprisoned energy hub's body. Now, the alarms are going off like crazy because there are other elemental devouring beasts of the same race also made into various hubs, controlled in various areas, and you need my help to set them free? What's the plan? Brother Cat's eyes looked towards the bell collar in Tsuchi's hands. Meow. It called out weakly, seeming to need the bell. Tsuchi immediately got its point. You want to lick my hand? Brother Cat almost couldn't resist swiping at Tsuchi. Its cat's paw trembled as it raised it, but then limply fell. This fellow was indeed very weak. At this moment, the area was still descending, but no one relaxed. Some people, especially looking at the bell in Tsuchi's hand, eyed Tsuchi coldly, but in their hesitation, they logically chose not to act immediately. That bell must be something extraordinary. He shouldn't have gotten it. That cat, connected to the earlier tentacles, must be the near-extinct elemental devouring beast. But no matter, it is now in a weakened state, said people from the major forces, their gazes cold yet knowledgeable. The flashing red lights and the ghost faces staring intently at the bell as they roared in anger proved this point. Tsuchi also felt the mounting hostility, and his blood fury value was rising. He raised the bell. Wait for me a moment. He pressed his hand onto the mark on the bell, and the entire imprint emitted a red glow, connecting directly to Brother Cat itself. Points were doubling. It wasn't just simple data, but a clear mass of light points suddenly gathering around him. The imprint dissipated, and what remained was the bell collar itself. Tsuchi shook it slightly, causing the surrounding ghost faces to roar madly, as if angrily warning Tsuchi not to mess with the content of the bell, which seemed to contain something. Without hesitation, he tossed the belt to Brother Cat, who swallowed it in one gulp. Crack! A tide-like burst of red exploded. Brother Cat's whole body visibly trembled. The surrounding alarm sounded even more urgent. The ghost faces trembled wildly. Streams of deep red strength surged out. Brother Cat opened its mouth and violently devoured the deep red power. After all, Brother Cat's race was an elemental devouring beast, capable of devouring all energy and items, which was one of the reasons why Tsuchi handed it over. Only it could withstand your power. The ghost faces were howling as if in extreme panic. And the next moment, Brother Cat actually opened its mouth, and a variety of dazzling, twisted lights burst forth, directly shooting upwards. In the closed-off area, it opened up a dazzling channel. This was the unique ability of an elemental devouring beast, able to open a traversing channel, of course, provided it had devoured enough energy, and it itself could still withstand it. The deep red power made Brother Cat's fur stand on end. It yowled in immense pain, but it still stubbornly persisted. In the dazzling channel, images floated up faintly. Tsuchi's eyes slightly hardened. Inside the dazzling channel appeared dozens of other areas. All the people placed in various areas for the audience were there. Simultaneously, there were also energy hubs made into various models, all filled with ancient traces, somewhat different from Brother Cat. All elemental devouring beasts? Tsuchi could see. There existed forces that captured elemental devouring beasts and used their traits to construct energy hubs for purposes unknown, but clearly, it was a form of imprisonment. The area's descent was getting faster and faster. It was supposed to stop several layers before reaching the bottom, but now it seemed it couldn't stop at all. And at this moment, Brother Cat's body kept showing up red spots, with blood seeping out, indicating that the energy from the bell was too much for it to bear. It suddenly extended hundreds of tentacles from its mouth, directly through the dazzling channel, penetrating the ripples. It was destroying all the restrictions on the hubs, freeing all the imprisoned kin. The crowd watched this scene in shocked suspicion, although some didn't understand what was happening, but they also saw other people from other areas through the dazzling channel. But right now, they couldn't care less, because the area's descent increasingly quickened. Everyone was already floating up from the ground, and the other area's hubs were also being destroyed by Brother Cat's burst of power, all experiencing the same situation. Falling. Uncontrolled descent. The walls were crackling with sparks. Numerous ghost faces twisted and howled, like the famous painting called The Scream. While at the same time, all the lights suddenly went out, not plunging into darkness, as the deep red flashing emergency lights reflected in everyone's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone distinctly felt a heavy sound, as if something had been disturbed, was very angry, and wanted to come closer from beyond the area. The heavy footsteps, like meteorites falling, made everyone's eardrums quiver, while all the areas also noticeably trembled continuously. Chapter 283, Fall. The last layer of anxious land. The deep red was intensifying. It seemed to be furious that someone had disrupted this place, and equally enraged that someone had tampered with the energy hub, releasing all the elemental devouring beasts. It was heading this way. Tsuchi watched the scene unfold, turning to Brother Cat. Brother Cat, I feel that since you've done this, you must have a way to solve it. With a snap, Brother Cat's flesh and fur burst open, his body unable to withstand the powerful strength and on the brink of collapse. Good grief. Tsuchi's eyelids twitched. If you don't have the skills, don't take on the job, he thought. Had he known, he would have done it himself, directly detonating the energy inside. And blown up this place. And yet, the alarm was still sounding. Suddenly, that voice which had appeared before gently rang out again. TSK. I just went to take a nap, and when I return. This is what happens. I had wanted to stir things up later. But now, it's all come bursting out. The voice muttered to itself, as if not particularly urgent. Since that's the case. Boom. Terrifying strength seemed to collide head-on. Someone had intercepted the dangerous entity that was approaching. It appeared as though a battle had erupted. The thick walls of the area were sealed, but vibrations could still be felt. An anxious aura permeated the entire space. And at this moment, Brother Cat fell too, the brilliant corridor losing its supporting strength. Slowly dissipating. He was covered in wounds, barely alive. Tsuchi grabbed him by the throat, picking up the magical conch. Brother Haishing. I'm leaving him in your care. The conch gave off subtle ripples, and Tsuchi tossed Brother Cat inside. The magical conch formed its own space, and once Patrick entered, Tsuchi felt like he was holding a Pokemon ball. Now, leaving Brother Cat in the care of the coarse-nerved Patrick, he couldn't help but wonder if it was the right choice. Rumbling vibrations. The entire area shook, and everyone felt uneasy. The speed at which the area was descending was much faster than agreed upon before. According to previous statements, they were supposed to descend slowly, making stops, resting, exchanging tools, and having the chance to leave after exchanging all their points. But now, they seemed to have skipped all selectable processes. They were being forced to plunge into the very bottom. Nightwatch and Fang Li also appeared next to Tsuchi, their expressions anxious and solemn. Brother Su, what on earth is going on? Just after that cat appeared, it's as if we've encountered a sudden incident. Everything that just happened seemed to have caused a serious chain reaction. And Tsuchi, looking up at the sky, said, Why ask me? I don't know. Maybe this gigantic elevator is just poorly maintained. The battle vibrations continued, and the speaker and the constructor of this place didn't seem to be on the same side. The former seemed more like a guider to everyone. Tsuchi couldn't help but ponder a question. Could this guider be related to that hospital? Or one of those people? A caregiver? The entity from room number 4 who hadn't shown up? Or could it be Dali, who claimed to be the chief doctor yet was never in his office? Meanwhile, Tsuchi also noticed the presence of black fog, mingling with the deep red, seemingly trying to infiltrate through the gaps. This also suggested they were getting closer and closer to the ultimate hell of the anxious land. Tsuchi slightly nodded. One can only say Brother Cat is young and reckless, too impulsive. The magical conch on Tsuchi's body rippled slightly. Brother Cat seemed to have regained some consciousness but was still weak. Faintly reminding Tsuchi. I can hear you bad-mouthing me. Calling him Brother Cat to his face, but Brother Cat behind his back. Tsuchi felt no shame at being discovered, looking around. Then, while we still have time, Brother Cat. Please explain the situation. The area continued to fall, the alarm blared incessantly, but the anxious land was like an abyss, and for the moment, you could only see black fog swirling, yet to reach the bottom. And Tsuchi just took the opportunity to ask why the Patrick that had previously left and why he had reappeared here, and why both of them ended up in this state. As for why he didn't ask Patrick. Hey. Brother Cat is a normal cat, it actually managed to communicate its intentions through spiritual energy fluctuations, faster than a standard conversation. Tsuchi slightly raised his eyebrows, mused. So that's how it is. It and Brother Haishing were both homeless, lonely creatures. After they had lost their restrictions and gained freedom, they teamed up to travel between worlds. Brother Haishing was looking for his home, while Brother Cat was searching for its missing kin. They both managed to make quite a few enemies, and there were forces coveting them, but Brother Haishing was very powerful in his own right, and Brother Cat could open portals to escape. They followed the traces and finally found the anxious land. This sealed-off space was normally an inaccessible and dangerous area. But Brother Cat was indeed quite special. It stubbornly opened up a chaotic passage. It originally didn't want Patrick, who was its companion, to enter, but the latter foolishly followed along anyway. The passage through the chaos was unstable, scattering them. Patrick accidentally fell into the Devil's Sea, where he caught the eye of the deep red shadowy will and was cursed. Whereas Brother Cat, relying on its own ability, delved deep into the anxious land. It did, indeed, find its kin, except they were discovered and suppressed by some entity, and turned into an energy hub. Until now. That entity should be the person now fighting the Guider, Tsuchi mused lightly. But if all these areas are energy hubs, what exactly is their purpose? Do you know, Brother Cat? He couldn't see beyond his line of sight right now and naturally couldn't glean too much information. Supplying energy, Brother Cat's spiritual energy sent waves, transmitting the message. While imprisoned, I had no self-control, only to be used as an energy storage device, inundated with massive amounts of energy, then drained away, but in my haze, I seemed to have seen the convergence point for all the hubs. That's the sunken remnant at the bottom. A broken corpse. Tsuchi fell deep into thought. A corpse? He linked this to the bottom layers and the previous information about the deep red fragment and preemptively matched up the god of anxiety. How incomplete? Brother Cat couldn't answer. According to Brother Cat's account, it couldn't see the remnant corpse clearly, as if some rule prevented it from directly looking at it. However, judging by the vague outlines, it seemed that many parts were missing. At this moment, the temperature within the area grew even colder. However, with a boom, the fluctuations of the battle seemed to pause somewhat, showing that the confrontation had reached a conclusion. And after a brief 10 seconds or so, a voice slowly began to speak. Its tone was light-hearted, but seemed somewhat agitated, clearly indicating that the recent battle wasn't a small skirmish. You really do bring me trouble. But congratulations, you're quite lucky to still be alive after all this. Everyone tensed up slightly. Many young Master Spirit Kings, offspring of powerful entities, and rising stars of great forces all furrowed their brows. Although the crumbling of these areas induced panic, it wasn't to the extent of causing death, right? Only Tsuchi understood. That statement seemed to be about himself. Causing the unexpected situation. Brother Cat's burst of strength had even touched the core. Disturbing the terrifying danger. And if it hadn't appeared just in time to repel the other party, then they all would have met with death. Although it was indeed unexpected. But this also isn't without its opportunities. The voice trailed off with a playful laugh. Listen carefully. Everyone's ears pricked up. What they could anticipate was, the thick walls of each area had surely been sealed with various horrific rituals, and even that terrifying battle's fluctuations had only transmitted a fraction, with no sign of damage. Only now, everyone heard the horrifying screams and scratching noises from outside, growing clearer and clearer. The unsettling sensation made everyone's hair stand on end. It seemed the area was slowing down, not because it was being controlled, but because it was continuously smashing into obstacles. With a bang, all the alarms in the area smashed to pieces. The descending trend of the area stopped abruptly. No one knew what had happened, nor where they were, only to hear that voice slowly rising. Congratulations, you've speedrun through the 6th layer, Ghost Face Hell, skipped the 5th layer, Azura Death, and due to completely insufficient points, also missed the 4th layer's reward, Contact with the Temple. Now, this is the last layer of the Anxious Land. I can only say 2 words. Good luck. Chapter 284, Yellow-Robed Priest, Where the Hell Did I End Up? The yellow-robed priest's soul fire was flickering faintly, as it slowly emerged from within the ring. It had been indeed too weak before and couldn't maintain communication with the outside world for an extended time, so it needed to sleep for recovery. However, it had timed its slumber well, not daring to sleep for too long. After all, this place was the Anxious Land. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it became. It had to ensure that Suboxian, this mortal, could make it to the location of the 4th layer of the temple, so that it could restore its damaged spiritual body. According to its knowledge of the Anxious Land, the 6th layer should still last a while, and although this fellow liked to mess around, he had his own unique solutions. Sleeping for just 2 hours to maintain the soul fire should not be a big issue. And Tsuchi certainly noticed the tiny flicker of the fingernail-sized soul fire on the ring. You're awake. Tsuchi's voice came warmly. Brother Huang, you woke up just in time. We really need your help right now. The yellow-robed priest was slightly startled. How had this guy's attitude done a 180-degree turn? It was well aware of Tsuchi's character. To put it simply in 2 words, terrible. To say it in 4 words, extremely terrible. When he wanted to extract information from you, he would call you Brother Huang. When he didn't need you, he would call you Old Demon Huang. It looked like the guy must have encountered some sort of trouble or insurmountable danger. That was more like it. After all, judging by the time, they had already delved into the 6th or, if making faster progress, reached the 5th layer. Like a progressive equation, the density of black fog and the level of danger on each subsequent layer were the sum of all the previous layers. Especially, there was something unspeakably horrifying and lethal down at the very bottom. However, what did that have to do with it wanting only to use the temple to restore its body? It only needed to guide Tsuchi to reach the 4th layer of the temple, and then they would go their separate ways. Although it had deceived the boy about many things, it was not a big problem. After all, it had let him have a chance to contact the temple. Throughout history, many audiences had gone to the Anxious Land, but only a handful could reach the 4th layer and obtain the power of the temple. This was also a sort of God-given inheritance, vast in variations, like the ocean, where even a single scoop held infinite potential. Some grew up to become sovereigns of their domain, others were coveted and hunted, unable to grow strong and ultimately meeting a pathetic downfall. However, that was none of its business. Being able to acquire a God-given inheritance was enough to repay the mortal's favor, and it still needed to recover its strength, carefully conceal itself, guarding against being found by that individual. Just waking up and being called by Tsuchi, the yellow-robed priest had a plan in mind. As suspected, you have encountered a danger you cannot deal with. The yellow-robed priest chuckled lightly. Weren't you quite capable before? Now you've thought of me? Of course, now I really can't do without you, Brother Huang. Sure, stop with the flattery. The yellow-robed priest felt refreshed. Sometimes what pleases you isn't a sycophant becoming even more obsequious, but someone with Subuxian's character turning around and asking you for a favor. I'm not just saying it, Brother Huang, you're really important right now. It showed a smile. Alright, let me have a look first. It radiated soul power through the ring and its brows furrowed slightly. There seemed to be very few people around, only about a dozen or so, fewer than before it went to sleep. And why did it feel like these people all seemed to have pale faces, as if their mental state had collapsed, some even trembling? What happened? Is it necessary to be so fearful? Tsuchi nodded in agreement as well. I think so, their psychological quality is just too poor. Right, what did you mean when you said you needed me? I don't seem to see any danger. Aside from some darkness, there wasn't too much else, mostly just the vast yellow sand, filled with an ancient aura. It's like this, a guy before said. After we arrive here, the only chance of life is to find the lost objects and locate the burial place of the coffins to have any hope of survival. I thought to myself. After all, you are an old. Ah no, you've lived from the ancient days till now, an old priest rich in experience and broad in knowledge, and this place is an ancient battlefield, so you should be quite familiar with it. That is natural. The yellow-robed priest suddenly paused. Wait, what place did you just mention? Is my Mandarin not clear? Tsuchi repeated the 3 words, ancient battlefield, ancient battlefield. The yellow-robed priest fell silent, its soul fire flickering in the ring, and after a few seconds, the voice trembled with slight disbelief. This is which layer again? Didn't I just say it? Look at my memory. Tsuchi gave an apologetic smile and paused. This seems to be the last layer of the Anxious Land. Don't believe me, look. Tsuchi raised a finger. The yellow-robed priest, from within the ring, followed the direction indicated by Tsuchi. It saw the endless black fog, swallowing and enveloping everything like nihility. It saw the deep red suffusion as if blood was churning in its midst. It saw numerous shattered space fragments of the battlefield, in the nihility, floating like an asteroid belt, revolving around. The yellow-robed priest's soul fire trembled, as if memories from the old days were resurrecting, traces of ruin and cruelty penetrating into its mind. Why? Why? Why the most enchanting are the most dangerous? Why love would let? Tsuchi crooned. Shut your damn singing. The yellow-robed priest roared. I was asking why, why we're on the last layer of the Anxious Land. Why in this godforsaken ancient battlefield. Chapter 285, Yellow-robed priest, where the hell am I? Tsuchi innocently spread his hands. Don't ask me, I don't know, it has nothing to do with me, I'm a victim too. The yellow-robed priest was breathing heavily. It admitted to itself that it was panicking. This place was the ancient battlefield. The very core, the most dangerous part of the Anxious Land. It had just wanted to enter the temple and then hunker down. But never expected to wake up and find itself directly on the last level. Tsuchi tried to comfort it. I understand that feeling, it's like you're driving on a winding mountain road, you doze off, then you wake up to find your car flying midair. Yellow-robed priest. You sure have a way with words. Grinding its teeth, it said. What exactly happened? I only slept for a moment. Why did we suddenly end up here? It's a long story, but to put it simply, there was a sudden accident, a malfunction. Naturally, Tsuchi started to deflect blame. The yellow-robed priest took a deep breath, its mind in turmoil. It couldn't accept this. Its plan had been to use Tsuchi to go to the temple and slowly regain its strength, but now it had ended up in the most dangerous bottom level. Damn it. What kind of freak accident was this? Its mentality completely collapsed. Under the trembling of the wavering soul fire, the yellow-robed priest almost passed out again. But it was, after all, someone who had been through a lot, and after a series of desperate curses, it finally calmed down a bit, only a bit, because after all, they were here. That was a fact that couldn't be changed. What was most important now was to survive. At this time, Yi Shao and Fang Li came over. Brother Su, we just went to probe the information around us. What's the situation? We can only say it is extremely difficult to advance. This so-called ancient battlefield seems to be filled everywhere with an unsettling, apocalyptic scenery and various indescribable dangers, Fang Li began to describe thoughtfully. For instance, in one area where the mountains and earth were splitting apart, there were also spurts of black blood gushing from the fissures. All tools touched by it were instantly corroded. From a distance, I saw heavy rain at a far-off place, but on closer inspection, it turned out to be raining meatballs. There's a line of naked monsters with long arms and legs. They sit with their faces covered, backs turned to us, packed tightly. We don't know what they are waiting for. What does Brother Huang say? Tsuchi asked the yellow-robed priest. The yellow-robed priest took a deep breath, a fearful tone in its voice. The ancient battlefield once saw countless strange creatures, lives, high beings fiercely fighting. Such wars darkened the skies and the lands, unimaginably went on for hundreds of years. The traits, abilities that erupted have left indelible marks. And the part of the anxious land's ancient battlefield, although it is just an insignificant fragment of the original battlefield, the marks remain too numerous. So you must choose the correct path. A wrong step could very likely lead to utter ruin. Tsuchi gave a thumbs up. Brother Huang's words are worth 2 days of reading. Although he had seen a lot of information, the yellow-robed priest's explanation was very comprehensive, connecting fragmented information. At the same time, Tsuchi also realized that the yellow-robed priest was now indeed too panicked to lie or hide anything, its fear causing its soul fire to tremble constantly. It was fully focused on giving Tsuchi advice. At this moment it had only one thought, to find a way out and survive. Yi Shao at this moment looked into the distance. Currently, people in every region should have spread out in other places, including those who fell from our region are now only left with more than a dozen people. He turned to look at Tsuchi. So, I was wondering if Brother Su could ask for Lord Cat to make an appearance again, see if we can find the others, and start to regroup. After all, under such circumstances, they had to assemble all their strength. Tsuchi, however, shook his head. Not just yet. Brother Cat's strength also had a cool-down period and was currently recovering. Wait a minute. The yellow-robed priest suddenly spoke up, his voice tinged with slight doubt. What does he mean by Lord Cat? Why haven't I heard this part before? Tsuchi looked at him. Because I generally omit information that is irrelevant and not important. Watching Tsuchi's expression, the yellow-robed priest harbored a skeptical heart, feeling somewhat anxious. It looked quite sincere. Might as well believe him for now. After all, an event that could cause an accident in the anxious land must be a very special situation, and it probably had little to do with a little guy like him. Turning his head, the yellow-robed priest even felt his previous thoughts were somewhat ridiculous. Sigh. Indeed, he was a bit confused. After all, who wouldn't be flustered waking up to find themselves deep in hell? At this moment, Fang Li contemplating, then spoke. It seems that we can only discuss among ourselves for now and wait for the guider to appear after reaching the next location. After falling into this place, the guider's abilities seemed to be unable to maintain contact for too long, intermittently cutting off after relaying some critical information. After all, he had just fought a terrifying entity and, although he had fended off the opponent, it appeared he had used up quite a bit of energy. And this guider also reminded everyone of one thing. Follow the sound of the pulse. To reach the next safe haven, I will naturally appear to help you. Yet, the sound of the pulse did not appear directly, it seemed necessary to search for its clues. Over here. There seems to be some movement. At this moment, the scattered group of around 50 people were collecting information and clues, when suddenly someone shouted, pressing his ear to the ground. I hear the sound of a pulse. Underneath the sky, lit by a yellow sandstorm and deep red sky dome, he pointed in a direction. It's from over there. His finger suddenly trembled. Because in that direction, there was a mass of bloodied corpses. Piling up on the ground, A sight that could be described as a corpse mountain atop a blood sea. Let me verify it. A man clad in a black robe walked over calmly, closed his eyes, and listened. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his eyes. It's indeed in that direction, but you pointed slightly off. The actual source is about 23 degrees 34 from here. The discoverer was stunned. That precise? It must be. The man in black looked into the distance. This place is fraught with danger and space ripples. Apocalyptic scenes and what they call peculiarities can change within the ripples. We cannot trust our eyes, we can only follow the sound of that pulse. In such a situation, a single misstep is death. If possible, I hope everyone follows my suggestions now. The man spoke earnestly. So I can try to ensure our passage through the perilous area to reach the next guiding point. Night Watcher glanced at the man's composed figure and whispered to Suchi and Fang Li. Who is this guy? I don't know. But Fang Li spoke with a trace of awe. His analysis is very impressive. Suchi gazed at the man. His strength seems quite formidable too. He noticed many advanced quality tools of protection on the man, and beyond that, a strong strength hidden within him, different from the temperament of those so-called core members. It looked like another young master from a major power? Anyway, he's right, Suchi smiled. Let's go see what demons and monsters lie within the final layer of this anxious land. The yellow-robed priest silently observed the surroundings. And Suchi. Everyone was solemn, proceeding with the utmost caution, except for this guy who seemed to be strolling leisurely. Why does it feel like he's actually excited? But only Suchi himself understood. At the very start, in that strange hospital he had entered, the various instructions and the entities he had encountered there, along with the information he had seen with the stethoscope. And the god of anxiety and even the yellow-robed priest. It seems the answers would be found here. Chapter 286, Outer God? Master of Destruction? Suchi and a group of over 10 people followed the sound of the pulse. Everywhere they looked carried traces of ancient decay. After all, this place was a fragment of the ancient battlefield that had crumbled and been suppressed in the deepest layer of the anxious land. The other people were perhaps just astonished by the various bizarre scenes and remnants, which had created numerous dangerous areas. But the yellow-robed priest was different from the others. He looked at those scenes, obviously aware of something, and with a slightly trembling voice, said, Suboxian, I must remind you again that the fragment of the ancient battlefield on this last layer is not as simple as you imagine. It is taboo, and it is a great terror. Suchi noticed the yellow-robed priest's hesitation. If you continue to speak in riddles, I won't mind acting according to my own ideas. Was that a threat? The yellow-robed priest took a deep breath, his tone growing more solemn. Some information is not that I don't want to say, but rather that mere thought of it here must leave traces, where taboos and terrors prevail. For someone like you, a mortal, the less you know, the better. However, it now seems that I must inform you of this information in order to increase the likelihood of finding a way to survive. His voice dropped slightly. Now I need to mention a god. It is right here on this last layer. To you, it is already taboo, terror, the embodiment of death. You need to prepare yourself mentally. This god is the god of anxiety. Boom, boom, boom. As if to match the tone of the yellow-robed priest, there was a loud bang in the sky, causing everyone's ears to ache. The deep red of the sky and a black fog were gathering, forming huge meteor-like shapes falling from above, crashing down randomly. No one knew when the next one might land on their heads. Once they hit the ground, one could clearly see various twisted beings inside them, howling or altering the terrain. Strange forces turned it into domains of forbidden rules that were not easy to escape. Suchi, eyeing these twisted and terrifying forces, muttered to himself. Why is there a response just from mentioning a name? There was no change when the yellow-robed master was mentioned earlier. Nonsense, the yellow-robed priest panicked. The situation with the yellow-robed master is different. After all, that being's location of slumber is unknown, and it is also an outer god. As long as it's not in front of us, there's no big problem. But the anxious land is completely different. It really suppresses a terrifying divine being. Mentioning another deity's name in the presence of others was like shouting outside the CEO of Penguin's office. However, Suchi didn't care about this. He had already decided to extract all information from the yellow-robed priest. He pondered softly. What do you mean by the outer god that you just mentioned? The yellow-robed priest sighed. First, you need to understand that the god's palace is a union of the gods of the present world, used to oppose the dreadful abyss. And the outer gods do not come from these two factions. Understood? The abyss represents evil, the present world represents order. And the outer gods are basically chaos or neutral. Outer gods. Although not numerous compared to those of the present world, Many among them are frightening and powerful beings, like the yellow-robed master. Ordinary divine beings wouldn't be given such significant names like master. Similar beings include death, space, thunder, destruction, formless, and so forth. These are all top-notch beings, typically representing mythical realms. Tsuchi murmured to himself. The Master of Destruction. He recognized this familiar name. He roughly knew that the Master of Destruction was very powerful but hadn't realized it was at such a level. Awesome. His debt just got even richer. Is there a Master of the Abyss too? Tsuchi suddenly asked out of nowhere. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tsuchi clearly felt the yellow-robed priest shiver but received no direct answer. Rather, he spoke faintly. Suboxian, curiosity will only harm you. He didn't answer directly, obviously touching on some secrets he knew. Just slowly said. Anyway, the god of anxiety is the embodiment of despair, dreaded by the gods, and even consuming vast resources just to barely suppress it. Now, you must be fully alert to face the unknown dangers. Although the yellow-robed priest hadn't finished his words, yet Tsuchi had nearly gotten all he needed. The god of anxiety came from the abyss, but it seemed to be only one of the subordinates. Who was the being above? Was it the master of the abyss? Or the evil god? Or was the evil god actually the master of the abyss? Whichever possibility, Tsuchi felt that the evil god seemed even more intricate. The god slumbered. Only the evil god was sealed but still stirred occasionally. The man in black suddenly stretched out his hand and said solemnly, "Everyone, be careful. We are about to leave the safe area now. Everyone must stick together, keep close, and absolutely do not scatter. Do not believe everything your eyes see." Someone was slightly stunned. Why? Because. Fang Li replied calmly. Based on the journey just now, the pulse sound changes direction approximately every minute, so we need to constantly adjust. Only the pulse sound is our true guide. The man in black looked at Fang Li and nodded slightly. Good observation skills, but you missed one thing. It's not the pulse that changes, but the space. There are twisted ripples in between that alter the path of transmission, so what you see is not real. Fang Li suddenly realized and pondered. I see. I have learned something. The man in black looked ahead. The area before them was densely packed. Various skeletal, emaciated naked monsters with elongated limbs sat hunched over, filling the entire path ahead, and they needed to traverse through them. Chapter 287 Outer God? Master of Destruction? Even though the group proceeded with caution, nothing happened, which was peaceful compared to other areas where lethal dangers were immediately visible. But the group still dared not let their guard down, considering the monsters they faced looked terrifying and bizarre. Yi Shao shuddered as he spoke. They all have their backs turned to us. Does it signify some meaning or taboo? Tsuchi glanced back and said softly. Good question, but you've missed something. Yi Shao? Can't you ever give a compliment? The man in black was also taken aback. Why does that sound so familiar? Did I not just say that? That is, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Tsuchi activated the Rubik's Cube towards one of the monsters. Name, Rubik's Cube, type, skill, quality, perfect, function. Once activated, it can pull any enemy into the magic cube domain, cannot be used continuously on the same person. Note, the domain blocks external attacks and will break once over the limit value. Cost, 500 physical strength. Note, a real man fights 1v1, under the influence, that monster virtually got pulled into the magic cube domain instantly. This skill, given as a reward by the exclamation mark, typically had a nearly 100% success rate, and although generally used on lower sequences, Tsuchi believed it had a mandatory pulling effect even on stronger entities. Of course, it usually wasn't very helpful. Trying to pull a high sequence into the magic cube domain for a 1v1, in the blink of an eye, just to have it smash the domain to smithereens, would be nothing more than trouble for oneself. Right now, it was the perfect moment to activate the Rubik's Cube. As the group watched the monster being pulled out, they were slightly stunned. Is that really possible? And Tsuchi was now face to face with the monster, seeing the face clearly. It looked like a hairless, white-skinned humanoid monster with visible bones, claws, and sharp teeth. However, only one gaze was laid. The creature suddenly gave a muffled scream, as if disturbed, angrily turning its head and lunging at Tsuchi. It was as if the hatred gauge spiked as though Tsuchi had insulted its innocence. The next moment, Tsuchi didn't fight back but instead instantly entered the magic cube domain, but the monster lunged out without any hindrance. Seeing this, Tsuchi, astonished, pondered for a moment then retreated towards the group. I'll leave it to you guys. The group was taken aback. Damn it. Can't you give us a moment to react and discuss? The monster's infuriated screams continued as it lunged towards Tsuchi. Get it. The man in black reacted the fastest, motioning Fang Li and Yi Shao, who quickly moved to attack. The others followed suit. However, the monster fixed its attention solely on Tsuchi, ignoring everyone else. Though it was incredibly powerful, being around 7th rank, maybe even close to 6th, it was ultimately bombarded into pieces by the group's combined efforts. Watching this, Tsuchi, holding a notebook that appeared out of nowhere, wrote down while gently speaking. Subject number 1, dead, cause of death, presumably glanced at me too many times, now moving on to subject number 2. He prepared to activate the Rubik's Cube ability again. Someone pantingly voiced their dismay. Again? Tsuchi grinned slightly. According to my observations, we need to find a path that doesn't disturb any monster. You saw the strength of just one just now, plus with such a large number, one wrong step means being overwhelmed to death by countless monsters. The group shuddered slightly. Just as they were about to turn their heads to look at those terrifying numbers of monsters, Tsuchi gently said, "Don't look, I already mentioned it, the cause is looking too much, their faces are taboo. Although most are seated with their backs turned, there are always a few twisted ones, even a glance or unfocused look might disturb them." He's right. The man in black nodded and spoke. "Let's start, any monster that gets disturbed, I'll take care of it." Fang Li was earnest as he spoke. "Brother Su, go ahead with your efforts, leave the rest to us." "Very well, a reliable team is easy to manage," Tsuchi said with a smile. Night Guard felt a slight unease. How come he felt? Brother Su was purely interested in researching the other party? Tsuchi continued to use the magic cube to lure monsters, experimenting with various other methods. After the test subjects went berserk, he handed them off to others. He was indeed very interested in these monsters, or rather, in the entire ancient battlefield, where dense, vast information flowed like an ocean. And it all held considerable value. Viewed and then recorded. All-knowing, exceptional. At the same time, what he just said was indeed true. He wanted to test out all the forbidden practices associated with these monsters, otherwise, one wrong step could lead to a cataclysmic death. It was only after having killed nearly 50 monsters that Tsuchi, still unsatisfied, finally put down his notebook. "That should be enough, thank you all for your hard work. You realize we were working hard." Fang Li and Night Guard, among others, were panting heavily, quite exhausted. "No, I was speaking to them." Tsuchi directed his gaze toward the fragments of monsters. Everyone was dumbfounded. "If we weren't so exhausted, we would really want to give this guy a beating or two." The man in black, however, was very stable. He asked solemnly, "What's the situation now?" To summarize, 3 points. 1. Never look at their faces or touch their bodies, not even through a photograph, a sketch, or even a single pixel. Any of these can disturb them. 2. Once disturbed, they will scream and burst forth, furiously pursuing anyone who saw their faces. 3. They can be killed. Everyone was slightly astounded. "Just. That's it?" "Yes, that's all," Tsuchi slowly said. "And I have also planned the path, preventing various emergencies. Now, I suggest everyone follows my lead." The man in black's eyebrows twitched slightly. "You want to take the lead?" The person in the lead would indeed be more likely to trigger the forbidden practices and be the first to be attacked. "I will do it." Tsuchi smiled lightly. "After all, I am such a benevolent person." Night Guard remained silent. Other people might have believed him. Tsuchi had not told everything. When the monsters chased, nothing could stop them. The magic cube domain was directly bypassed as if some rule-based ability made it seem like they could chase you to the ends of the earth. Moreover, their hatred was also extreme. Once disturbed, their blood fury value kept rising, completely unmatched by the hostility of others. The most important point. If he closed his ordinary eyes and only used his spiritual eyes to look at their faces, it would not disturb their forbidden practices, but it would still capture their faces. Thus, everyone began to move cautiously, holding their breath, closely watching their steps, and squinting their eyes with extreme wariness among the many monsters. Tsuchi, with his spiritual eyes which could look at any angle without obstacles, wasn't hindered at all. However, the area was densely packed with monsters, their numbers shockingly large, and as they moved forward, it felt almost like a tidal wave of beasts crowded together. The sheer number made everyone's hearts flutter as they only watched the heels in front of them. Meanwhile, at the same time, Tentacle Man was among another group of about 200 people, and at this moment, he hardly dared to breathe. It was not because of a dangerous area, but because ahead were those few figures and many guards. Everyone, pick up the pace. The weak you do not wish to be left behind. Prove your worth. These harsh, indifferent voices came from the guards, dropping word by word into the ears of the crowd, with no one daring to retort. After all, Tentacle Man looked ahead at those few figures, his body trembling slightly. They were following the offspring of the legendary, unreachable Spirit King. Chapter 288, the final main quest triggered. Tentacle Man had stayed in Chaotic City. There. Any power, however arbitrary, was a mountain high to him. Above these powers, there were various powerful organizations, layers upon layers of high-sequence mountains pressing down, their summits out of sight. As for the Spirit King of Legend, to someone as insignificant as him, it was an existence to be looked up to but invisible, unreachable. This is the present world. Layers of hierarchy, wide chasms dividing everything. Tentacle Man carefully observed these Spirit Prince's heirs, according to the information he had just heard. These individuals before him were all from the side branches of some major Spirit King family. Even so, they still stood above everyone's head, not only without the need for the Eye of Destiny's selection but also without the need for their own efforts, protected by the mighty. Just as Fang Li had to pay a great price to exchange for a quota to come in, but for the major powers, these costs seemed not so significant, sending in a large number of guards, to protect and assist their own scions, inheritors, and key figures in training, to acquire the power of the temple. I wonder how Suboxian, how he is doing now. Tentacle Man's heart weighed heavy. But now, this was not the time to worry about others, for they had already entered a dangerous area of high-altitude cliffs, where bulging eyes like hot air balloons floated in midair. And if they wished to follow in the direction of the pulse's sound, they had to cross over to the other side of the cliff, connected only by swaying chains of iron, with no one knowing what might happen. At this moment, the guard saw the Spirit Prince's heir nod to it and turned coldly to the crowd behind. It was time to select the cannon fodder. The crowd felt as if their hearts had turned to ash, yet they couldn't resist. Within the shadowy fragments of the ancient battlefield, in the deepest layer of the anxious land, everyone was crossing various sorts of terrifying and deadly dangers, guided by the sound of the pulse. Approaching the location mentioned by the guider and the sound of the pulse. At this very moment, Suchi was also leading the group through the horde of monsters. He looked at the sky dome that was gradually calming down and said, "It seems we've passed through the dangerous area." Everything went smoothly. The man in black remained silent, looking at the wheezing crowd behind him, unable to speak. The group had encountered earthquakes 41 times, landslides 23 times, collective monster riots 15 times, twisted ripples sweeping across 9 times, and sudden attacks under the influence of eerie power. Could this be called smooth? The night guard sighed, getting used to it. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. What is that? Everyone shifted their gaze in that direction. They saw towering columns hanging down from the sky dome, weathered with age, yet appearing majestic and filled with a sense of grandeur. How immense! Fang Li muttered with his head raised. Preliminary judgment is that each column has a diameter of at least a few kilometers. And they are still arrayed around in a circle. From their angle of view, many columns stood in the sky dome, each leaving just a bit of space between them, densely packed yet shockingly so. Suchi's gaze also shifted there. Although he couldn't see the full picture, he could imagine numerous immense columns obviously forming a giant circle. Like some kind of terrifying ceremony. The yellow-robed priest suddenly said. Such huge divine pillars must be suppressing something colossal. Judging by the current situation, it's most likely that existence. The yellow-robed priest dared not call out the name of the god of anxiety directly, as he had already felt intense restlessness. This place was too close, and he didn't dare to act rashly. A ceremony built of majestic divine pillars? Suchi murmured to himself, but he did not agree. They were called divine pillars, sounding grand. But in Suchi's eyes, the information displayed was just a question mark. Rusty nails, so many towering, majestic divine pillars, and they show up as nails in front of a question mark. A row of nails, the top of which could not be seen. There were also mottled patterns faintly visible on them, containing a strange but weak fluctuation. Are these also called nails? And what was nailed down? Could it be that thing Brother Cat mentioned? That thing. He vaguely saw amidst the intertwining black fog and dark red, an unreachable but immensely frightening coffin. The body of the god of anxiety was probably within it. Myth always exaggerates the existence of gods, deliberately portraying them as huge, grand figures, to highlight the greatness of a god, but sometimes it's not necessary to be so direct. So many massive divine pillars were just so-called nails for a coffin, and this was shocking enough. It was hard to imagine what the real god of anxiety would look like. The man in black, although somewhat astonished, did not have the inexperienced look of the others and quickly came to his senses, speaking in a slightly deep voice. Let's go, everyone, we should approach closer. According to the hints provided by the guider earlier, we must follow the sound of the pulse. He glanced slightly upwards. At this moment, From the spaces between those columns, there came a clear, powerful, yet distant and ethereal heartbeat. Everyone could hear it distinctly, and it even influenced their own heartbeats. I suddenly feel a little short of breath. Someone gasped for air heavily. Me too. I feel very oppressed, palpitations. Is this the oppressive feeling coming from the source of the pulse's sound? It is. As if there is a terrifying and strange power hidden in there, the man in black said solemnly. Chapter 289, the final main quest triggered. He also clearly felt discomfort in his heart. No, I think this is a resonance phenomenon, Tsuchi suddenly explained. A resonance phenomenon refers to the tendency of a physical system to absorb more energy from its surroundings when oscillating at its natural frequency and wavelength. Everyone felt a bit dizzy, some even pondered the meanings of the terms just mentioned. Only the yellow-robed priest cursed. Stop talking nonsense, this is clearly a sense of oppression. This pulse, as we get closer, becomes more obviously oppressive and unsettling, and there's also an unapproachable danger lurking within. As a soul fire, it had no heart, no pulse, yet it could feel its last flames vibrating, as if they might disperse at any moment. Of course, this was just a feeling of oppression, a spiritual heavy suppression, although it didn't cause physical harm. As long as one was confined to a mortal body, they would inevitably feel immense all-around suppression of life, dimension, and soul. At this moment, everyone was already drawing closer to that area. Tsuchi was observing the sky dome. Boom, boom, boom. He saw deep red and black fog bursting in the sky dome, creating thunderous, pulse-like sounds as if they were impacts. Are those deep red and black fog moving inward? Asked Fang Li hesitantly. Tsuchi slowly spoke. Why do I feel like they're trying to burst out from the inside? The surrounding divine pillars seem to have endured countless years, and with the continuous impacts day and night, they were mottled, and even the ground had shimmering cliffs visible. Upon closer inspection, it was found to be just remnants fallen from the divine pillars, touched by the hands of time, with accumulated yellow sand forming tall cliffs. And when the group finally made their way through, reaching the edge of that divine pillar, the gaps between the divine pillars faintly rippled, and a voice came through the ripples, its tone carrying a light chuckle. Unexpected, someone actually arrived so quickly? Congratulations, you've reached the core land of the final layer. It was the guider. Everyone was already familiar with this voice, and this time, unlike before, it didn't sound harsh or intermittent, but was very clear. As if the source was right there among them. However, Tsuchi still detected a hint of subtle exhaustion in the voice. As you see, we're suppressing some terrifying existence here, but now a problem has arisen, and we need your help. Of course, if you were to enter now, there would be nothing but a dead end ahead. The divine pillars flickered slightly. Everyone once again saw points and a portal. We are now specially opening exchange privileges. Your points can be exchanged for special protection that lets you survive here, enabling you to enter without immediately collapsing and dying. Also, due to previous unforeseen circumstances, your points will now increase in real time, and the return rate has increased, but only one item can be exchanged. This seemed related to some kind of rule, and the other party hadn't relaxed the principle. The yellow-robed priest was slightly stunned. What points? What exchange? It seemed to have missed a lot. Tsuchi briefly explained their function and acquisition method, and introduced the exchange portal. The yellow-robed priest's expression slightly changed. Fuck. He was somewhat skeptical. Yellow spirit flower. Can resurrect once after consumption, exchangeable for 3 million points. Double pupils. The eyes of the stone family. 7 million points to exchange. There's also the Austin tattoo, can summon a black dragon, 6 million points. High molecular cell transformation potion. Can transform the entire body into an active mechanical entity. 12 million points. There were many good items, dazzling to behold. Almost any item, once exchanged, would ensure a powerful potential future path. This is what the real main god space was. However, it wasn't like the main god space that held infinite possibilities. These were clearly items collected from the remnants of the ancient battlefield fragments. While the group excitedly beheld these items, they sighed lightly. Our points are far from enough. The yellow-robed priest also noticed that everyone's average points were around 3 to 400,000, his eyelids twitching slightly. That few? What about you, Suboxian? Tsuchi held up 2 fingers. Just a bit more than them. Then what the hell am I excited about, cursed the yellow-robed priest. I was hoping you'd exchange for some powerful item and we could directly escape this dangerous final layer. Forget it. Tsuchi gently said. Since we can only exchange for one item, we naturally need to consider carefully. He was done pretending. The cards were laid on the table. He was aiming for the so-called precious item. Along the way, he took a good look at what was really happening here. To tell the truth, Tsuchi raised his head to look at these divine pillars in front of him. They were very similar to the pillars that appeared in the enclosed space of the sixth layer, running through the anxious land, suppressing the god of anxiety. But now it seemed that a few problems had arisen. Following the reminder, everyone reluctantly spent 100,000 points, exchanging for protection, and a halo of light appeared on everyone's body. Divine protection, consumes 100 points per second, effect 1, immune to pollution, deep red, black fog, allowed direct observation and exploration, effect 2, your attacks will be able to damage unconventional, strange life forms, effect 3, can defend against any source of damage. Simultaneously will consume to the corresponding points. Upon choosing to integrate points, the protection effect will be advanced and enhanced. Chapter 290, the final main quest triggered. These characters all appeared in the window. While on the side of Tsuchi and Night Guardian, Paradise had popped up relevant information. Paradise is still around. Tsuchi expressed surprise, but this time was the so-called audience. It seemed that the power and authority of Paradise had also upgraded in level. The man in black spoke seriously now. Respected Guider, what is our primary objective as we enter? The Guider slowly said. How should I put it? Survive. It chuckled lightly. While surviving, find some things, fill or place them where they belong. Everyone shuddered slightly as they looked at the list displayed in the window. Simultaneously, Tsuchi and Night Guardian's information from Paradise popped up, and not just them, players in other areas also slightly lifted their eyes, surprised by the pop-up before them. Please note, all players in the anxious land, the final main line has been triggered. Great beings have sacrificed themselves, suppressing the special and terrifying abyss power, but under the wear of time and their struggles, everything has become perilously unstable. Mainline task, complete the items on the list. Maintain the suppression's stability. Each item completed will no longer be calculated by the system, points will be rewarded based on the power of the divine pillar. Note, some wish for an audience, while others wish to plunge into the abyss. Tsuchi's eyes scanned all the information before him. The introductory content was more or less what he had expected. After all, he was crystal clear about the current state of those great beings. A patient with an open chest coughing, an elderly with dementia missing parts of his brain, a painter who had his eyes gouged out, an unclear fourth, and the god of knowledge on the brink of madness sacrificing themselves. Surely they wouldn't go as far as to rip out hearts and lungs, right? However, seeing the thick black blood continuously flowing from their wounds, it was indeed perilously unstable. After all, that stuff was at least concentrated 1,000,000 times of black fog and deep red. Gentlemen, it's time for us to go in. The man in black said in a deep voice. Let's go. Fang Li, Night Guardian, and the others also gripped their weapons gravely. The yellow-robed priest remained silent for a long while and then sighed softly. Actually, my drop-off point is on the 4th layer. Tsuchi gently said. Don't think about it, since we're already here, we should at least get our money's worth from the ticket. He was already striding towards the ripples between the divine pillars. The yellow-robed priest cursed under his breath. What ticket money? Are we here to have fun? I freaking want to give you two. Just then, the voice of the yellow-robed priest abruptly stopped. Not just him, Tsuchi discovered that everyone seemed frozen in the ripples as if paused. His body also couldn't move in the ripples, but his eyebrows slightly raised, just about to speak. Suddenly a voice sounded beside his ear. Don't shout, they can't hear you, including that small spiritual body on your ring. The voice clucked. Though weak, it's very tenacious, I reckon. It used to be very powerful, at least of Sequence 1. Brother Huang that strong? Was he at Sequence 1 level? With that strength, instead of being a bishop, ruling over chaotic times, he's just a minor priest? Tsuchi paused slightly. Spilling Brother Huang's secrets seems a bit much. Anything else? The voice slightly laughed. Of course, but I'm sorry, now is not the time to discuss such trifles. There are more important, more urgent matters that I need to inform you of. Suboxian, are you prepared? That sounds familiar. Tsuchi. But since we're getting back to serious business, before that. Tsuchi looked towards the depths of the ripples. Should I call you Guider? Or should I say Dr. Dali? Tsuchi's soft voice in the ripples stirred slight ripples. Chapter 291. This voice paused for a moment upon hearing Tsuchi's words, as if taken by surprise. It murmured softly. I didn't expect you to discern my identity so quickly. Have I left any trace? Just a wild guess, and it turned out to be right, which was cause for celebration. And what if you had guessed wrong? Then, I would have simply smiled briefly and started over, guessing again. This method, in the proof by contradiction, is called exhaustion. Tsuchi looked toward the distant ripples, where a faint, almost invisible thin shadow twisted. Though he said it was a guess, He always managed to reveal information where traces of the other party appeared. The voice chuckled softly. I was told that this new assistant was somewhat unusual, and now I am beginning to understand why. Assistant? Tsuchi corrected. No, please call me Dr. Suboxian. Very well, Dr. Suboxian, I am the former chief physician, Delay. The voice carried a hint of light laughter. The other party also admitted their identity. Delay. This name had appeared once. And that was in the office of that hospital. In the medical records. Under the name of the attending physician. He had left only handwriting and instructions behind, never showing his face, leaving everything else to the new assistant. Which was Suboxian's responsibility. Firstly, welcome. Among the many new assistants, you are the 961st to successfully reach the final layer. That sounds quite common? No, over countless years, nearly 10,000 new assistants have been selected, less than 1/10 have managed to reach the last layer. Delee's tone was a bit abnormal. Moreover, others break through by accumulating step by step, fighting their way here, but only you managed to disrupt my arranged processes and directly descended here with a large group of people. Don't falsely accuse, that wasn't my doing, Brother Cat takes full responsibility. Tsuchi did not admit to it, shifting the blame to Brother Cat. But it seems that the other party was well aware of the various situations in Anxious Land, mentioning that after entering the 5th layer, all processes involved its participation. Well then, Delee said gently. At least now it seems to be a good thing, though it has come at a great cost. Its tone now clearly weakened, but it is also a good opportunity. Suboxian, do you want to understand everything about Anxious Land? I'm all ears. Tsuchi paused slightly, waiting for Delee's continuation. Delee's appearance here already proved that it had its own needs. The so-called suppression land seemed not to be in good condition. Anxious Land. You must have seen a lot along the way, and even if many pieces of information were not touched and not understood, that Ring's priest must have explained them to you mostly. Delee said softly. Here. Suppresses the terror from the abyss, god of anxiety. As you saw in the hospital ward, they paid a great price. They crafted a coffin from the wood of the Atom Tree, made holy nails from 1098 demigod bones, and not only that, but also sacrificed themselves, just barely managing to suppress the terrifying existence from the depths of the abyss here. Tsuchi paused slightly. Is this god of anxiety so powerful? The strength of various beings from the abyss is quite strange, most of them a bit stronger than those of the same rank. But the god of anxiety is a high-order god, one of the 7 abyss dominators, yet the main reason was that it was the peak of the epic war at the time. Delee's words carried a trace of reminiscence, death, cruelty, exhausted at the end. The present world had also reached its final moment. Tsuchi did not ask for evil god's information, as he could still figure out what status evil god held, especially since the present Delee was likely divine. A small hint might expose the fact that he and evil god are good brothers. So, it has become like this now. Tsuchi looked toward the sky dome, the twisted ripples swirling with massive black fog and deep red, but it seems like the suppression isn't thorough enough. During countless years, we have been battling the god of anxiety, and clearly, its strength comes from the abyss, rotting everything like a bone-eating worm. Delee spoke softly. We placed its body fragments across each layer of Anxious Land to be sealed, but its strength also gradually seeps out bit by bit, although not much each time. But once accumulated, it will inevitably brew disaster. So, we can only resort to external forces to reduce it layer by layer, cleanse it. Tsuchi said lightly. So the so-called audience refers to external forces. Exactly. Delee continued. I cannot leave here, and my strength can only reach up to the 5th layer, so I can only start to guide you from the 5th layer onward. The so-called points are our power blessing, which at least bring you closer to the final layer, to replenish the decayed parts of the suppression ritual. Delee did not hide details, nor was it as cryptic as Zhao Huang. It must be said. The scope of divine is vast. Of course. Tsuchi also believes that God of Knowledge had told him something. This balance has lasted for thousands of years. I would sleep to recover my strength and often wake up to make adjustments, but now. Delee spoke slowly, the situation becomes more severe every day. Why? Because the power of the Abyss Dominators comes from the Abyss, and now. Delee deeply said. The power of the Abyss is slowly recovering, step by step. Chapter 292 Evil God. It triggered a chain reaction that affected the whole game. The entire Chaos era would begin because of it. Tsuchi nodded subtly. I almost understand now. None of today's events have reached the time for a full-blown war, the predictions of fate. Should they collapse now, everything will turn out even worse than the once concluded ending. Delee said softly. We, along with the divines suppressing other abyss dominators, must use all our abilities to delay the burst of the abyss, the crumbling of the seals, and to drag the onset of the chaos era until the moment fate's prediction changes. I have a question. Speak. Dali paused slightly. Tsuchi. Since one becomes a god, shouldn't my life be determined by myself, not by fate? Dali. That just means you still can't comprehend what the word fate represents. Every existence leaves traces of fate. I can't describe it in words, after all, this part is too far removed from you. Tsuchi looked down in contemplation. Then, who was the entity you were fighting before? Dali sighed softly. A follower of the god of anxiety. A demigod. It did quite a few things while I was asleep, and it is also one of the reasons why the current situation is getting worse. I, too, am only a demigod, now with only a smidgen of strength, barely able to repel it. Tsuchi understood. That follower, indeed, had done many things, including the energy hub and Devil Sea, capturing Brother Haishing and Brother Cat for its master, providing the power for recovery. Now things were making sense. So, by entering the area of the Divine Pillar now, we are essentially beginning direct contact with the coffin board of the God of Anxiety. Tsuchi pondered. Only by completing the items on the list can we patch the suppression ceremony and delay the time until the God of Anxiety breaks free. This was naturally beneficial for the present world and for himself. The release of the God of Anxiety meant the balance was disrupted, the scales tipped, and Evil God would inevitably leave the seals of the abyss. It was still too early. He was unclear whether Evil God's hatred was greater for those who sealed it, or for himself. But the longer the delay, the better for him, affording more time to grow and strengthen. Unfortunately, Dali's tone was not so optimistic at the moment. I must tell you a cruel truth. If completely ignored, the God of Anxiety would break free in about a week. And if most of the items on the list are completed, it can be extended to 1 or 2 months. I thought your precarious state was just a polite euphemism. Was it truly about to collapse? However, it was somewhat to be expected. Pollution was running rampant everywhere, a vast assortment of dark forces were setting everything up, seemingly intending to unleash the power of the abyss. The ceremony that devoured the world at Tentacle Man's place was a proof. Someone was making big moves. However, Tsuchi slowly began, his eyes focusing on the depths of the ripples. Since you've found me, it seems there might still be a turning point? Dali slowly said. Yes. The turning point is the things you saw on them. Finding any one of those things, even any part of them, can heal the wounds of those entities and alleviate the current situation. The items mentioned here were the medicine box and patterns that Tsuchi had seen inside each divine entity with the stethoscope. So what exactly are they, these abstract clues? Don't seem to be enough. Delay. The stethoscope is a manifestation of the Eye of Destiny, what it sees is naturally guided by the Eye of Destiny. Such vagueness, might as well smash that thing. Dali paused. There is one item with a definite location, but it lies in an extremely strange place, with elusive, odd rules. No assistant from past generations or guided audience has been able to break through that place and get their hands on it. It took a deep breath, its head nodding slightly. This time is the last chance. It will determine whether the timetable of the present world and the outbreak of the abyss moves forward or back, whether we head towards hasty destruction or change the wheels of fate and hold on to a sliver of hope. Its tone carried a grave weight. Even as a demigod, it still bore a trace of solemnity, conveyed through the undulating ripples. So, no matter what, for the future of the present world, for the destiny of countless lives, the young new generation must give it your all. That is a monumental duty that must be borne by them as the audience and you as the new assistant. Do you understand? Every word was etched in the heart, bearing the demigod's heavy pressure and the weight of a great trust placed upon him. It was as if at that moment, everyone was part of the same fate. Any other person would have found their heart suddenly filled with a sense of responsibility and mission. But then, Tsuchi, however, slowly lowered his head. Understood, but Tsuchi suddenly said, I'm thinking. About what? Dali was slightly startled. In other words, I am assessing the risks and benefits. Tsuchi pondered for a while, then slowly extended his finger and said softly, Mr. Dali, I can help you find those things, but at the same time, for each item I find, I will need Dali. It had not expected Tsuchi to suddenly start talking about this matter. Didn't my passionate persuasion move you at all? Didn't you feel the heavy sense of duty? The previous assistants, upon hearing this, would either feel lucky and excited for being chosen, or they would be stirred by their own words into a patriotic fervor, eager to devote their strength to the divine. And this guy? He's actually making demands. And not just any demands, outrageous ones. Delay. First of all, Let's not talk about whether you can do it. Secondly, this is linked to the fate of the present world. All life is a community. Can't you have some sense of duty? You are right, but... Tsuchi slowly said. Sense of duty can't be eaten, Mr. Dali. You need a highly skilled, top-quality professional to help you secure those 4 items, and as it happens, I'm free today. Dali. It and its caretaker were both demigods, with the caretaker protecting the slumbering environment of several beings. And it was responsible for repairing the entire suppression ritual and guiding the audience. It could only say that over the years, it had never seen such a shameless assistant. Did the Eye of Destiny really not choose the wrong person? That caretaker guy had said this guy was a bit special, and now it could see for itself, indeed very special. Especially good at causing trouble. Dali sighed, whether in resignation or helplessness, yet its voice was already fading away. Under the influence of my power, the time is about to end, anyway. You'll talk after you've gotten the first item in hand. It conveyed some information. That's about it. How does it feel? Do you feel at a loss for where to start? But there's no helping it, this is the only chance. My time is up. Suboxian, the rest is up to you. Quickly. Tsuchi watched as the ripples were slowly resuming their fluctuations. Dali was about to leave. He suddenly spoke. One last question. Tsuchi looked into the depths. What is in room number 4? However, Dali did not answer this question, unsure if it was unwilling or if it had already dissipated its strength. The rippling fluctuations had been restored. Everyone started to move again. One of them staggered into the inner world surrounded by the divine pillar. The soul fire of the yellow-robed priest was also slowly stirring. They were unaware of everything that had just happened. The moment they entered, they immediately looked around with vigilant unease. Suddenly their expressions froze. This is... The group looked in wonder at the magnificent scene before them. They had entered an ancient, broken temple, filled with all sorts of strange air. The group stood like ants in the central plaza beneath the vast dome. A large number of dark, imposing arches lined the surroundings. And at the same time, because Tsuchi here was left behind by Dali for a heart-to-heart chat, others also began to appear here from the dark arches. More and more people. And at the same time, major powers, major organizations were all converging. Nightwatch and Fang Li's expressions tightened slightly, showing a wary look. Because many people were quickly heading this way. They had just braced themselves. Only to see these people all bowing respectfully beside them, calling out in a deep voice. Young Master. Chapter 293 The Man in Black. Nightwatch murmured. I knew it. I said he had a background. Indeed, but... I can't seem to figure out which force they come from, Fang Li whispered. He glanced at the people around him. After all, it takes an astonishing amount of resources and price to allow so many people to enter this place for protection. He was also quickly recalling if there was any bad impression he might have left on the other party along the way. Tsuchi, however, was not surprised. From the various small details before, he could sense that the man in black was no ordinary man, experienced and calm, with a surprisingly sharp aura hidden within. Even his use of words and sentences was somewhat different from the others. And there was something else. The man in black also had some clear information about the ancient battlefield. Although not as much as Old Huang, but it was evident he was knowledgeable. Tsuchi looked slightly toward the kneeling crowd. They were currently dressed in gray robes, wearing deep hats, and their faces couldn't even be seen. The yellow-robed priest suddenly said, "Something's not right." "Ah. What do you mean by not right?" "These people. They have an ancient aura about them. But their life forces are extremely weak, as if they're very old and about to die," the yellow-robed priest said with sharp eyes. The yellow-robed priest looked toward the man in black. "He may not be from our present era." Tsuchi muttered to himself. "We'll take it step by step, and we'll know eventually." At this moment, many forces were still continuously entering this place. Countless people were anxiously looking around, waiting for a momentary peace. From what we've seen so far, the number of people who started participating in the audience has reduced by at least half, Nightwatch said with some astonishment. Logically, the deeper we go, the more dangerous it gets, and the number of people reaching the last layer should be horrifyingly low. Fang Li paused. But because of Brother Su's actions at that time, changing the situation and triggering a series of accidents, we probably wouldn't have arrived here. Old Huang was also still awake. Previously, he was cajoled and calmed down, and this chapter should have been turned over already. Why bring up the past? Fang Li shook his head. Of course, Brother Su, I don't blame you. Although it started because of you, it also provided people like me, and many in the lower echelons of the world with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After seeing the exchange window of the last layer, The items inside were truly what could allow them to rise from insignificance, to defy destiny, precious opportunities that come only once in a lifetime. If nothing unexpected had happened, he would not have been confident of reaching this last layer. The yellow-robed priest was also slightly shocked. What did he just say? What does it started because of you mean? I don't know, maybe he's gone crazy, likes to talk nonsense, and is this even the time to focus on this? Suboxian. You. Brother Huang. Suchi abruptly cut off his questioning voice and solemnly looked toward the distance. Now we're all in the same boat, united in heart, and the most important thing is everything before us. You have extensive knowledge, please help me look out. The yellow-robed priest stayed silent, although he noticed that Suchi was obviously changing the subject, he still spoke faintly. All right. At this moment. In this space, people already had distinct divisions of power, besides ordinary people. Fang Li had already recognized quite a few forces. Some which I've only heard rumors about. Any entity that has made a name for itself in the present world has unparalleled strength. Nightwatch was also paying attention to his surroundings, as if he was looking for something. Are you looking for other players? Suchi saw through him with a glance. Nightwatch nodded lightly. Paradise, on their part, must have chosen various players for the audience. Based on the average number of 10 people per 12 zones. There should be at least over 100 players. Previously, because they were separated into various world regions, it was hard to meet up, but now. Everyone is entering this place, and if they hadn't died along the way, they would inevitably appear. Over 100 people? Suchi paused slightly. In my zone. It seems I'm the only one. Nightwatch's eyes widened. How's that possible? Paradise also needs to ensure a quota for each zone. If there's only one person, it often means that in that instance, one's performance exceeds the sum of all others, and such a case is too extreme. No, I forgot, there's another one. Suchi also counted Tentacle Man. That makes more sense. Nightwatch gave up. Never mind that, I think I've already spotted quite a few players. Suchi had naturally seen them too. The players had various serious expressions, standing uneasily among the crowd. Some he seemed to have seen before, and some were completely unfamiliar faces. It's clear to see that everyone seems very nervous. This isn't just Paradise's affair, it's facing the entire present world. Nightwatch suddenly stopped talking, because at that moment, everyone suddenly fell silent, and the major powers also focused their eyes, looking into the distance. Groups after groups of teams slowly stepped into this place. Someone said in a subdued voice. It's the Spirit King. The young master. Many were vying for everything in the anxious land, and naturally, the young masters of the 7 Spirit Kings would not miss this opportunity. The major power players did not seem urgent, just watching this scene with a cold eye. Although their backgrounds might be somewhat lesser, they were not weak by much, and all were proud individuals, not showing weakness. Yet, for the other ordinary people, it was different. Chapter 294. The rumors suggest that many of the Spirit Prince's heirs are not kind, they are naturally cruel and autocratic. Great powers have their own set of rules, maintaining a certain order and principles. But the 7 Spirit Kings, being abnormality, are the leaders of the weird creatures in the present world, establishing a terrifying power through their formidable strength, far from ordinary. So, we should keep our distance as much as possible and must not anger them. Nightguard patted a somewhat nervous, solemn Fang Li. Don't worry, we won't provoke them. Don't worry, I've already provoked them. Suchi looked over and sure enough, he recognized a few familiar faces. The capricious young Master Ash. Unzing, clad in white robes. And a few other unfamiliar faces, each person's demeanor cold, their presence extraordinary. Additionally, he did not see young Master Yuhai among those who had entered. Suchi dared not conclude that the other had died under the projection of the evil god, for as a son of the Spirit King, he might have some heaven-defying treasure on him. However, Blood Fury value +1, Blood Fury value +2, such notifications had appeared since the group entered. There's someone watching me, and it contains hostility. Suchi discreetly scanned the crowd, aiming to locate the source of hostility among the mass of people, which wasn't easy. And then, everyone suddenly shivered, as numerous roars erupted from the black portals on all sides. Boom boom boom. The entire area trembled violently. What's that noise? They quickly looked around. From the arch-like black portals, they saw black fog churning and blood flowing as if it would burst forth at any moment and engulf everything. Though it was stopped by a strange ripple, everyone was frightened because, on the other side of the ripples, appeared to be a terrifying space completely devoid of light, filled with endless black fog and numerous monsters. Ding! A bell sounded in the sky dome. They raised their heads and saw a magnificent ancient bell hanging above in the sky dome. It was being struck by a figure. And the next moment, the anxious land also echoed with the bell sound. The air of the last layer rippled intensely. Outside the anxious land, people were watching this scene through the darkness. It's ringing again. It means the time to escape the entrapment is drawing closer. At this moment, the entire divine pillar space trembled wildly. Numerous rituals flashed with stunning pattern lights, instantly suppressing all the turbulence that had just burst forth. The recent violent black fog and deep red had just calmed down. Tsuchi looked towards the sky dome. It seems the entire sky dome is covered by that ancient bell we saw during the audience. Hard to imagine how much energy it takes to strike at once, but the presence is indeed too magnificent, and it also suppressed all the recent turbulent abnormalities. And the figure who had rung the bell was now slowly descending. Everyone fell silent. For the figure before them was the bellringer. The yellow-robed priest exclaimed in alarm. "Oh no, why has a bellringer appeared here again? Quickly hide me." Tsuchi did not comply. "Brother Huang, be honest with me. Why hide now? Since we're here, you can tell the truth." The yellow-robed priest lamented. "Originally, weren't numerous priests giving backdoor favors to others? I was one among them. After the bellringer took office, with the force of thunder and a voice of justice, he uprooted all corruption, and I was one of those being purged. So that's it." Tsuchi said as such, but didn't believe a single word. Perhaps this matter is true. But Tsuchi glanced at a ring. The question mark on it displayed. It once snuck into the god's palace while many presiding priests were out, stole a divine artifact, and was noticed by the bellringer, who chased it for half a year until it successfully escaped. Good. Old Huang is quite an exceptional character. Claiming to be just a minor priest who opened back doors for others to earn a livelihood. In truth, he was from a multi-generational family of servants, a king of thieves notorious for his cunning. He had served as a priest for many gods, and that yellow robe most likely was obtained through illegitimate means. What strength does this bellringer have? The yellow-robed priest was about to answer but suddenly paused. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious, I promise it's the last question. After that, I'll help you hide." "Probably a demigod." "I'm not sure, after all, I'm just a minor priest." "Good, understood. Old Huang's strength must also be at least that of a demigod, capable of being pursued for half a year yet still managing to escape. Quite extraordinary." Tsuchi fulfilled the anxious wish of the yellow-robed priest and hid him. However, he probably hadn't realized that this bellringer before him, and even the figures that had appeared before everyone earlier, were actually all puppets. Although I can't make out the face of this bellringer puppet, but I think I already know the identity of the actual bellringer. Tsuchi looked towards the figure floating high above. That was the only orderly who had moved around. Back at the hospital. At this moment, the bellringer's voice slowly sounded. "Find everything on the list. Bring them back here. The reward in points will depend on the items brought back. And this is the only safe place, a place of desperation. For a price of 1 million points, I can use my power to bring you back here." 1 million. Everyone's expressions darkened. Their points were only in the 6 figures now, nowhere near a million, but if they could find the items on the list, it seemed their points could quickly increase. Many of the items had clear images, and even the rewards were marked, the smallest worth no less than 100,000 points. Even some of the deep red items weren't for point rewards but offered a doubling of one's existing points. However, the portals corresponding to them were the largest, deepest dangerous worlds. The bellringer moved swiftly, disappearing from his original place, as swift in his departure as his arrival. Tsuchi let out the yellow-robed priest, who was still locking his aura, clearly being extremely cautious. "Let's go, don't cover him anymore. It's of no great use, the bellringer here is just a puppet. If we saw the real one, we could recognize him at a glance." However, the yellow-robed priest did not respond. Tsuchi squinted slightly. He has fallen asleep again. Although the yellow-robed priest didn't say it, his condition was getting worse, having just woken up and now once again weakly slipping into a deep sleep. He urgently needed the temple's power for recuperation. No wonder he looked so deathly by the time he fell to the last level. At this very moment, everyone also began to move swiftly, many heading directly towards different portals. Better to travel in groups than to be alone. Tsuchi also spotted Tentacle Man, his face tense as he followed the crowd towards the highest, most profound passage. Amidst them was also the figure of the spirit princess heir that Fang Li had just mentioned. Rather than following voluntarily, it seemed more like he was being forced to enter. "Let's go," Tsuchi stepped forward. "It's time to complete this final task." Over the next few hours, everyone truly felt as though they had came to the verge of hell. Terrifying ghosts flooded everywhere, and the streets were filled with massive monsters. Every different area was filled with instantly lethal high-density dangers. The forest of deathly monsters, the island of the anxious cannibals, rear chambers full of abnormalities and eeriness, the inescapable ghost town. All these areas, each represented some trait of power. The extraordinary traits of the god of anxiety seemed to have seeped out, laying down some terrible inviolable rules. Even with protection. But everyone still lingered on the brink of death. After all, points were ultimately limited, 100 points per second, and the consumption of points was faster than imagined. Encountering some terrifying dead ends required burning a massive amount of points, enhancing protection just to escape. Otherwise, either die here or spend 1,000,000 points to return to safety, the former losing your life, the latter in vain. To want to accumulate points under these circumstances was not so easy. Except for Tsuchi. Chapter 295. At this very moment, beneath the gloomy and oppressive sky dome, a massive abandoned and sealed factory was perched atop a fog-enshrouded mountain. In the darkness, all one could hear was the rustling sound. A line of people was carefully approaching the factory. "Listen to me," someone whispered. "There's nothing else in this world, just this enormous sealed factory before us. It's been deserted for a long time and has multiple exits. According to previous audiences' explorations, the interior is intricate, like a labyrinth, and it's very easy to get lost. And there are all sorts of terrifying, bizarre monsters with peculiar, deadly rules. Although you can often pick up various items, it's also extremely dangerous." A person nearby raised an eyebrow. "Deadly rules? The information we've gathered so far includes a spring-headed monster you can't take your eyes off of, a humanoid oddity that will break your neck if you keep staring, and a ghost girl in deep red polka dot clothing that some can see, among others." Suddenly, the speaker stopped talking and stared at a shadow under the dim light at the entrance. His expression instantly turned vigilant. "Be careful." "Why?" The crowd was a bit taken aback. "Because there are also masked monsters that can disguise themselves as one of us. And in such a terrifying place, how could anyone dare to come alone?" There were plenty of exits. But they dared not take a detour, for outside the factory there were also some horrible dangers. "Let's go and have a look. If we spot anything off about him, attack immediately. These monsters only inherit the strength of those they mimic. If we take precautions, we'll have a chance." Wary, the group moved forward, only to find the figure seemed unremarkable, harmlessly standing at the entrance. The person spoke with slight tension. "Brother, why are you here alone?" Had they separated from their team, or were they waiting at the entrance for guidance? Under the dim light, the figure's shadow stretched long, and they spoke with a relaxed tone. "That's a very sharp question. What does it mean to be alone? Single? Lonely? Or that there are no friends around to share with? In my view, being alone isn't necessarily a bad thing, as fulfillment of the mind is a kind of meaning. Of course, it doesn't negate the general concept of love, unless you meet someone truly communicable. Normally, I wouldn't bother with it." The crowd was bewildered by the figure's string of words. The leader growled. "He's not right, it's a disguised monster, be careful." The group quickly drew their weapons. "A disguised monster?" The figure slowly picked up from a dark corner. "A monster cadaver sewn with human skin for a mask. Are you talking about this?" The group was stunned. The person murmured to himself. "I encountered it about 20 minutes ago. It wanted to travel with me, but upon reaching here, it then showed a fearful expression, wanting to change exits. But being lazy, I'm not keen on walking more than necessary, so I dragged it here when running away, only to find a pus-filled monster lingering near the entrance." The person's expression was extremely grave. "Covered in pustules. I remember now, someone encountered it before. It's a highly dangerous life form. It's best to flee immediately upon sight." The fact that it could instill fear in a human skin mask monster must mean another terrifying monster was present. There was indeed a hierarchy of creatures here. However, on seeing the masked monster's corpse, the group felt reassured and breathed a sigh of relief. That monster should no longer be here. But the person said, "No, it's also here." The group's eyelids twitched in alarm. They watched as the person gently pushed the door open to reveal a monster inside, smashed into pieces, its flesh scattered across the entire floor. The group's eyes widened, their mouths agape, speechless for a long time. After several seconds, the leader took a deep breath, his voice trembling. "Brother, we were a bit rude just now, may we join forces with you?" "Sure. My name is G. I'm Suboxian." "So, Brother Su, why standing here, what are you waiting for? Didn't you notice?" Suchi pointed ahead. "That creature's pustules are filled with feces, filth, poisons, and the air is heavy with a mass of floating pollutants. One breath can cause light poisoning. I've been holding my breath, waiting for it to disperse." The group stared with bulging eyes. Why didn't you say so sooner? As the fluff-like particles slowly settled, the contamination in the air was reduced. Let's go. The group finally stepped through the factory's entrance. Their heavy footsteps clanged loudly on the floor. Brother Su, is this your first time here? Kji noticed Suchi seemed to be curiously looking around. Yes, I've scouted other places before, but I haven't been here yet. Kji looked at Suchi strangely. Generally, each area is extremely dangerous, and often it requires a great cost to continually gather information, explore, and avoid deadly dangers. For someone like Brother Su, to explore everywhere, that's taking on too much sunk cost. At this very moment, the lights inside the factory were dim, and they could only cautiously grope along the balustrades, stealthily moving through the darkness. The group continued to tread carefully forward, searching for the items listed. Also, I forgot to tell you something, Kji said as he looked at Subuxian. Chapter 296. Some monsters, if encountered, mean certain death, but they seem unable to leave this factory, so one just needs to run like mad to find an exit and leave. Kji said in a deep voice. But at the same time, be careful, some exits are camouflaged. Murderous passages, where as soon as the door opens, a terrifying maw will swallow people whole. Then, one must either pay 1,000,000 points to return to the temple or bolster their protective guard. Of course, if one doesn't escape in time and sustains a fatal injury, the loss of points might even exceed 1,000,000. Okay, I'll be careful. Many audience members were gathering information and had uncovered quite a few of the lethal dangers here. At least when combined with protection, they could accumulate points in the peripheral areas. However, it seems the stuff on the periphery is almost completely scavenged. Suchi's vision wasn't affected by the gloom. The entire factory was a patchwork of rooms of all sizes, filled with various staircases, corridors, and identical rooms. The huge area inside seemed endless. He could see that others had been active, and of course, he could see flesh that had been torn apart and devoured. Normal. After all, it has been exposed here that a core hinge item is stored, someone sighed softly. The so-called core hinge item was an item on the list that could double one's points. Extremely rare. The archway has many passages, but the passage worlds that possess a hinge item, we've only identified fewer than 10 so far, and they're usually in extremely dangerous depths. Every hinge item has many powerful people vying for it, with skirmishes and battles erupting. Suchi murmured to himself. I know this, in the few worlds I went to, there were intense battles ignited by the big powers over the hinge items. Kji expressed surprise. You were there too? He asked with interest. I heard. When a multitude of powers were battling over the hinge item, suddenly someone radiating light burst into the fray, snatching the hinge item right from under everyone's noses. Many people were furious, hunting down this person. Is that true? Suchi remained expressionless. That? I'm not sure, because I left pretty early. After all, leaving too late tends to lead to being encircled. And indeed, the one who snatched the hinge item before was him. Points could increase the power of one's protection and produce a faint halo of light around the body. Over the past 30-odd hours, he had burned through 20,000,000 points. Only then did he manage to take the hinge item right from under everyone's eyes. Of course, with a vast foundational pool of points, such expenditure was trifling. After the Lucky Cat Bell incident, it doubled, and now the hinge item had doubled it twice over. His points had now reached 2 billion. He coming here wasn't to set his sights on this third hinge item, but rather to follow Deli's instructions. The first special item was right here. Now it's about time. Every minute, every second, the anxious land was changing, the deep red of the sky dome growing denser, the blood rage mark carved on his arm seemingly becoming more lethal. In any case, none of this was good news for Suchi. After all, he was still looking to take advantage of Deli. But clearly, he was the biggest victim. Hush, be careful. Kji tensed up, ducking his head to hide between the walls. At this moment, there was a shadow of a monster at the door. It was taking heavy steps, slowly passing by. Everyone's faces were tense. Though they had collected information on some of the monsters, there were always unexpected and frightening beings in this place. Escape and avoidance were the main strategies, but if it really came to battle, they would burn points to bolster their protection to repel the monsters. Don't think it's just that. Even a second's worth could cost tens of thousands of points. And just then, bang bang bang. Intense battle noises came from afar. The sound seemed to draw the attention of the monster before them. It slowly turned around and moved toward the direction of the noise. There are other people nearby as well. Kji let out a breath, his eyelids twitching. To actually start a fight right here. It's either A last resort, or they have the strength to settle everything, Tsuchi murmured to himself. I'm inclined to believe the latter. People are looking for the hinge item from all directions. This place already seems close to where the hinge item is located. Have we unwittingly ventured that deep? Kji frowned, having no choice. Since most of the periphery had been picked clean, to continue finding items on the list, one had to delve deeper. So what do you guys think? Kji looked at the others. Someone shook their head. We're not after that thing. We're content just scavenging. Since that's the case, I think we should retreat for now. Tsuchi didn't object, but simply said, by the way, do you all remember the way back? Kji nodded. No need to remember, I made a mark. I left fluorescent powder on the path we came. Unfortunately, your powder seems ineffective. Tsuchi turned to look back. There were no traces left on the ground. Kji's sweat immediately poured out. What happened? I always relied on this method to find my way back. Actually, it's okay. I've already drawn the route. Someone raised their hand, holding out a piece of paper. Just an hour's journey. Kji breathed a sigh of relief. Those who could survive up to now were all people with abilities, and even if he made a mistake, there was always someone who could propose another solution. I also memorized the route in my head, but unfortunately, Tsuchi opened the door leading back. Inside, all sorts of blood-stained black hair bulged and swelled. This path is blocked. How could this be? Everyone's expression changed. I have something else to remind you of, Tsuchi said. Tie your shoelaces tight and warm up. What do you mean? Tsuchi looked at the walls where the hair was tumbling. Wrapped in blood, slowly and silently extending. His vision clearly saw a handrail. After being wrapped by a strand of hair, it snapped into as if sliced by a sharp blade. Hearing the sound of metal falling sent shivers down everyone's spine. They also noticed the hair strands around them had become denser than before. Someone exclaimed in shock. They are expanding. The next moment, a large amount of black, blood-stained hair furiously extended, not very fast, but coming from all directions. Everyone's pupils constricted, they panicked, and immediately started to run in a direction without any hair strands. Be careful. There's some here too. Damn it. We can only run. Run fast. There was fear on everyone's faces. No matter how slow these hair strands seemed, getting caught by just one meant a certain death. A group of people was quickly leaping down a narrow, dark staircase. The hair strands kept surging out and climbing endlessly. The only thought in everyone's mind was to run. Tsuchi's vision wasn't limited in the dark, he could see everything in the distance. These hair strands came from a monster crawling on the ceiling. It had 3 heads and crawled upside down like a spider. However, he did not take action. His goal was to delve deeper. And these people, aiming to return the way they came, had only one path, death. He quietly helped them avoid quite a few certain death monsters. At this very moment, Tsuchi was deepening into the chases of the long-haired monster. Be careful, I see the ghost girl. Kji's pupils suddenly contracted, and he roared. Avoid her. Do not pass by her side. Jump down from the staircase. They were incapable of attacking the ghost girl, or rather, to harm her required their protective power to be enhanced to a certain level. But the moment everyone wanted to leap down the stairs, the ghost girl's terrifying and swollen face let out a sinister laugh, and unexpectedly, she pounced at them too. Everyone felt chills all over, just about to turn back when, slap. A loud smack rang crisply in the darkness. Everyone turned and only saw Tsuchi jumping down. Where's the ghost girl? Kji asked, trembling with unease. She's tired, gone to sleep. They saw the horrific ghost girl in a deep red dress, lying motionless on the handrail. She actually fell asleep? But there was no time to think, a massive amount of hair strands were closing in crazily along with the movement of the monster. The next moment, the ghost girl, struggling to lift her head, her whole swollen half-face revealed a bewildered look. What just happened? Chapter 297. Ever since she had come into existence in this space, she had been very clear about what her ability was. Any living thing she touched would die after a certain duration of contact, with no reason given, exerting a strong suppressive force. More importantly, she herself could not be harmed. The only thing that could injure her was a rusty military shovel. But what was this burning sensation on her face? And why had she just been flung away? She couldn't figure it out, couldn't understand it at all. It didn't matter anymore. With her scalp full of scars sticking to her pieced-together hair, she revealed a blood-stained, terrifying smile as she stretched her lips. And she burst out with an astonishing scream. In the dimly lit staircase, it was extremely piercing. The next moment, her withered, wrinkly hands violently crushed the railing and leapt downward. Right then and there, Everyone was frantically running away because they knew very well that the traits and rules of the monsters took absolute priority, and escape was often the first choice. Hearing that spine-chilling scream, they quickly lifted their heads. Wait, it seems like the ghost girl is catching up again. Kji's expression changed dramatically. The ghost girl, wearing a red dress, bellowed a piercing shriek as she swiftly pounced toward them. It was tough on her, running so fast in a dress. They all trembled with fear. She and the long-haired spider monster started to pursue them together. At the same time, the commotion quickly attracted other nearby monsters, with the sounds of heavy footsteps and the grating noise of fingernails scraping across a blackboard faintly audible. More are coming? Their faces paled. In the corridor ahead, a monster covered in nails was wandering aimlessly. This monster. Kji roared. Just pull out one of your nails and give it to it, and you'll be fine. Do it quick. For them, this wasn't much of an issue. After all, in this world, suffering gut-wrenching wounds was common, pulling out a nail was nothing. They acted quickly, plucking out their nails and running like mad. And the monster noticed them. It extended a bloodied palm, seemingly about to grasp them. Quick, hand over the nail to it. Don't drop it or have a broken nail, or it will attack immediately. As they ran, they placed the nails in its palm, and the monster would stop in its tracks, examining the shape of the nail as if admiring a piece of art. Being the last one, Tsuchi also stretched out his hand. Snap. The monster looked dumbfounded at its slapped hand, slowly twisting its stiff neck to watch Tsuchi swiftly disappearing in the distance. It growled softly as nails suddenly shot out from its body, flashing coldly, and smashed a paw against the wall next to it. The nails were so sharp that they cut sparks out of the wall. Then, it joined the pursuit. What's going on? Kji was shocked. Isn't each nail supposed to buy us a few seconds? It might be because you all have nail fungus, but I'll cover our back, you just focus on running. Tsuchi's voice came from behind. Kji spoke gravely. Brother Su, leave the rear to you. Got it. Listening to the heavy footsteps and the roar behind them, they were horrified, fleeing wildly with their heads covered. But they were getting deeper into the heart of it. There were clearly more monsters than before, and the danger was greater. After only a few steps, Kji, tremble-voiced, saw a shadowy figure standing beside another doorway. Fuck. It's the monster you must not look at, nobody look at it. If you gaze at it for more than 5 seconds, it will control your mind. But the shadow not only had formidable rules, it suddenly moved, directly attacking them. They fell into despair once again. How could they not look when being attacked? Just as they were about to draw their weapons to resist, the shadow suddenly trembled because it was being stared at with great interest. It let out a furious roar and pounced towards Tsuchi. Their hearts quivered. They heard the shadow's amazing roar. And a heavy thumping sound. Like a bag full of air being powerfully struck. Suboxian, are you still alive? Kji gritted his teeth, thinking of looking back. Tsuchi's voice slowly came from behind. Just run, don't look back, I can still hold on. Tears welled up in their eyes. He truly is. I'm crying. Kji roared. Suboxian, hold on. We will find a way out, we just need to escape to survive. Without looking back, they listened to the roar behind them and bit down hard. Running frantically, searching for a way to live. And the ghost girl, the long-haired monster, the nail monster were pursuing them silently, all the while watching the shadow. Being grasped by Tsuchi, whose body was flickering with light. It seemed as if he was studying and playing with putty, curiously pinching and reshaping it. Only they could hear their own monster companion emitting a scream of pain. This was too much. They were filled with killing intent. Their pursuit would not stop because of this. Watch out, it's the box monster. Watch out, it's Springhead. Watch out, it's the toy soldier. Watch out. They watched in terror as various horrifying monsters kept appearing on the road, but even in danger and with monsters so fierce, behind them was a voice that was immensely reassuring. Just run, I've got the back. Kji clenched his teeth, wanting to turn back and help several times, but he was always stopped. Suboxian, did you shake them off? Almost. Tsuchi, from behind, looked at the messy bunch of monsters, which were a jumbled mess yet unswervingly pursuing him. Chapter 298. Have you found an exit? Someone roared lowly. No. Not a single one, it's like we're lost in here. What do we do? It seems we can't even find our way back anymore. Kji clenched his teeth. There's still one method, the hinge item. It's also deep within the factory. As far as I understand, the area around the hinge item is a safety zone. There's sure to be many others also heading there. It's our only chance to survive. Otherwise, continuing to run like this would lead to a dead end, and no one knows how much longer Suboxian could hold on. Someone's voice trembled. Are others as perilously situated as we are? How would I know? What they had encountered on their way just now exceeded 30 monsters. No idea how many they had shaken off. But being alive now was entirely a miracle. Roar. A horn-mouthed monster roared furiously, wishing to bombard his ears with demon sounds, to destroy his brain. Tsuchi immediately ignited 1,000,000 points, his body flickering with light, and kicked it flying. Stop the noise. The protective power would enhance resistance against various monstrous rules. The more points everyone contributed, the stronger the resistance. Like the ghost girl from just now. With 10,000 points contributed and increased protective power, she could be touched for a longer period without fatal danger. Enhanced protection would prolong the effects of various lethal abilities. However, Tsuchi was different. When the points contributed exceeded the norm, what enhanced was not resistance, but suppressive power. And 1,000,000 points. To Tsuchi's current 2 billion, it was nothing. We're almost there. Positioned at the rear, he scrutinized his surroundings. Indeed, they were gradually penetrating deeper into this place. According to the information provided by Dali, he developed a preliminary understanding of the first item, realizing its level of difficulty. After all, an item that eluded many assistants over eons. Couldn't be that simple. These 4 items would be personally guarded by the god of anxiety's power. Tsuchi was the one Dali had high hopes for, hoping he could proceed cautiously, and even if he could secure one item, it would be a turning point. But Tsuchi was considering something else. Conquering them one by one was too troublesome. Perhaps there was a way to seize them all in one fell swoop? At this moment, the monsters were gathering in greater numbers. The factory's exterior seemed vast, but its core appeared even beyond imagination. The deeper they went, the colder the surrounding temperature felt to everyone, their ears assaulted by a chaotic, piercing noise from a radio. It was Radio Monster. Its notes could cause dizziness and confusion, losing direction. Damn it, the noise is so loud, I can barely make out the sounds around me anymore. Suboxian, are you still there? But their voices couldn't carry through, and at this point, they didn't dare to look back, only able to frantically sprint toward the path of life. Wait. It looks as though we've arrived. I can see some light. It must be the hinge item's location. There seem to be other people there too. Run. The group was overjoyed. They finally saw hope. Panting heavily, they madly dashed into the doorway. There were many people present, their eyes slightly turning towards these newcomers, with a light raise of their eyebrows. And after entering here, the noise from the radio was finally blocked, the crowd gasping heavily. The monsters. Are they still following? They didn't come in. What about Suboxian? Wait. Kji suddenly turned his head, looking towards the profound gate outside, his teeth clenched. He isn't here. Towards the end, they could no longer hear any movement from behind, only able to muster their last bit of strength to madly flee, and now Suboxian was nowhere to be seen. Such a good person, merely acquainted by chance. Yet so honorable. At this moment, some began to realize where they had arrived. The very core of the factory. An extensive network of intricate pipework dominated the entire space, with each pipe at least 5 meters in diameter, transparent, revealing the gruesome contents of flesh, bones, and filth circulating within, and mixed with deep red. As everyone looked up, their expressions solemn and uneasy, they stared at the dome above, where all the pipes converged on. A massive, active flesh ball, its diameter exceeding 100 meters, suspended in midair by countless pipes, with a continual stream of filth and impurities being fed into it, and in one of the thickest pipes, transformed into deep red and black fog. Kji's eyelids twitched. His first reaction was that the giant flesh ball looked like a kidney, both in terms of what it was transporting and its transformation. Except it was just too bizarre. That is, someone spotted on the giant flesh ball a faintly twinkling long sword, firmly stabbed into the flesh. That is the hinge item. If we pull it out, we should be able to take it, right? But it's not that simple. Don't you see that no one else is moving? That flesh ball seemed to brim with an uneasy aura, covered in various tentacles, with more and more filth circulating within, and the resulting deep red and black fog had no discernible destination. Everyone only noticed what was right in front of them. Yet they failed to realize that all the extensive factory's pipes were connected underground, resembling capillaries, leading to other worlds. In those other worlds, there were all kinds of filth swirling, a large amount of black fog and deep red roiling. At this very moment, Dali was slowly sitting in the hospital office, silently watching this scene on the old monitor, the true form of the anxious land. A huge and incomplete corpse from beginning to end. Large amounts of black fog and deep red blood mixed together, stirring up waves of unease. It seems The bell ringer slowly sensed the movements beneath the floor. A revolt is imminent. The bell ringer, although he narrated the rules and rewards to everyone, was actually leading them all on. The more hinge items that are taken, the more restless the god of anxiety will become. It is time to have a formal encounter. I wonder what Subuxian is doing right now. Dali's attention through the monitors was entirely focused on the god of anxiety. Subuxian's condition was presently unclear. Actually, that young fellow named Subuxian. I don't have high hopes. The bell ringer slowly began. Back in the office, I felt I couldn't understand why the Eye of Destiny chose him to be the new assistant in this last moment before collapse. He is completely different from the usual composed and calm newcomers. He was a straight-laced and serious man, always meticulous, and he didn't like Subuxian's personality. I have confidence in him, Dali said softly. If you truly had confidence in him, you would tell him what he will be facing. The bell ringer spoke gravely. The god of anxiety will descend in person. The reason why all the assistants have failed is because they faced the direct obstruction of the god of anxiety. Infinite weirdness, terrifying despair, the absence of any hope. Dali said. If we told him the truth, he would probably run away. Even if he doesn't, fear would overtake him, making him afraid to face it all. That guy has a reckless nature. I just hope he can maintain that. Even just a little, when facing fear. The bell ringer spoke gravely. When the god of anxiety revolts, that's when we'll see if it was the right choice. Even if he fails. Dali's eyes slightly closed, as if contemplating, then what's the harm in waging war against the abyss again? Once the restrictions are lifted, we, as well as the mighty of the present world, have the potential to overcome that hurdle, to become divine, and to lead the counterattack. The idea is nice, but... The bell ringer looked at the monitor. It has already changed. The present world seems to have been riddled with holes by the abyss. There really isn't another chance to wait. And at this very moment, Suchi was wandering through the depths of the entire factory, with a multitude of monsters roaring furiously behind him. Yet maintaining a distance, neither letting go nor daring to approach. And then, the yellow-robed priest's soul fire on the ring trembled slightly. You're awake? Hearing Suchi's voice, the yellow-robed priest exhaled. Good, good, still alive. You have so little faith in me? After all, I told you the last level is terrifying, filled with all kinds of ancient deadly dangers. Without my guidance, you'd be stuck at every turn. The yellow-robed priest, with his broad knowledge, could be called a walking ancient database, having served under many divine as a priest. Just now, there are two monsters I couldn't identify. Brother Huang, help me take a look. You sure know how to stir up trouble. Two monsters are still within manageable range. I'll help you see. The yellow-robed priest was also probing the outside, slowly looking around in the dimly lit corridor. Suddenly, its soul fire leaped vigorously. Spotted behind a dense mass of ancient monsters howling. Holy fuck. Chapter 299. Last time he closed his eyes, it was just a few hours, and when he opened them, he had arrived at the final layer that he never wanted to come to. Now, when he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in a bizarre place and was also surrounded by a horde of monsters. Furthermore, the aura on these monsters, and the energy with strange fluctuations circulating in their blood, it made his body shudder. Ancient and bizarre life, although appearing in the final layer of the anxious land, is understandable, but why are there so many? Subuxian. Suchi said. Don't get agitated. Your previous slumber was due to the frequent fluctuations of your soul power, making it unstable and causing your weakness and deep sleep. Who do you think you're blaming? The yellow-robed priest almost cursed. Nevertheless, he also noticed something unusual about the monsters and the light on Suchi's body. Why haven't they attacked yet, and what is that glow on your body? This is... Suchi did not conceal the matter and recounted the events that had occurred after the priest had fallen unconscious. I see. The yellow-robed priest seemed to see hope. The protective power can grant you temporary evasion, but it also consumes those so-called points. He was well aware that those points represented something. In another sense, it's a consumable resource under a certain rule. Protection is like a ritual, and the points are like spirit stones, not physical. A power within the rules. Anyway, before your points run out, we must escape from here. The yellow-robed priest looked around at the gloomy surroundings, feeling something frightening in the entire factory, rapidly moving through various pipes. This place gives me a bad feeling. Its primary goal was to survive. To return to the temple it once served in, use an expired employee card, and steal some power to recover itself. Let's not rush. But Suchi did not agree. He was hurrying through the corridors, laughing. Brother Huang, do you want to pull off a big heist with me? The yellow-robed priest cursed. Pull off a big what? I know you want to earn more points for good exchanges, but this place really has problems. Can we leave first? It wasn't aimless fear, he was in a soul state at the moment, making it harder to feel the pervasive, inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. Yet Suchi did not directly answer. Instead he said, Brother Huang, if I'm not mistaken, your soul fire is about to go out, right? The yellow-robed priest's voice halted, his soul fire flickering weakly. I can still hold on, providing you with guidance and information, helping you get away, just don't mess it up. Brother Huang, to be honest, your sentiment. Suchi paused, isn't of much help to me. Can't you say something nice? The yellow-robed priest snapped back fiercely. This is the truth, I need tangible strength more than that information. Yellow-robed priest, wait till my fire blazes again, I will be the first to burn you alive, you ungrateful traitor. Rest assured, I don't plan to cut ties. Suchi spoke gently, there's a way to temporarily restore your power, at least you won't have to worry about your soul fire going out. The yellow-robed priest looked stunned, what way? Your soul injury stems from the divine artifacts of the yellow-robed master. If we consume a massive amount of points to unleash the protective power, even if you reside in the ring, you'll be enveloped and I can suppress the injury. The yellow-robed priest slightly tensed because Suchi was right. Its soul fire was so weak because it had forcibly used the power of the yellow robes, causing a permanent grievous injury. To heal such an injury, one must seek the help of a temple. And the protection Suchi talked about seemed feasible. But that will probably need a huge amount of points. I've calculated it, roughly 100 million can temporarily suppress the injury, allowing you to recover your soul fire. The yellow-robed priest widened its eyes, 100 million? How many points do others have now? A couple million? What about you? 20. Then stop talking nonsense. Stay cool, I've said it before, I plan to pull off a huge heist. Suchi continued as he dashed. Listen up, Brother Huang, something very important is going to appear, just getting it makes your injury trivial. The yellow-robed priest's expression shook. Really? Of course, it's true. Suchi bluffed smoothly, not showing any flaw. But getting that thing might provoke a disturbance from some guardian. The yellow-robed priest's tone trembled slightly. What kind of being? The anxious lands monsters? Or some kind of indestructible ancient creature? About that. Suchi vaguely answered, but with Brother Huang here, I believe nothing is too difficult. He compared with Brother Huang using his little finger, showing a flattering smile. Dali had concealed it, but apologies, Suchi had known quite a bit since the 6th layer and had seen information from it. Why all the assistants failed was because they faced the god of anxiety. And for him, he was about to confront the god of anxiety, which was about to break free and awaken, operating for countless years. Even just the infiltrating strange power was terrifyingly abnormal. Therefore, Suchi had been preparing. Patrick, Brother Cat, accumulating points, various preparations along the way. Brother Huang was also an essential part. Without the dark attribute, he naturally couldn't use the power of the yellow robes. Only if Brother Huang himself recovered, could he use its power. Chapter 300. Don't flatter me, I know you're up to no good. It said slowly. Such poor flattery is of no use to me. I see now, you just want to obtain that thing, restore some of my strength, and then help you earn points. Caught by Brother Huang, worthy of an experienced elder brother. Suchi gave a thumbs up. But this is indeed the current opportunity. The yellow-robed priest had to admit he was tempted. The key was, its soul fire, as Suchi described, was truly about to fail, otherwise, it would not have suddenly gone offline earlier, and now it was forcefully maintaining its spirit to communicate with Suchi. So, what should we do now? The first step, take the hinge item from deep below. Okay, but what about these monsters behind you? They will find their destiny. Suchi started heading downward, then let's begin the action. And the yellow-robed priest didn't know that the thing he was about to take was an item capable of suppressing the god of anxiety. He also didn't know guarding its existence was the god of anxiety itself. Even less did he know, Suchi was letting it restore strength to confront the god of anxiety together. Meanwhile, at the same time, several other hinge items in different places were also in the midst of erupting struggles. All audience members were participating. Every time a hinge item was taken, it would disrupt the balance, and the power of the god of anxiety would revolt due to losing the hinge. Unfortunately, there wasn't much time, and Suchi had only taken 3 items. With the current one, that would be roughly 4 billion points. However, other crucial items were also not to fall into others' hands. Suchi got quite a bit of information from Billy before, and he handed over the rules, routes, etc., to the Night Guardian, Fang Li, and Tentacle Man following the team of the Spirit Prince's heir. In the world where the Spirit Prince's heir was going, Tentacle Man just needed to find an opportunity. The probability of taking it was very high. These can only depend on them now. At this moment, people deep within were now struggling for the hinge item on that flesh ball. Be careful. The flesh sprouts on that meatball can pierce anything. The liquid it sprays. Even a touch will corrode everything. Kji watched this scene in horror. He was also well informed, seeing everyone erupting and scrambling, but flesh flew everywhere. Some were either pierced and flung away or corroded by the liquid, with entire arms visibly dissolving quickly and spreading to other parts of the body. Crack. Those who were contaminated by the liquid were ruthless. They immediately chopped off their arms, only then stopping the corrosion. Afterward, they used points to stop the blood flow. As for complete healing, most people wouldn't do that since it took too many points. Get lost. At this moment, young Master Ash was also here. As the only young Master Spirit King, surrounded by over a dozen powerful protectors, almost guarding his path. Heading towards the longsword hinge item. The erupting aura fluctuation from the flesh ball thunderously crashed down. In his white robe, with a cold gaze, he grabbed the person beside him. Block it for me. The person roared in fright, trying to escape, but couldn't break free at all. The next moment, this person was contaminated by the liquid, their entire chest in front instantly corroded, large chunks of flesh scattered, showing the internal organs and deep white bones. Send me back. His voice trembled slightly, choosing to spend 1,000,000 points over death. The next moment, the glow on his body suddenly flickered, a slight ripple fluctuated, sending him back to the temple. Everyone watched this scene in shock. Although, at the deepest level, the speed of earning points was clearly increasing. Currently each person had about 1 or 2 million. But, just like that, helplessly being used as cannon fodder and consumed. No one was willing. If you don't want to die, get out. Young Master Ash, intent on obtaining that long sword, commanded coldly. Other people trembled slightly. Many from large powers also had grim faces. They wouldn't be driven back by just a word from this young Master Ash, but at this moment, young Master Ash was getting closer and closer to that long sword, his body flickering with radiance, shaking off other competitors. Good. It seems, this item is mine. Young Master Ash revealed a smile, reached out and grabbed the long sword. Just about to pull it out with force. The next moment, an accident occurred unexpectedly. As if the sword were piercing a balloon, it had barely drawn out half an inch when a sphere of flesh suddenly, violently trembled, and a terrifying fluctuation burst forth with a thunderous roar. Young Master Ash's expression changed. Can't I pull you out? Yet he didn't back down at all, and without hesitation, he continued to exert force. And the surrounding guards were already prepared to protect the young master at all costs. Bang bang bang. Numerous pipes suddenly developed cracks. The entire factory also started to shake. Everyone's eyelids twitched. What's going on? Be careful. Something's wrong. Retreat quickly. The contents of the pipes, a massive amount of filthy flesh and blood, were being fiercely sucked into the sphere of flesh. At the same time, the sphere of flesh was also rapidly expanding. Inside, numerous roars were transmitting. Young Master Ash's face changed again. Damn it. He hadn't expected that trying to take the hinge item would cause such intense fluctuations. What he didn't know was, at this moment, many hinge items had been taken, the balance tipped. And it had already reached the critical point of an uprising. A little movement would bring about strong, terrifying fluctuations. The surrounding guards all looked on with grave expressions, and someone suddenly trembled with fear, staring at the surging black fog and deep red. Young Master, be careful, you can't pull any more. No. Young Master Ash's temperament never allowed anything to defy him. He gripped the sword tightly and said coldly, "Rise for me." A tremendous strength burst forth from his hands, and a great radiance flickered all around his body. Everyone watching this scene had their eyelids twitch. This was young Master Spirit King. Many powerful protectors were around him, aiding in safeguarding everything for him. His own strength was extraordinary too. The burst of aura made everyone feel a strong sense of deterrence. Moreover, the brightness of the light was crucial. Damn it. The points must have consumed almost 10 million. Was this the difference between him and young Master Spirit King? Everyone was mentally shaken, yet powerless. At this moment, young Master Ash also reached his limit. He was self-assured and impulsive, and a gambler too, otherwise, he wouldn't have opened a casino in Pure Land City. At this moment, he had almost put all his points into this. Come out. His strength once again moved the sword by an inch. The sphere of flesh emitted a thunderous noise. A great amount of black fog and deep red spread even further. The surrounding powerful guards had to enhance their points to protect themselves and withstand such a fierce impact. More and more ghostly shadows burst vigorously out of the pipe cracks. Everyone ran in terror. Dodging. And the guards roared. Protect the young master. They absolutely couldn't let anything happen to the young master. Kill, kill, kill. For a moment, the sounds of battle were incessant, thunderous throughout. And just when young Master Ash was about to fully draw the sword out, a series of terrifying ghostly figures suddenly burst forth with an earth-shattering roar. Even he immediately felt dizzy and numb all over. What on earth is this terrifying monster? Young Master Ash's eyes widened. In the midst of the guards, someone with a shocked look said, "This is an ancient creature. Young Master. Let go quickly. Otherwise, you'll be dragged in." The sphere of flesh, amid the roaring voices of the numerous ghostly shadows, was about to suck in everyone near it. Young Master Ash's expression darkened, clearly having already paid a huge price, having pulled out quite a bit. But in that moment, he ultimately felt a trace of fear, deflating. His hand trembling slightly as he let go. And just seconds after he released his grip, a hand gently clasped the sword handle. "You don't want it anymore? Then I'll take it." Chapter 301. The longsword had been held steady in Tsuchi's hand. Who? Young Master Ash suddenly shuddered, lifting his eyes towards the person before him. He was first slightly stunned, then his pupils contracted. He recognized this guy. "You. The guy who showed up in Night City. Have we met?" Tsuchi smiled. The expression on young Master Ash's face darkened, but he didn't get the chance to say anything. Because at this moment, surrounding them were copious amounts of black fog and dark red rolling about. Guardians were growling on the outskirts, unable to get close. He himself was only able to stand here thanks to the protection. That protective strength was rapidly dissolving. "What are you going to do?" Young Master Ash intended to retreat first, aiming to disappear amidst the terrifying burst of fluctuation. But it seemed that the commotion around them was getting louder and louder. The entire flesh sphere expanded tenfold, numerous pipes burst, and the black fog and crimson burst out in extremely unsettling density. "Of course, I'm going to take it out." "Don't say. This sword is quite deep," Tsuchi murmured to himself. Under the astonished gaze of young Master Ash, that sword which he himself could hardly pull out, at this moment, with a sharp sound, was drawn by Tsuchi, who then held it aloft and declared, "A new hero is born." Yellow-robed priest G, standing in the distance below, looked dazedly at the figure atop the flesh sphere. "Is that Subuxian?" "It must be." At this moment, young Master Ash's body shook slightly, murder flashed in his eyes, a furious rage born of embarrassed anger. This guy in front of him, how dare he steal what was originally his? He wanted to swing his iron chain, to pierce through the guy in front of him, to take back his possession. However, Tsuchi didn't even glance at him, but instead looked towards the sky dome. "Listen." There is an angry roar. Resounding. After the long sword was pulled out, it reacted with other worlds. The balance had been broken. The upheaval of the god of anxiety had begun. Countless pipes began to burst. The entire factory shook wildly. At this very moment, people from other worlds also looked at the sky dome and the core area with fearful expressions. A crimson color, like paint, poured from above the sky dome, from underground at the core area, as if a gate had opened and gushed out. It spread over all space with extreme speed and ferocity. Everyone who witnessed this scene trembled, and their pupils reflected the blood red. What's happening? The crimson tide has burst. Run. It's too late. The crowd screamed. They tried to flee but found the sky dome. Every direction was covered in crimson. There was nowhere to escape. And the guardians, Fang Li, and Tentacle Man, all injured, obtained the hinge item in different worlds, looking at everything before them, yet remained motionless. This is the first step. Why do I feel like I am barely breathing? The yellow-robed priest at this moment didn't know that all places in the anxious land, the last layer, were in upheaval. Apart from the temple which was safe, all other places were filling with crimson like a great flood. He too looked at the eruptions in the factory with some trepidation. "You only have a soul now, what breath is there to take?" Tsuchi said softly. "Yeah, why do I feel suffocated?" The yellow-robed priest looked at the overwhelming crimson surge, the flame of his soul fire flickering. "Because this is the anxious land." The next moment, be it Tsuchi, young Master Ash, or the surrounding people, they were all instantly submerged by the crimson. Whether it was the factory or all the different strange worlds, they were all swallowed by the crimson. The desolation of balance, the upheaval of the god of anxiety. The end was about to truly begin. Dali and a bell ringer too watched the monitor, feeling the rumbling vibration from beneath their feet. They exchanged looks, somewhat surprised. That was fast. Closer to the god of anxiety than any assistant had ever been before. Everyone has now been pulled in, but most people are now in a dormant, chaotic state, only those guided by the eye of destiny. are qualified to confront the god of anxiety directly. The bell ringer slowly sensed the movements beneath the floor. The Eye of Destiny will guide everything. Although the bell ringer had told everyone the rules and mentioned the rewards, in fact, there was something that had not been mentioned. The Eye of Destiny will guide all those with a success rate higher than 1% to where they ought to go. So, as everyone maintained their protections, in terrifying various regions, among terrifying various phantom monsters, carefully scavenging and so on, many people had already been sorted out by the Eye of Destiny. They should be in contact with the god of anxiety by now. Only, it remains to be seen if this time, like before, they all fail. The sky carried a tinge of dark red. Within the empty city, throngs of people bustled about their busy lives in the city. To work, to school, subways traveling between cities. And Tsuchi stood on the rooftop of a skyscraper, looking down at the street where a boy with a school bag and long hair, head lowered, was walking slowly. Not just him. Many others were also quietly watching this little boy. They had been here for about 5 or 6 hours. But it was already the 4th day in this world. As for why this was happening, at this moment, the Guardians, the 3 of them, and a man in black clothes who met again, gathered together. The man in black with his ancient-looking guards was not by his side, having been sifted away by the Eye of Destiny. The man in black frowned. What do you think? Fang Li analyzed, according to the guidance of the Eye of Destiny, and the existing information of past events, that boy is the key to everything. Chapter 302. This coincided with Tsuchi's previous thoughts. He had long believed that the entire design of the anxious land was very similar to paradise, and the person who had originally set it up probably had a significant connection with paradise. The Eye of Destiny guided us to this little boy. As a result, he encountered countless death accidents, car accidents, falling objects, gas explosions, and so on. Tentacle Man took over the conversation, pushing up his glasses. Every time a death occurred, it would instantly be devoured by deep red, and then the next day would come, and the boy would return to the starting point, then go out to school as usual, and encounter the same death accidents again. There were quite a few people also hiding nearby, watching the boy with serious expressions. Some tried to block the accidents for him, but they couldn't prevent the next one. And if he noticed our traces, it would also trigger the boy's screaming, even exciting him to do crazy things like crashing into walls or biting his tongue, leading us into the next day, Night Guard said solemnly. Although they didn't know how they had ended up here. But Destiny's hints told them. The key to leaving lay with this little boy who would proceed to the next day each time he died. At the same time, those who made contributions would receive abundant points and the opportunity to unlock the final treasury. Naturally, everyone would not miss out on such a good thing. That is to say, from what we can see now, we must secretly protect him. The man in black also nodded in agreement. Then, at that time, look for a new breakthrough. Everyone agreed. Too bad Brother Sue doesn't know where he is now. Night Guard looked around, but he probably has a similar conclusion. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, everyone was hiding along the boy's path, cautiously protecting him. But Tsuchi was sitting in a high-end restaurant in a hotel building, holding the menu and ordering braised pork, braised duck, sauce chicken, smoked pork belly, air-dried sausage. I'll take 2 servings of each. Suboxian. The yellow-robed priest's voice came in exasperation. Are you complaining that I ordered too much meat? Then add a dish of scallion mixed with tofu. The yellow-robed priest cursed. Can't you do something serious? Didn't the Eye of Destiny guide to that little boy? Everyone is nearby, making moves to protect him, yet you're here muddling along? Tsuchi handed the menu to the waiter. Zhao Huang, you are a bit agitated? Tsuchi said softly, the whole key point indeed lies with that little boy, but first, we need to consider an issue. Why does he encounter so many death accidents? It's not like its final destination. The yellow-robed priest's tone cooled down a bit, his expression shifted slightly. Did you find out something? I can only say that little boy is sick, very seriously mentally ill, depressed, irritable, insane, and self-harming. Tsuchi said softly, death isn't an accident, but rather, he wants to die all the time. The yellow-robed priest frowned. Is this the rule of this place? A strong inner inclination toward death, leading to continuous occurrence of death accidents. Pretty much, Tsuchi acknowledged Old Huang's statement. If that's the case. The yellow-robed priest's eyes flickered. I understand. It's not really about protecting him, but about resolving his inner turmoil. This is the real key to breaking the cycle. And achieving that is not an easy task, he said, so that's why you are sitting here, calmly at ease. Your analysis is good. Tsuchi paused, but, sorry, completely wrong. I just didn't tell everything. Desiring death, it actually means he wants us, wants everyone around to die. The yellow-robed priest was stunned. How could that be? Many people had almost confirmed that they had to protect the boy, all quietly making moves to stop accidents, car accidents, falling objects, sudden steel bar falls, and so on. Although a whole bunch of accidents happened just within a few hundred meters of road, everyone moved together in concert. After all, once death occurred, everything would move on to the next day. The so-called death accidents, whether they are car accidents, falling objects from high places, or the elusive gas explosions, all share one thing in common. That is, the number of deaths is never just the little boy alone. Tsuchi raised his head to look at the sky. The first day's car accident. 5 people died. The second day a giant sign fell from a high-rise building. 12 people died. The third day, a roadside barbecue exploded. 30 people died. The soul fire of the yellow-robed priest trembled slightly. The number of deaths is continuously increasing? Could it be a coincidence? He had not yet overturned his previous analysis and was also doubting the correctness of Tsuchi's thoughts. Let's just wait then, Tsuchi said softly. After all, according to this pace, the 4th day should also be over. During the wait, Tsuchi watched the local news being broadcast on the projection screen in the upscale restaurant, as requested by him. He was also eating his meal while waiting. About 20 to 30 minutes later, the TV showed a change. We interrupt with a local news bulletin. Just moments ago, a collapse occurred in the city subway, currently burying a large number of people on their way to school or work. Rescue workers are rushing to the scene immediately. The yellow-robed priest watched this scene, speechless for a long time. Although I don't know the number of deaths, but... Tsuchi looked up at the sky dome, as a massive deep red suddenly descended, swallowing everything. Once again, he opened his eyes. Tsuchi returned to the place he had previously entered, and it also marked the arrival of the 5th day. I made it. What? This time was quite lengthy, just enough for me to finish my meal. The yellow-robed priest really wanted to chop someone. So, what do you want to do now? What's the breaking point? The yellow-robed priest solemnly asked. Who knows? Tsuchi slowly extended his hand to stop a taxi. I'm going to go take a look first. The taxi stopped. Where to? Miwa Street number 235. Where's that? The yellow-robed priest was startled. The little boy's home. Tsuchi said. This time there should be ample time. I anticipate gathering a lot of clues. The yellow-robed priest said. Spare me the sugar coating. I'm just worried about that subway collapse. That's not easy to dodge. Don't worry. Tsuchi calmly stated. The cause of the subway collapse, aside from structural instability and shoddy work, the most crucial trigger came from that gas explosion. Just solve that gas problem, and this deadly line will also be crossed. That kind of small matter, those guys should be able to figure out with a little brainstorming, although there are at least 12 deadly steps, but it's not a big problem. Let them hustle. I have only one goal, and that is to steal from the home. The yellow-robed priest felt somewhat suffocated. He had never seen Tsuchi so resolute. Additionally, the sky dome has turned somewhat redder than the first time I saw it, Tsuchi softly said. Time waits for no one. He understood better than anyone else what these deep reds represented. With each passing day, the sky's red would deepen and, concurrently, the various death threats triggered by the little boy would also become more terrifying. When the time came, it would be like Death Comes in Youth Edition, Pro version, Plus version. What terrifying things might happen, no one knew. But by then, everyone would be accompanying him in death, and although the analysis of many was wrong, their actions were right, making the next day come as late as possible. The rest was up to himself. He also had to seize the time, before the escalating threats of death burst forth, to obtain the clues that could resolve it all. Otherwise, it was also certain death. After all, that little boy was the god of anxiety. Chapter 303. Tsuchi quickly arrived near an old residential district. Everyone in the city was vivid and lifelike, just like a real environment, with even some people dancing in the square. Without the little boy, it would seem just like an ordinary day in city life. It was excessive to be dancing in the square so early in the morning. Tsuchi had already figured out the little boy's residence and made a leap. Thump. Tsuchi landed on the balcony of the 5th floor, but he did not reach out to open the French window. The mat-covered housing, the room was full of mottled knife marks, all kinds of curse-related drawings, pieces of paper all over the floor, all written in fresh blood. Die, die, die. Tsuchi did not rashly enter. This was the little boy's home, naturally filled with terrifying and fatal dangers. He could even see blood flowing from the bathroom, surrounded by various animal corpses, still hanging from the beams. All right. I admit that your earlier analysis was correct. Even after seeing this scene, the yellow-robed priest couldn't help but confirm. The little boy was not normal, and there was no need for protection or consolation. Moreover, there's something very wrong about everything here. The yellow-robed priest furrowed his brows, observing the scene in the room. Although only a little bit of soul fire remained, its essence was of a high sequence, its soul of high quality, able to feel things that ordinary people couldn't notice. This place was strange. Unlike the direct and terrifying aura of the deepest layer of the anxious land, it could only feel a terrible oppression coming from the room, creating an instinctive sense of dread. Suchi directly reached out to open the door and entered quickly. The question marks would provide information about any dangers. Upon entering the study, Suchi flipped through the items on the desk and glanced briefly. No parents, no sister, but has a house, and he's still depressed about nothing. The first day Suchi had seen the little boy, he saw the words God of Anxiety. Though he understood this was not the true main body of the God of Anxiety, as there was a coffin suppressing it, and if the real entity were to appear here, it would have been game over. But the slight power seeping from the coffin was certainly extraordinary. What are you looking for? The yellow-robed priest watched Suchi walking around like he was back in his own home, searching for something. I'm looking for where the safe is. Suchi was aiming for the 4 patterned items he saw through a stethoscope. Those were key. The God of Anxiety was merely an obstacle. If he could find them in advance, he might not have to face the little boy directly. Unfortunately, the massive amount of cursed symbols and demon sketches did not reveal any traces of those items or slightest clue. The yellow-robed priest suddenly became somewhat silent, staring intensely at the drawings and murmured doubtfully. What exactly is this little boy? These drawings feel very familiar, possessing ancient techniques. Old Huang, after all, was an experienced entity, and quickly noticed something was amiss just from a few glances. Ancient beings know these well, don't they? Know them my ass, these are lost techniques, carrying a cursed aura. The yellow-robed priest shivered. What exactly is this little boy? It's not important. Suchi was lying under the bed, where there were more drawings, designed by the little boy, of various instruments of torture, even recording different methods of death. These could make 100 episodes of Grim Reaper suffice. He really has a rich imagination. Is this the time to be admiring him? The yellow-robed priest said solemnly. I've seen many extremities of evil, but this kind. It's like it comes from an innate evil deep within the soul, truly rare. Suchi continued to look through, and while the yellow-robed priest couldn't tell, the entire room was actually full of question marks, all warning him about the danger level here. For example, touching the cursed drawing stained with paint could trigger the curse to follow, and numerous accidental deaths could ensue. Some drawings even featured terrifying eyes, pupils, and just by looking at them, those methods of death would truly descend upon oneself. Fortunately, opening a spiritual eye could avoid all of this. In any case, although it was fraught with danger, Suchi was accustomed to walking on a tightrope across Hell Cliff, with various lethal threats around him, but it wasn't much of a problem. Did you find it? The yellow-robed priest also observed, looking for the item Suchi had described earlier. Only by finding it could he regain his soul power and bring his strength into play. This was also the goal of the yellow-robed priest. After all, he was a mighty demigod. Even if he regained only a bit of power, even if the little boy realized the items were taken and erupted, he was confident he could restrain it. But he found nothing. Neither have I. About those 4 items, indeed, there were no traces left. The yellow-robed priest frowned and said solemnly. Could it be hidden somewhere in the city, or is it carried on him? It's more likely the latter. As a guardian, he must carry them with him at all times. So, it looks like we've gained nothing from coming here? No. Suchi softly said. We've learned a lot from the previous information. The background information of this little boy, his life traces, the level of danger, and what we need to do next. And what we need to do. Chapter 304. What's his next move? Suchi picked up a piece of paper, which showed the entire subway had collided on a large scale due to incorrect information. The little boy had also thoughtfully depicted many details. Countless bodies were crushed, penetrated, and scenes of pain and wailing were all captured in the drawing. At this very moment, those disguised as ordinary people on the subway, looking at the subway tunnel which hadn't collapsed, breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the gas cylinder was the key. After all, it was not far from the structure of the subway. As long as its explosion was prevented, the collapse wouldn't happen. Try your best to protect him. Don't take this lightly. They also quietly followed into the subway. The little boy's situation was very special, surrounded by many death accidents, unable to be forewarned by everyone, they could only defend reactively. Protecting him was proving to be a difficult task. Especially because they could not let him discover them. Otherwise, the boy would be terrified, become frantic, seek death. The subway has started. The night guardian said slowly in a low voice. Pay attention to the movements around, and make sure to protect the little boy. I have a bad feeling. The man in black leaned against the door, watching the subway quickly passing the platform as it started. The sound of howling in his ears, the subway was moving at high speed through the dark tunnel. Everyone was vigilantly aware of everything around them. Yet they hadn't noticed that the little boy, his face lowered, was showing a cruel smile, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Time passed by the minute and the second. In the crowded subway, some were scrolling through their phones, others were yawning and closing their eyes to rest, as is typical for the morning rush. The fatigue of the previous day did not disappear with a rest at home but stacked up the next day. And a few minutes later, someone noticed something was wrong. Because the next platform was right in front of them. But the subway had not slowed down. In just a few seconds, the entire subway, with a whoosh, abruptly passed through the platform. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? The next moment, screech. The sound of friction rang in everyone's ears. It was electronic noise, as well as the scraping of metal and wind. It's from outside the subway. The subway seems to be speeding up. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The subway was fast. But there was ultimately a limit. Upon realizing that something was wrong, the other trains on the platform quickly received the message and started to pass without stopping and speed up to avoid collision. But it was too late to react. Passing through platforms, leaving the tunnel. The entire subway collided with the one ahead on the track built over the river with an enormous impact. The huge collision caused both subways to undergo alarming deformations. In the already very crowded morning rush hour subway, many people were suffocated and died in an instant. The terrifying impact even caused the subway to derail. The fifth day. Although there wasn't enough time to notify the death toll. 2,378 people. Because this exact number had appeared on the paper that Suchi found. And at this moment, Suchi was also watching the local news. A major accident happened, the subway lost control and collided with the preceding train. Rescue efforts are underway. The yellow-robed priest's voice trembled. Are we about to enter the next day? Suchi, however, was silently looking at the deep red of the sky dome. He is not dead yet, no need to rush, but according to the information on the paper, the number of deaths represents a certain progress. And I was also wrong about one thing just now. What? The yellow-robed priest was stunned. The redness of the sky dome is not related to the number of days but to the number of deaths. This time the huge number, it's not the same. That little boy's strength will greatly enhance at this moment. The sky dome was visibly deeper red than before. So, what did you just mention we have to do? The yellow-robed priest asked in a grave voice. Of course, it is to find a way to kill him. Before his strength is fully unleashed. Suchi spoke lightly, at this very moment. The chosen audience members had not received any serious injuries. After all, they each had bodies and strength beyond ordinary humans, and at this moment, everyone's eyes were urgently fixed on the distance. The subway sank in the water. Though some people were kind and protected a part of the crowd, even after plunging into the water, they utilized their strength to carve out several paths of survival. Yet still, a large number of people died on impact. Where's that little boy? Don't know. But he must not be dead, otherwise, we would have immediately moved on to the next day. What exactly happened just now? Those people took action to protect us, but at that moment their abilities were blocked. The man in black suddenly fixed his gaze intently on the distance. Look over there. The little boy's body slowly floated up from underwater, and at this moment, though there was a hole pierced through him, the protection from before seemed to have had an effect. There was still a sign of life, and he had not died. He's still alive. Quick. Save him. The crowd also noticed that the sky dome around them had turned a deeper red than before. That unsettling feeling was growing stronger. As if something terrible were about to happen. Since the subject hadn't died, rescue was still possible. And as they were heading toward the little boy, the tracks spanning the long river began to bang, bang, bang against the crumbling iron chains. The nearby overhead tracks even started to crack from the recent impact. Broken stones and metal continuously fell downwards. Damn it. Why is this happening now? Protect the little boy first. People like Yishao wanted to take action, but the man in black suddenly raised his hand to stop them, saying gravely, "Wait a minute, something feels off." Some people stood still, while others charged towards the little boy. Those rushing towards the boy naturally faced the falling debris, but this wasn't a big problem for them, ready to use their own strength to shatter the falling metal pieces. However, someone suddenly felt a change in the complexion. My strength has weakened. The others also began to feel a wave of weakness, as if they had entered a domain where the use of their inner strength was restricted. Someone exclaimed in shock. No, back off. The closer to that little boy, the more our strength diminishes. My body is as sturdy as refined iron, I should be able to block it. A creature whose body seemed made of iron didn't step back but approached the little boy instead. Just as it swiftly charged and got about 5 meters away from him. The abnormality's expression changed dramatically. A sharp piece of metal had abruptly penetrated its scapula. It turned its head back in fear and looked at its own body, which had become completely ordinary at that moment, even running had lost its vigor. But it couldn't speak, as a massive amount of dangerous falling debris was still dropping. It stretched out its hand towards the people in horror. Save. But the next word never left its mouth. The abnormality was instantly turned into a porcupine with protrusions. Then it was smashed down into the water by a large amount of rocks. Everyone watched this scene in fear. I had felt it when we first tried to protect, the man in black said solemnly. Now it seems I wasn't wrong. Within a certain range of the little boy, we gradually lose our strength and become ordinary people. The crowd didn't give up. Someone quickly discovered, the protective force seems to be able to resist, to prevent the rapid decrease of strength. But the closer we get, the more points it consumes. Just reaching within 10 meters, it consumes nearly 10,000 per second. Following this trend, to get closer to him, it'll become a terrifying million per second. This number caused a drastic change in many people's expressions. This was undoubtedly a huge risk. And all of this discovery was a bit too late. At that moment, the little boy was floating on the surface of the water, his face obscured by his hair, expressionless, as if he was on the verge of death. The next moment, the little boy was suddenly struck by the falling railway metal, piercing through his entire chest. The crowd saw the river stained red with blood and watched as the sky dome was filled with a deep red. It was when everything was being swallowed that someone saw the little boy slightly lift his head, his eyes revealing a corner from beneath his long hair, showing a mad and eerie smile. You all should die. 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 All of you. Die. Chapter 305. The sixth day. It was dawn. The group had returned to their original location. There is still half an hour before the little boy leaves his house. Let's head over to that area first, said one of them. Night Guard and the others immediately began to move. However, they noticed the abnormal dark red color of the sky dome, and a strong unease involuntarily rose within their hearts. Soon, they arrived near the old neighborhood. Having been here before, they returned to their original hidden vantage points or corners. Strange. What's wrong? Something's different. Night Guard and Fang Li stood together, frowning deeply. It's too quiet. Indeed. Their eyes narrowed slightly as they looked toward the neighborhood. This neighborhood was old and housed many elderly residents. Previously, when they had visited, plenty of elderly men and women were active in the public areas of the neighborhood, even adjusting the sound system, preparing to dance in the square. But now, there was no movement at all. Something's off. The man in black narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked up toward the roof of a building in the neighborhood. Look, someone went up there. It was an elderly couple with white hair, who seemed to have difficulty walking and were slow. After climbing up, they slowly moved towards the edge. Under the group's puzzled gaze, they swayed and fell off the edge. Smack. A heavy impact sound followed. Did they commit suicide? The pupils of the group narrowed. It's not just them. The man in black leaped up slowly, landing on the rooftop of the high-rise building, his expression somber as he watched this scene unfold. Probably everyone in the neighborhood is dead. The group looked over. One building had caught fire unexpectedly, the entire structure charred into ruins, with several dozen bodies scattered beneath it in pools of blood. Public areas of the neighborhood also held a cluster of people who had hanged themselves. The causes of death varied. There were accidents, suicides, murders. It's madness, there are even bodies that directly swallowed razor blades. Truly ruthless, Night Guard said, shocked by the scene. What on earth happened here? The blood had already dried somewhat, indicating that these events had happened not long ago. A dense aura of death emanated from the entire neighborhood. The group looked on in silence. I've had a suspicion before. The man in black spoke with a heavy voice. It's always been just an inkling, but now it seems to be coming true. You mean? Fang Li looked gravely toward the distance. A muffled sound of doors closing was followed by the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. From the dark hallway emerged a little boy with long hair and a backpack. He lowered his head, as if completely indifferent to the surrounding horror, emotionlessly stepping over bodies and blood. All of this is because of this little boy. Wherever he goes, death follows. At this moment, the group also realized something was wrong, or perhaps, they felt a strong unease. Everyone's expression turned solemn. They watched the little boy walk amid numerous pools of blood, his thin frame inexplicably giving them chills. Let's go. Follow him, Tentacle Man said softly. The group moved together. The little boy took the same route to school as always. But this time, it was completely different. A sudden gust of wind rose from the ground. The temperature, carrying a chill, spread across the city. Bang! A car accident occurred again. And this time, the accident involved a large vehicle carrying dangerous chemicals, a terrifying explosion flipping the entire street. Countless people wailed. The wind swept through commercial high-rises, giant billboards along with unfinished building scaffolding fell down. Numerous people looked on in horror, screaming, running. Falling debris directly killed many people and destroyed the entire street's high-voltage power lines. Sparks flew and many people didn't have time to escape, instantly enveloped by a strong electric shock. Instantly, their entire bodies, even their internal organs, were burned to a crisp, and they stiffened as they fell to the ground. Only the little boy, unruffled, calmly walked through this terrifying, chaotic disaster. The group silently watched this unfold, death seeming like a roadside breeze that, once blown, would trigger a continuous series of various accidents. We seem to have gotten everything wrong. The guidance from the Eye of Destiny was vague, but this little boy is definitely not someone who needs protection. He brings various deaths and accidents. And, it's even more terrifying than before. The previous street had nearly turned into a living hell. And as the little boy calmly walked down the next street, there was still no sign of peace. The recent burst ignited the buildings. Fire blazed up instantly, smoke billowing. Some lost their senses and jumped down in panic, only to kill people below. The strong wind lifted sheets of metal that flew out, randomly slaughtering ordinary people running on the roadside. Bones fragile, flesh and blood scattered. Something's wrong. Everything's wrong. The man in black's eyelids twitched violently. These so-called accidents are all the doings of that little boy. And there was someone not far from the little boy, his face suddenly changing as he looked at his palm. Wait. Why, even though I'm outside the range, do I feel a diminishing of strength? But his expression suddenly changed, because he heard a fierce friction sound behind him. Turning around, he saw highly stretched steel rods from the construction site suddenly breaking free and heading straight for him. Chapter 306. The next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Unbeknownst to him, he had stepped onto a puddle conducting high-voltage electricity. The terrifying current instantly paralyzed him. He couldn't move at all. Damn. The steel bar pierced directly through his eye. It penetrated his brain and nailed him to the ground. Meanwhile, the little boy had already walked over slowly. He is dead just like that. The onlookers wore solemn expressions. Most of those present were selected by the Eye of Destiny, able to contribute to this struggle. Even as cannon fodder, they could bring information, which was also the reason for being selected by the Eye of Destiny. Act now. Someone with an extremely stern visage rushed forward. We can't let him cause another death. Others had dangerous glints in their eyes. They drew their swords and moved. In an instant, nearly 30 people charged at the little boy together. Many were familiar faces from major influences. Unzing and others were among them. So decisive. Everyone was surprised. The man in black was also charging with Fang Li and others. Haven't they realized yet? With every death he causes, the power that causes death strengthens, and at the same time, the range that restricts everyone's abilities also expands. This is terrifying. The speed of death he brings will get faster and faster. If we don't deal with him now, the horror will become extremely dangerous. At this moment, many people finally made accurate judgments. And they started acting decisively and swiftly. Use long-range abilities. No good, long-range abilities still get restricted once they reach that range. I'll do it. Someone held a long spear, glasses shining bright, and took direct aim at the little boy's head. Bang! The bullet blasted out from the muzzle, instantly reaching the little boy's head in the air. At that moment, the little boy's head was blown apart by the shot. The crowd was slightly stunned. That simple? No, something's wrong. He didn't fall. He didn't die. The little boy stopped walking and slowly raised his head. The gaping hole with flesh flying everywhere was filling up, his wounds quickly recovering. He revealed a sinister countenance and looked around at everyone present. That gaze, like a terrible demon from the Nine Netherworld, made everyone's body involuntarily tremble. But the little boy didn't do anything. He simply continued slowly on the path he had been on before. Why did the attack have no effect? And he could survive that? Wait, look at that person. Someone's voice trembled as they pointed at an office worker in the distance. The same wound as the little boy's appeared on his head. With a thud, he fell to the ground. The others were now trying distant attacks. But without exception, all inflicted wounds would recover in an instant, and would also randomly be borne by nearby ordinary people. The lethal injuries are transferred, using others' lives to substitute his own. His strength would also increase because of death. What exactly is this entity? Everyone felt a chill. Not just because of this point. More importantly, they could anticipate what was to come. Death was looming over every one of them. We must find a way. A way to kill him. At this very moment. Elsewhere, Tsuchi was gently saying, I think I understand now, why so many assistants always fail to succeed. Surely someone in the first 5 days would have looked for clues in the little boy's room, but only on the 6th day, something that could kill the little boy appears. And that 6th day would also be the last day. Death will rapidly envelop the entire city at a terrifying pace, yet there is absolutely no time or opportunity to find a way to kill him. Tsuchi's soft words made the yellow-robed priest stunned. What assistant? No, that's not the point. Have you found a way to kill him? Of course. The drawings from the first 5 days were just plain drawings, but from the 6th day on, all curses, all ways of death will reappear massively. He's like a death designer and has already arranged the ending for this city. And then? There's one drawing that's very special. It's stained with the blood of a little boy. Blood? The yellow-robed priest was startled. How come I've never seen it? He had also participated in all the search efforts and had found nothing out of the ordinary. It's because you're just looking and not observing. Of course, he was at fault himself. The blood mixed with the red paint could only be discovered after it actually happened and changed. But once it occurred, it was feared it would have reached the terrifying stage where the little boy's strength bursts forth. The little boy has a habit of self-harm, recreating all the ways of death on himself. This also fit with the various torturous illusions of the 5th layer, where many ways of death had been seen. But the only thing that left self-harm wounds on him was that drawing. So, we can kill the little boy through the way of death in this drawing? The yellow-robed priest murmured. What is the way of death? Tsuchi said softly. Collect the blood of 1,444 people, soak the dagger in it for half an hour, and you will have one chance to deliver a fatal close-range attack, but only one. The yellow-robed priest's voice was a bit hoarse as he spoke gravely. And once you get close, you will lose all your strength and be devoured by a multitude of accidental deaths. There's something else. Tsuchi said. I'm afraid there will be an extremely intense psychological collapse when you get close. This was why, in that neighborhood, people had committed suicide, their eyes bloodshot as they took up knives to kill others. The yellow-robed priest murmured. What in the world is that little boy's identity? The ancient beings I know don't have such strange abilities. This is almost an insoluble death trap. The tone of the yellow-robed priest carried a trace of confusion and powerlessness. When had he ever been so downcast that he couldn't even break the trap set by an ancient being? Tsuchi's voice was unflustered. Don't panic, what I mentioned is just the normal procedure. What? According to my plan, there are at least 4 ways to kill him. The yellow-robed priest. At this very moment, Tsuchi was already rushing on his way, swiftly approaching the location of the little boy. After all the surrounding transportation had long since been paralyzed. And disasters of increasing horror were emerging one after another. He also saw various bursts of chaos in the distance. People were roaring, wanting to kill the little boy, who didn't even dodge, his eerie face staring fixedly at everything around him. A plethora of accidental deaths began to burst forth illogically. Ordinary people were dying like ants, constantly. Die. Everyone die. Take with you the most painful memories in your hearts. And die completely. This was not the little boy speaking, but the terrifying sound resonating in everyone's minds like a spiritual impact. It was like an inducement, yet also like a command. Many ordinary people's eyes appeared to be covered in deep red, their fleeing footsteps abruptly stopped, and they crashed violently into the sharp metal sheet next to them, piercing their own bodies. The crowd roared again. They had found a method, protective power. Coupled with the hinge item obtained before, it could inflict damage on him. But often without getting close. They were blocked by various suddenly emerging fatal accidents. Even a moment's carelessness would result in death. The yellow-robed priest watched this scene, murmuring with his mouth agape. Why does this seem so familiar? Memories of the past were recovering, as if there was an impression from ancient times, but it was difficult to remember. However, he was suddenly dumbstruck by Tsuchi's action. Wait, what are you doing? Because Tsuchi had already initiated the Rubik's Cube. Abilities are not ineffective. But the next moment, a bright protective light flashed on Tsuchi's body. He had poured in 1,000,000,000 points. The Rubik's Cube was successfully activated. The little boy still maintained his eerie smile, but suddenly the world spun for him. He found himself being pulled in front of a young man. Brother will show you something nice. Tsuchi reached out, holding the long sword that was the hinge item, and once again poured 1,000,000,000 points directly into it, penetrating with an unstoppable force. The little boy stared blankly as he looked down at Tsuchi's long sword piercing his chest, trembling all over, blood flowing non-stop. Tsuchi said to himself. See? This is the first type. Chapter 307. The little boy looked down at the wound that had pierced through him. Pain emanated from the wound. His long hair fluttered slightly, and his complexion grew paler as he bled. Onlookers twitched their faces as they watched this unfold. Nobody had expected that the entity they attacked so frantically and helplessly would be so easily penetrated by a single sword. Was he instantly killed? And Tsuchi suddenly withdrew his long sword, stretched out his hand, and pressed it against the little boy's corpse. What are you doing? The yellow-robed priest eyed Tsuchi's hand reaching out and was taken aback, reacting quickly. Is that thing you mentioned earlier inside him? Yes, it's inside him. Tsuchi's method was extremely violent and he suddenly plunged his hand into the little boy's chest cavity. The yellow-robed priest was stunned. Shouldn't you have searched that package first? And why do you seem so rushed? Because time is tight and the task is critical. The yellow-robed priest didn't understand, but suddenly noticed that the deep red of the sky dome was slowly changing, not dissipating due to the little boy's death but instead growing thicker. Tsuchi violently tore open the chest cavity. This scene made Fang Li and the others twitch. What is Brother Su doing? I don't know. Has he been influenced? The yellow-robed priest slightly narrowed its eyes, seeing a strange organ inside the little boy's chest cavity. This organ had taken the place of a lung, was abnormally shaped, and though it was crystal clear, was heavily wrapped with blood vessels. This is the item we were looking for. Tsuchi murmured softly. Just as I thought. He saw a faintly flickering pattern on a delicate part of the organ. It was part of the body of a divine that had been severely coughing in room 1. When Tsuchi reached out to take it, the entwined mass of blood vessels reacted violently, boiling as if to prevent Tsuchi. Troublesome, but since it's part of his body, being a bit rough shouldn't be a big issue. PFFT. Tsuchi's technique was quick and ruthless. He forcefully pulled. He violently extracted the organ from his body. This is the first item. At the same time, although the organ was weak, it still emitted a sparkling translucent light. Everyone felt a burst of brilliance. My points increased. Mine too. Directly increased by more than 10 million points. The yellow-robed priest looked at Tsuchi. What about you? I gained some points, and they multiplied several times. Tsuchi looked at a direct 120 billion points. So you have 100 million now? Almost. The yellow-robed priest felt a chill, opened its mouth, then silenced itself, as it was indeed at its weakest stage now, its soul fire barely flickering, as if it would extinguish at any moment. But it was thinking about something. Why would Tsuchi give it these 100 million points? You must know. Inside the exchange treasury, there are many valuable items. The worth of 100 million points is nearly incalculable, as long as successful exchange can be made. Thus, Tsuchi would possess immense potential. As long as no one kills him, he would rise persistently. And that yellow robe was also in his hands, though he couldn't use it yet. There would come a day. By now, Tsuchi had already reaped a massive reward. There was no need to care about it. A weak and useless spirit. Thus, it hesitated to speak. But the next moment, a strange force made the yellow-robed priest tremble slightly. Tsuchi directly infused a large amount of points. Protective strength suddenly surged into his entire body. The soul fire in the ring was instantly covered. The yellow-robed priest's face showed shock. You don't space out, quickly absorb it all. The yellow-robed priest felt very complicated and shaky at this moment. It had always thought of Tsuchi as a very troublesome, demon-like special mortal, but now he was giving away 100 million points, bankrupting himself for the recovery of its strength. Such action was like winning 100 million but donating it all. It felt moved and guilty. After all, its origin was questionable, using Tsuchi to go to the temple, to recover itself. And now given such a grand gift. Suboxian, I swear I will remember this favor, and once I recover my strength, I guarantee you will gain even greater opportunity in the future. It clenched its teeth and began to absorb. The soul fire suddenly surged more vigorously than before. Very good, but don't wait for the future, do it now. Tsuchi had already prepared to retreat. Because, although the little boy's body was already lying on the ground, the massive blood vessels inside his body roared crazily, tangling towards the surrounding corpses. Everyone's sight slightly trembled. What's going on? The yellow-robed priest was also slightly stunned. He's not dead? Normal, whether in anime or games, some big bosses after being beaten in one form, transform and enter another shape. Tsuchi calmly watched this scene. A fierce wind swept through. The deep red of the sky dome seemed to blanket everything. Everyone felt a chilling sensation in their hearts, as if some terrifying, dreadful creature was about to be unleashed. A mass of blood vessels spread, entwining like tentacles around various corpses, with blood flowing back into them. The little boy's body was slowly propped up. A large number of blood vessels in the chest cavity were pulsating. A terrifying aura seeped inch by inch from within. At this moment, with the soul fire robustly flaring, the yellow-robed priest looked at this scene a bit dazedly. Why is his strength still increasing, and why do I feel this aura is somewhat familiar?